Hey, what's going on, everyone? Thanks for tuning in, whether you do it live or in the future. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Mm, I'm confused. Why? Oh, boop. We don't need that. I was echoing in my own head. It was driving me crazy. All right. Boop. Let's do that. Let's put a little bit of tunes on. Let's see what this one is. I don't like that one. That was acoustic. What is lo-fi again? All right, we'll do that one. All right. So, this is the one I've been working on in case you guys haven't seen it. I did change her colors around, and her face is coming out really good. Changed her hair a bit. I'm designing this to be a sticker, so I'm kind of taking my time with it. But honestly, I'll probably change the gun to something else. I don't know what. I just don't think the gun fits. Like I see her as being some kind of like cyber, not cyber, but like armored like moto girl, where they have like they're gonna have like high powered like roller skates, and then maybe they'll like some kind of like roller derby, but like moto roller derby. So maybe something like that. And so maybe I'll give her something else. Maybe I'll give her some kind of like club or like a bat or something really neat to go with her instead of the gun. I don't think that fits, but we'll change that. So it's either I was going to do that. I mean, we can do that, or you guys can. I can work on that. I can work on something else. Or if you guys want to instead, I can edit a new opening. I'm working on a new opening, a new anime opening, summertime theme, more like chill and fun than like cyberpunky. So I can work on that too. So let's see. Maybe I'll do that instead. But it'll be a lot of. I don't know how interesting that will be. We'll do that a bit, and then we'll draw some for a bit too. So let's let's do that. And I think we should open. So minimize that. We're gonna have to open iMovie up. And we'll see how that goes. We're gonna have to mute this because stop that. Because we're going to need this. Let me put this down a bit. Let's full screen this thing. Share. Stop the screen. Let's share. Share screen. Window. Let's do that. And can we do this? I want to make this one full screen. Yeah. All right. So this is where I'm at on the. I might have to put this down. Can I lower the volume on this? It's like, Let's lower this a bit. Let me know if this is like really loud. Let's drop that down a bit because in my ears it sounds really loud. So this is Knuckles from Slink. This is YouTube music, and it's actually really good. Like this guy's stuff is really good. So if you like jazz, like jazzy hip hop dance type stuff, maybe along the lines of like Maddion or like future funk stuff, like Young Bay, Flingmosis, Skylar Spence. Uh, so this is what I have so far. So let's go ahead and I think I'm gonna change this to change the title. Time to edit. Save that. Change the title. Okay. And boop boop boop. So let's see. Hopefully you should be able to hear that fine. All right, here we go. This is what I got so far. Maybe I can make it a little bit bigger. I got stuff from various animes. Half of them I don't know. I just did summer anime and I found a bunch of summer anime stuff, but I had to put Hajime no Ippo in there, and then I also had to put some Tenchi Muyo in there too. So yeah, let's do this. Can I make that bigger? Anyway, this is what I got so far. As far as I got. Yeah, that's as far as I got. So let's see how much longer do I got. I'm like halfway. Halfway done. So this is where I ended at. I have to work on some cropping on there as well. Here, I want to double check and make sure that audio. Give me a second here. I want to make sure that you can hear that stuff. Let's open this up. Another one. Okay. Yeah, you guys can't even hear the music. That sucks. Oh, barely. You guys can barely hear it. Let's see if I can turn that. Can I change that audio? Can I put that up? Or is it because this is low? It's like really loud in my ears. Let's see if we can do this. Maybe we'll just swap that real quick. And then, oh, it's probably because it's, other side here. Let's try that. No, not that. Not that. Hey. Yeah, let's try that now. Yeah, huh. I don't know why you guys can't hear it. What the heck? It's not giving me an option for audio. Let's scoot this one over here. That's very weird. I want you to hear the music. That's the coolest part. Okay, let's scoot this. Let me do some magic over here. We're gonna move some stuff around. I got two monitors, but I only have one speaker. Put that on the right. Put that on the left. Let's put that. Let's try this again. Maybe I'll reshare it. Huh. And let's try again. Share screen. Window. You guys gotta let me know if you can hear this. That's why I don't understand why it's not like. Huh. I'll share screens before. Yeah, I don't think you guys can hear it. That might be that's a miss. Maybe I'll just put this up. Oh, that's where I'm at. Yes. So that's where I'm at. But I mean, I guess we're just gonna have to I'll have to do that later. I was hoping to edit stuff and you guys could hear it, but yeah, it's I don't know why it's not coming through. That's very bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre. Yeah, you can't barely hear the music. Yeah, boo, boo that man. All right, well, we'll come back to this some other time. You guys will probably see it when I'm done, about halfway done with it. But it's gonna be a fun summertime beach one, which would be pretty neat. Scoot this over here. Have those over there. All right, so we'll work on some doodles. Had some concepts I've been working on that I've been having in my head, so I'm gonna see if I can put them down. Share. Let's share a good screen. Share screen. Window. Boop. Boop. And there we go. Cool. So this is where we're at. So the plan, I guess I gotta turn the music on. Let's see what music we want to put on. Was it daydreaming? No, I had. I guess I gotta change it back to let's draw, huh? There's a bar in there. Time to draw. All right, let's get this started. And a special treat to make it up for you guys. I'm trying to camera, so let's give this a shot. And let's make that. Can we do that? No, that's way too big. No way, bro. We don't want that. Can we do that? Can we do that? Let's do that. We're gonna keep it small. So my lighting in here is not the best, but let's see what we got. All right, let's turn on the comments. Okay, so let's get started for the actual stream, huh? So I have been messing around with a couple ideas in my head. So let's see. What we're going to do. We're just gonna doodle, man. We're just gonna doodle a bit. I've been having this idea. Let's see. Oh, what is this? I didn't even know I had this stuff on here. Well, this was the rabbit stuff I was working on. I was showing my wife this. She said this one was cool, but she liked the other one better. She liked the turtle one better. So we're sticking with the turtle. All right. I have a hat on because I look down. It'd be boring if you just look at the top of my head. So having a couple ideas. I want some fatty lines. Let's get some fat lines. I'm still working out the kinks. We're trying some of these characters. I forgot I wanted Lolo to have like this belly shirt And she's a little kid. She's probably like 10 years old. And the reason I want her to have the belly shirt is for you guys that have kids, especially like my daughter, man, she outgrows clothes like so fast. Like it's like ridiculous how fast she outgrows these clothes. So the idea would be like it's her favorite shirt, but it doesn't fit her that well. So it shows her little belly. 'Cause my daughter, she's going through a growth spurt right now, and she's yeah, she's having these belly shirts going. She raises her arms, She's just a kid, it's no big deal. Let's make that bigger. So yeah, it's no biggie. But, so that's the idea. Is that kids grow all the time. And on her, she's just gonna be hanging out here. This is just warm up stuff, maybe. Let me. We'll put those on another layer. She's gonna be working on something. And it's a design choice that I'm going with about her character to add her character depth. And it's just hard for me not to talk about my characters. Because it's all I got to talk about, honestly, Okay, it's coming out pretty good. Maybe I lower this light. I feel like it's washing me out, maybe. It could be the screen, though, too. More? Less? Just less. I'm getting glare from everything. I got 2 screens. I got the thing here. I got everything. So I'm gonna change this light. It's gonna make a difference. Anyway, I gotta get better lights. But anyway, she's gonna be working on some. Let's get a little toolbox, huh? A little toolbox here. We're gonna have it open like that. I'll go a little latch in the front. Let's see, I want her. Maybe with I'm gonna do the hand first, and I'm going 3 fingers. Let's clean that up a bit. Oh, is that the same layer? Yeah, it's the same layer. Let's do. That's my problem. My layers get away from me. And let's merge that down. And then on this layer, we'll delete it because we don't need 2. We don't need 2 hands. We got 1. So we got that one. Her. And these gloves that she wears, work gloves. I was experimenting with the single strap, but I think I'm gonna go with the regular backpack. Actually, I think I might give her a jetpack. Oh, hey, 80s maid. Hey, what's up, brother? Thanks for tuning in. I'm testing out the lights, dude, for our stream tomorrow. So, or say the light, the light I got. So I figured this is cooler. So we're giving that a shot. We're testing out the camera setup. So of course we're gonna keep my picture small though. Let's do everybody that favor. I want to draw people in so they watch. I don't want to scare them away. So we keep the camera small. Hope you're doing all right, my man. So just working on. I had this just another idea art in my head here, and the hat so you don't get the glare off my dome because I am also bald. So, so and I'm gonna be looking down a lot because my tablet's right here in front of me. So yeah, and I have a weird head, so only certain hats fit me right. And usually I always wear them front ways unless I'm doing work, and then also the shadow. But anyway, so she's gonna be working on this here. I might have to tighten the shoulder up. Let's tighten this. Let's tighten this shoulder up because she looks like she has wide shoulders for some reason. Show that. Am I drawing tomorrow? I don't even know why I have this one so big. Hold on. I keep looking at the actual stream. It's messing me up. Let's make that smaller. Let's make this one bigger. I busted out the second monitor. So cool. I can draw tomorrow. I used to shave my head, but my wife hates it, so I just wear hats. I used to shave my wife likes bald. I used to shave my head, but I just got lazy, so I wear hats. I mean, usually I buzz it. I just hit it with a with the clippers, with hair clippers, with nothing on it. Just I usually buzz it, but sometimes I get super lazy on that. But I can draw tomorrow. That's no issue. I mean, I can draw, or I can talk about some of the books that I have here. I don't like collect anything really. Like I'm not getting like monthlies or like pool lists or anything like that. But I do have books that I do get. Besides the few CG books that I got, um, I have I have some neat stuff that I could show tomorrow if we're going to talk about comics. So that's no problem at all. I've been into art books, and so that's kind of what I've been focusing on because I feel like I'll buy a comic because I like the art, but I think I would rather just have the art book for that artist, and I feel like I learn more like that. But yeah, I could draw tomorrow, or I could do both. It's cool. It's no biggie, especially now that I got the camera set up here. It'll be no problem. And then by the time we stream, usually everybody's asleep or, my wife's in chill mode. So it should be fine. Should be an issue. And then I can actually like show off books and stuff too, which would be neat. I just have a meager little shelf. Actually, all my comic books, all my OG comics that I bought, like when I was collecting with my old man, me and my old man would go all the time to the comic shop. They're actually still up north at his house. So my idea is that I'm going for a wedding in December, and we're gonna have to drive. So I might bring my comics back. I got about like 4 long boxes, and it's all like mid 90s stuff. Mark Bagley on Spider-Man, Mark Silvestri on Wolverine, Jim Lee on X-Men, Graham Nolan on Batman, a lot of Kelly Jones stuff that's also on Batman as well, like the whole like Nightfall, all that stuff. Like Wolverine, I probably got Wolverine like 1, 2, not 1. Actually, I do have Wolverine #1. I'll take that back. I do have Wolverine #1, and then I have like 23 through like 75. Plans plan for the show is to hang out and talk about what you are reading or have read, trying to cast a wider net and grab non-CG audience. Cool, cool. I did pick up some neat books, um, even art books. I've been really getting into uh, anything that looks like the animated series. I I feel like that's kind of the future for comics, especially if we want to compete with manga, not just CG, but indie comics and comics in general. I feel like I think having an easy, digestible comic that is like an episode of of a cartoon, I feel is the way to go for some stuff. Um, that you can pick up any book, you can pick up any comic, and you could just pick it up and read it. I feel like that's the future, in my opinion. And if I did a comic, that's what I'd do. I'd maybe have like an arc that would go over 2 or 3 comics, but then each comic would be like a self-contained. Like if you were watching an episode of Batman the Animated Series, or Justice League, or Superman, or X-Men, that's what I would do. Kind of make it easy, digestible, fun, like cartoons. But yeah, no, definitely, we don't need, granted, CG is great, but we don't, we just don't want to limit ourselves as well. But I'm with you. And I think also too, if you are like if you are like pro CG and pro indie, which is no problem, I think the more you talk to people and show people stuff, um, then they'll be like, oh, you mean these CG guys aren't all like bigots and you know they're actually like normal people. Yeah, yeah, we're normal people. We just want to do art and hang out and make neat comics or read neat comics. And so I think let's do another layer here, because I want to get the roughs for this. And let me do another color because it'll kind of help me do what I'm doing. But first, getting ahead of myself here. First, we're gonna have this and this and like this. I wanted her to wear like a little tutu, but it's just kind of a pain in the ass to draw, man. So I think I'm just gonna make her have just a skirt, and then the shorts under it. But we'll see. I might not, and I won't draw that all the time. You know what? Maybe I won't do that. Should I? Yeah, we'll do that. Let's do that. I love CG. Yeah, see that? I love CG. But people will come for what they know and introduce them to indie books. Exactly. 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 And I'll talk about, yeah, we'll see what I got. There's a few things I could talk about. I do fun indie stuff too. That's what, you can't just limit yourself, honestly, man. Like I know there is some drama in CG. I know some of the guys have I guess issues with the Common America crew, but I love that book. I love their art. They're super nice guys. Anytime I interacted with them on social media, it's like, usually I tend to treat people the way they treat me, even if some people have beef. Like I don't let that affect my opinion of the people. Right, and then now we're gonna work on. This is what I want to do. Just make that a little darker. Mm-mm. Nice. Oh, you're good. You're busting out a lot of books, man. Wolverine, Elmore, Swamp Thing, Berserker. Berserker was good. My wife got me volume one, man. Oh, that was so cool. I would love to see that. You kind of would like to see it as a movie, but I think if they made it animated with the right team, I think it would be better than making it a live action movie. Lock and Key and a couple CG books. Cool, cool. Yeah, I got about maybe yeah, I got like two books. Actually, maybe I'll see what else I got. I picked up a Superman animated series, like volume one, and the stories in it are really neat. Like they're super simple, like Superman fighting a clone robot or Superman fights live wire, but there's like undertones and like lessons to kind of learn. So those are kind of neat. And let's do that, make that bigger. And then trying to think what else I got. I got volumes one and two of Mouse, just because I don't know if you're going to be able to get them because people keep pulling them. Let's see. Yeah, I don't get that Common America deal. I got the first three, like them, and it's something my kid can read. Yeah, no, I like it. Honestly, I wait for the omnibus, and it kind of sucks, but I'm like, I'm gonna wait for the omnibus. So I got the first omnibus, which I think is issues 1 through 4, which is the first like arc, and then they just released issue 5. So I'm sure once they do like the next, then I'll get the next omnibus because I want them to match. So once they release volume 2, I'll get that one. But yeah, really neat. And the guy doesn't like Procreate. Tim Lim does the art in Procreate, which I'm like, dude, and he makes it look so easy. It's ridiculous. So let's do this. The first time I'm actually drawing this part, but this to come up here like this. Maybe we'll move that around. It's one of the exclusives. I got the hair cover edition, so I kind of want them. The omnibus was cool. Omnibus was really cool. And I want to read everything at once. That's kind of how I am. I want to be like, okay, I'm gonna sit down. Let me read the arc. I know if I had to wait in between them, I know they come out quick, but it probably would drive me crazy. So I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna see anything. I'm not gonna read anything. Then when the omnibus drops, that's what I'll get. But yeah, it has nice morals and stuff in it too. Especially dealing with just things in life in general. Maybe I should make this not thick, but I like the chunk. I like the chunk. This is very crude, so it's okay if it's not. It's not perfect. So I wanted to make Robo Girl special somehow. She's like bubbly enough, upbeat. She's like, she feels she can do anything. She's very encouraging. She's optimism, like she's optimistic 100%. And it's like, okay, like that's great. She's 10 years old. So, but then it's like, okay, so what struggles has she really faced? And she's gonna have, both parents are gonna be there, which is gonna be fine. I have to design them. I've been thinking about how I'm gonna design the old man. I had like, at first I was gonna make him like a skinny, nerdy guy. But I was like, that's kind of boring. I think I want to make him like this like I want to model him like off of like a D&D dwarf. Like he's gonna be like a short, husky dude with a well, I guess that's self-projecting. Short, husky dude with a beard, like a fat beard and like bald, like a and like wearing like an apron. Like he's gonna be like a machine guy, is what I want to do with him. So he's gonna have so Lolo's gonna have both, um, gonna have both parents there. Uh, but I think what I'm gonna do with her is, even though she's so optimistic, even and I want her to have something to kind of make her special. So I was watching something actually. What was I watching? Oh, I was watching uh, the Pixar movie Luca with my wife and daughter, which is a cute movie. It's about these two boys that they're actually like mer people, and they go to a little town, and it takes place like in Italy. They go to a little town. Well, first the one kid can't leave. Like his parents are like, you can't go to the surface, never leave the surface. Another, and then he meets another boy that's just like him, a mer kid that they breathe in the water, and but his parents aren't around, so he does whatever he wants. So they become friends, and they have this bright ideas. They want to go to a little town because they see they have a poster of a Vespa, and they want a Vespa. So we have to do a Vespa. So pretty much, they go to this town to try and do a Vespa, try and get a Vespa. There's this bike race, anyway, it's cool. And so they meet this girl who becomes their friend, this quirky little girl. And the whole thing, the whole like big theme of the theme of the episode or the movies, there's this race, this triathlon that you have to do, and they have it every year. And this girl always competes by herself, and she never wins. And so there's like this kid that always wins, but he's probably like 18. Like he's like, and you could see they give him a little shit mustache that you grow when you're like 16, 17 years old. And he's just a dick. And so her father, it just is missing an arm. And he's just like, yeah, this is just how I came into the world. And I was like, you know what? I think that kind of shows you overcoming adversity, and overcoming adversity with some kind of condition like that, but also being as optimistic as I'm writing her to be. Um, so I was like, okay, great. So that's what this picture is here. As you can see, her, I mean, it's tough to see now, but her sleeve is pinned. Her sleeve's pinned because she's missing her right arm. She's a lefty because she was born. It's congenital congenital limb disease. I was doing some research on that. Sometimes you're born without a limb. Some kids are born without all four. Um, so I'm gonna have her where she's missing an arm, and that's just how she was. But then I get to give her a badass. I mean, she's called Robo Girl, so I get to give her a badass robot arm. So I'm like, all right, we'll do that. And that way it's not crazy, it's not tragic where she loses her arm in an accident or something like that. She just was born that way. Some people are born different, but with enough optimism and grit, you can overcome whatever issues that you might have. So I think that'd be kind of neat. So here she is. So this picture is her with a screwdriver, and she has her arm in her lap, and she's going to be working on her arm with the screwdriver. And this is the idea that I had in my head. And so, yeah, this is what I'm working on. So I want to get it down, and it seemed like a fun picture. And I'll probably be able to give her like a cute, like she's gonna be like with her tongue out, like "Arr!" like working on it with the screwdriver. I think would be kind of neat. So I might have to give it. Let's do. And then it makes sense if she's called Robo Girl and she has a robot arm. I was trying to figure out another way where I can uh, share music and share my screen at the same time, but apparently it's not allowed. I'm like, I want to share music. I was even trying to like, unless maybe I do another account. Mm, Let's see what he's saying here. Yeah, I'm the same. I prefer a collected edition over a floppy. The few single issues I have are because of CG. So, it's weird because my videos that get thumbs down are CG videos, but I had this weird guy saying abhorrent things on my Common America reviews. Yeah, they've been getting heat for some reason. I guess because people are upset that it's popular. Robot Arm is dope. Yeah, Robot Arm's pretty dope. Um, but yeah, it's they've been getting like flack on Twitter and stuff too, and it's like, dude, what's wrong with you people? Like, it was just a ripoff and yada yada yada. They have a studio in Japan working on a manga, which is like, oh, dude, like they're doing their own thing. Kudos to them, man. They're giving people a legit alternative, which is great. And it's also like you said, it's something that I don't mind. I'm collecting them because when my kitty gets over it enough, then I could share them with her and she can read them. Right now she's 4, so actually I think how much something like this. All right, let's see. Start doing her little poofs. I might have to. Where'd I put that thing at? It's time to get the book out. It's time to get the book. The book. I'm gonna get more stickers. I'm gonna fill the cover with stickers. Let's see where we're at. I gotta get something that can hold this open too. This is where I first drew her. I really like the way she came out. So I'm trying to replicate that style that I had for her. And I'm trying to get better at drawing her because I feel like drawing her in like a same way you draw like Peanuts characters or something. The same way you draw Garfield, like over and over. You draw. This is the style, you know. So I like to start. I'll start with her little poofy, her little hair poof. So I got the rough outline there. Now we're gonna the skeleton. So now we're gonna see if we can start fleshing out her. One, 2, 3. Got a little poofy. A little poof in the front. liking that too much. It's weird. Cool thing is, Common America is cranking the books out. They are simple but fun. Yeah, yeah. And when you get into like I know you said you got three, right? When you do like number four, I think four is the arc, like the end of the arc of that one. It's actually like oh, it's pretty good. Like, oh, it got kind of deep here for a second. I have to go back and read it again. And I got also the Black Hops. I got the Black Hops crossover, which I don't know if that's part of the omnibus. I don't like this shape. I don't like this shape. Yeah, it's looking better. I like giving her these simple ears, and then have them stick out a little bit. So like her ear will be like this. Yeah, I like that. Then she has little like side poofs. Let's do a little whoop. Just a little bit. I don't want to over exaggerate, but she's gonna have a little hair poof. And then that. And then her little puffs. Her little panda puffs. There we go. That's looking much better. Much better. I like it. Cool, man. I might have to work on maybe raising these up a bit. Let's see where the eyes are, because I feel like I do not want this to cover her eyes. So I might have to squish it more. Squish that more. Yeah, there we go. Because I had a feeling like it was going to cover her eyes. And then let's do... Hmm. Might go simple with her eyes. Something like that. She's looking down. Hmm. Let's do a little bit more of this. So your cheek ends with the bottom of your eye, and I think I want to move her eyes and her nose down a little bit more. The benefits of digital art. Mm. Uh, uh, that face was the whole reason I'm doing this drawing. uh, let's move that up a little bit. There we go. I think we need to squish that down more a little bit. I wonder if I got to scoot her head over. I might have to bump her head over. Thank God for this. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Much better. You being a chick is like a golden ticket. I watched his live stream, no video. She just streamed first time yesterday. Has 122 subs, same as me, and I've been doing this for 2 months. No kidding. What was it like? What's that on Twitch when there's like there's the there's the chicks that just like will stream them watching something, like they're watching somebody play a game. They're like, oh wow, like I'm just like get the oh my god, man. Yeah, I tell you, no respect. Yeah, especially honestly though, like I think some of these chicks that I see though are pretty like I'll see somebody doing stuff, and it's just like some girl like streaming something, or it just or her how she's dressed in front of the camera. I'm like, that's not you. Unless you're gonna like play a character, like go all the way and like play a character, you know. But just like if you're gonna go for it, play a character. I mean, honestly, you know, I probably I respect VTubers probably more than these fake game girls because at least the VTubers are, usually they're kind of fun and interesting. Yeah, these gamer girls or these hot tub streams or half these streams that these girls are doing. So I don't know. I'm not on Twitch, like, and I can't watch somebody just sit there and play a game. Like I just can't. But I could sit there and watch. I could sit there and watch Ethan draw or Sean's paint for hours. Yeah, this is good. I'm good, but usually I'm doing it too. This chick didn't even show her face. 122. Man, those are pity subs, bro. Those are pity subs. Unless you can pay for subs, can you do that? Are those bots? Might be bots. I wonder if she has the right opinions. I'm botching the screwdriver, man. Get it together. Get it together, man. $122, damn. You're too, if you're not. Let me open this up real quick. Why do I have so many Twitter tabs open? Like that. I put game streams in the background to clean the house or something, but to sit and watch, I can't do that. Yeah, they're great for like ambient noise, especially if somebody comes across something or something that you know about, like watching Elden Ring streams are pretty neat because A, you might find something that you don't know about, and then B, if you do know something's there and they're going into there, you're like, oh, you're gonna get got, bro. You're gonna get got, and then they get got. You're like, yeah. But yeah, I just can't. Like, I don't know. These kids sit there and watch somebody. Like, I don't know. It depends. Like, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think if I did watch people play games. Unless it was like something like James and Mike Mondays or something like that. I don't think I sat there and like watched, people play games. Maybe like OG Game Grumps with like JonTron and Aaron. But yeah, I just can't sit there and watch people. Unless maybe chatting with them or something. I think the chat is what makes it neat, though. But when you have so many people in the chat, like, what's the point? Like, I remember I was watching, I was trying to do Twitch years ago, and I was watching a guy play like Final Fantasy online. I think it was like Final Fantasy 14 or something. And he was playing the newest one. I mean, it's not new; it's been out forever. But I was just watching him play, and I was like chatting with him. Hey, man, like, where'd you get that mount? Like, okay, how do I get a house? Like, so it's like, so that's cool. Like this is cool. But like when you have 80 people, 100 people, 200 people in the chat watching PewDiePie, what's the point, man? You're not going to talk to them. It's like you're not gonna, hey, what's up, man? to change this song. It's driving me nuts, man. I think that'd be better. Gotta give her the R. She has the R Robo Girl on her shirt. Let's do the screwdriver first. I'll probably have that in the front. Let's put this under. The layers are pretty dang cool too. I tell you what, they make things easier sometimes. Sometimes though, you kind of like, it's pretty easy to screw yourself though. I wonder if I have to just do a new account, maybe. Maybe do another account with another email and have that like registered maybe. And then just like add them like I would add somebody to the stream. And I could do that with my iPad, but then I can't share the pad. Let's use another browser. Okay, I'll have to figure it out. Because I was trying to do it with my iPad, but like you can't share your iPad. Like you can do the camera, but if you're on the iPad, you can't like just share your iPad. Shit, a neat design. How'd I do that? I have to look at that. What's her design? There we go. Okay. That's an old school design for a shirt that I did when I was in high school. I have a character that had a shirt like that. And I was like, oh, I'm going to bring it back. These neat little, like, it just kind of jazzes it up. It's nothing too crazy, but just so it's not just a t-shirt. We got guess 80s MC. What is up? I thought I'm drinking like that.
That's how I'm coming in.
What's going on, man?
Coming in hot. Can you hear me?
Right. What you drinking there? Can you talk about it or no?
Let's see. Let me just put that. So I still had the stream. I still had your stream up. Let me put that on pause. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, it's just it's like my addiction. It's Arnold Palmer. It's half iced tea, half lemonade. No alcohol. That's
Nice.
it. But I'm a 40-year-old toddler. I have to have it in here because it has a lid. 'Cause I will knock it over, and you know I constantly, like, I'll sit down on the sofa and I'll put it on the floor, and then I'll forget all about it, and then I'll kick it across the room.
Uh-huh.
And after years of doing that, I realized if I put it in this in a lid, I'm good. So
Yeah.
I drink out of these every day, whether it's water or whatever it is. I drink out of these. So that's it. But yeah, it's just that it's not even like I didn't even make it myself. Like sometimes I make it myself, but it was just the simple one you get at the grocery store with the Arizona iced tea, Arnold Palmer mix, same
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. No. Anytime. You know what? My bad thing is like I'll make coffee in the morning,
Hmm.
and then I'll fill up one of those, and then I'll take it with me to work. Then I'll forget about it. Then it stays there.
Hmm.
Then I find it like 2 weeks later, and
Oh yeah.
something's living inside it,
It's
and I'm
pretty
just like,
gross by then. Yeah. Yep.
just toss it. Like it's no saving it.
Yep. Oh yeah. No. No, there's no saving it at that point.
Yeah, they
No,
get
there's no.
pretty bad, man. So I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah.
I probably
Yeah.
have like a stack of cups at my office. I've probably got about like 3 or 4 that I
See,
gotta bring back.
I'm pretty much stay at home dad now. But when I used to work full time and I did all that stuff, I was the same way, man. I used to drink coffee like it was nobody's business. Like I actually haven't had a cup of coffee in years. But I used to drink coffee like all day long, all the time, and I'd have like a ton of those flavored creamers in it. So, it was just like it was more flavored creamer than coffee, probably.
Hmm.
It's like the work coffee is always like really gross. And
Yeah.
so you just throw extra creamer in there, you're good. And I did the same thing. Like I would have coffee cups all over the place. Like I'd lose them, I'd forget about them. I can't tell you how much money I've spent on like those tumblers. The
Hmm.
big tumblers. Because I just lose them, and then like when I would I could spend a crap ton of money on these statues, whatever. And yeah, my wife doesn't like it. And she'll give me crap for it, but like. I lose like a $20 tumbler, and it's like, it's like the end of the world sometimes. 'Cause I remember this one time, it was before we were even married. I went somewhere, and I bought it with my own money. Like it wasn't even like we were sharing money at the time. And like she was mad at me, like really mad at me, because I forgot it, and then I lost it, and then somebody took it, and then it was gone forever. And what are you gonna do at that point? You're like, oh well, it sucks. That sucks.
Yeah.
And she was like mad at me. I was just like, I fucking bought it with my own money. Like, why are you mad at me?
And then sometimes you get like the nice ones that are like, metal and just nice ones, right? And
Yeah,
then
yeah, yeah.
you'll pour your cup of coffee in there, and then you take a couple sips, and then you put
Mhm,
it down, and you go do something. You come back probably about like 2 hours later. Your
mhm.
coffee's cold or
Oh
whatever,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
But you
yeah,
can't
yeah.
just put the cup in the microwave.
No,
So now you gotta grab another cup, pour it in
yeah,
there, microwave it, pull it out, put it back in your cup, or by then it's just like it's cold. It's
yeah,
forget it, man.
yeah. At the point where depending on how freshly cold it is, I used to drink it. Like if it was like hours cold, I'd probably throw it away.
Yeah.
But if it was like freshly cold, like it was like lukewarm, it was towards the end of it, I might finish it off. But then there's been times where like I just got busy at work or whatever and forgot. I would take a sip and it's cold, and I was just like, that's disgusting. so so there's that. And so I would just always toss it and get more coffee. When I say like I used to be a fiend, like before I joined the Navy, I worked at this place, man. We had a coffee pot like right up front. So it was all day coffee all day long. And
Mm.
it was just great. And there was this we had this secretary. She worked there, and she was the greatest because she would be like, "Would you like some more coffee?" I'd be like,
Oh,
"Yes, yes, I would."
if
And I
you're
never had to
asking,
pour it myself. She just made me coffee. It was great.
yeah, if
So
you're asking, I'm not gonna turn you down if
no,
you're
never,
offering.
never. No, it was great. That was a cool place to work, man. I got away with so much stuff there. Pretty much, it's pretty much like the story of my life is wherever I worked, wherever I did, I just got away with stuff. So yeah, yeah. So you said you read Berserker?
Yeah, I got the. I think it's the first volume, which I think it's
Yeah,
like
this
the
one.
first. Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I haven't read it yet. I'm gonna read it tomorrow. Be ready for the show tomorrow. But the stack of books I've been reading. I got those. Did you ever get in? Did you ever check out the Lock and Key set?
It sounds familiar.
Okay, so they had a Netflix TV show, and I think this falls into the category where it's either you love it or you hate it, and if you don't like it, you're you're against them kind of thing. Like it's very similar to the Common America attitude, but
Is
it's a
that
mainstream comic.
is that where they move into the house and they have all the doors with the keys on them?
The special keys that do magic.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
My
That was a
wife was
TV show.
watching that.
So the TV show is really geared towards like teenage girls and women. So, but it's still that fantasy. The whole idea for me is really cool. I really liked it, but the show is the show is really whatever. The first season was fine, and then the second season, it was whatever. However, they tried to get the show off the ground a couple times because there was actually a failed Fox pilot, which I think would have been better. Because then it's still the way they geared it towards children and like teenage girls and stuff. Like there's that market, so there wasn't really any crazy stuff in it that it couldn't have been on regular television, even though it was on Netflix. But yeah, because the show the pilot, I think it would have been better. Like it seemed like it was better. You can find it on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
It's available, so you could totally watch it if you're interested. But it's only that first episode. And that first episode plays like the first comic book a lot. Like it doesn't skip. It doesn't cut a lot of stuff out. However, I think that they passed on it because it's pretty horrific to be as like a Fox television show. Like the opening of the book is this crazy kid comes and kills their dad, shoots him in the head. Boom, dead.
Jesus.
And that's how the first episode ends. And you're like, oh, so I see why Fox said, nah, we'll pass.
Yeah.
But, and
Wow.
they handled it differently. They did handle it differently in the Netflix show, where they didn't really show all that. And when they did show, it was more of a flashback. And so there was that. But in the comic book, it doesn't really. The comic book is not abashedly at all. Like it definitely doesn't really hold back a lot of stuff. But the author of the comic book is Joe Hill, and that's his pen name. Joe Hill is Stephen King's son.
Oh, okay.
So it was really interesting, and I didn't know that until I got the book. So what had happened was I came across the show back when we had Netflix, because we still had Netflix last year when my wife was on deployment, and we had it so she could watch some stuff overseas, and because she's on shore duty, so she has a lot of free time, but it's like weird odd hours. Like they'll work for like 4 or 5 days straight, and then they'll get like 2 days off. So then she's got all this like extra time to just binge watch TV and stuff. And so we had it then, but then she said she wasn't really using it. She was watching the movies that we had, and like she brought DVDs over there, and there's all the stuff that we had digitally, because I buy so many movies, I get all those digital copies. Like I've never paid for an actual digital download, but we have a huge library. So I got there for her then. So then my daughter and I were watching it, and it wasn't too bad. But then I found out there's a comic book, so I picked that up. And then I found out there were 6 comic books, so I picked that up. And then I liked it so much, I got the hardcover editions. So it's a 6 series story, and then the hardcover editions are 2 books per book. So the hardcovers are 3 books, and they're just better done. I really like having the hardcover. So I have a reader copy. I got the hardcovers, and then they're building into this world. So, and that's something I really like. Did you happen to catch my video today or no? The one about the Phantom?
Yes.
Okay, so in that I had mentioned how I don't even know I asked you, because I'm just going to tell you anyway. but in that video, I had said how one of the things I loved about the Phantom so much was the fact that it goes into the whole world building, and then it has that whole history of the origin story, where 400 years of phantoms and then passing on the mantle. And I just really thought that was cool, because throughout the different comic books and stories, they reference that, and so that some of them will actually tell parts of that story, so you're actually seeing it as you're reading the comic book. So it just adds into that world. Well, this Lock and Key set is that same thing. So the first set of books, you're not 100% sure what's going on. You're going along just the way they're going along in the story. So nothing's really, the cat's not out of the bag right away. And then along the way you learn about these magic keys and what they do and everything, and eventually you'll learn why. But then they make reference to the past, and they, you know, they allude to where stuff came from, and the fact that this family house, and you know, it's very like tongue in cheek, you know, very similar to the He-Man toys, where their name was what they were, but
Hmm.
it's the same thing. So this whole thing is these magic keys, but the people that own the house, their name is Lock, and their
Mm.
house is called Key House. Ha 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 ha! You know,
Yeah.
it's one of them, like it's funny. It's no different than calling them,
Yeah.
you know, Beast Man or Manny Faces. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you are what you are. Yeah. So it's simple, but it was enjoyable, and the art's really good. Like this is the cover for the one I just got.
Maybe see if I can make it full
Oh,
screen
sorry.
so you
Let me
can
get
see
you. Let me
that.
get you a good page. So like, I think the art's amazing. Let's see.
Oh wow.
So I love it, and then to me, that's for any of these books. And I'll get you another. I'll get you another good page. But for me, any of these books, there's like this whole scene in World War One.
Oh wow.
So for the art is amazing, and so for me, any of these comics, I'll just grab them, and then the cover here. So there's the cover.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah,
I
so
like that.
I love
That's
these, and
good.
this is a collected edition of short stories that go into the backstory and into the history of it, and it just adds more to the lore of the world that they built. So I think that's really cool, and that's what I like. The one thing I would take away from this, and this is where people can't see past their own nose,
Hmm.
is, you know, if you have your own beliefs, I don't think that, especially in comic books or anything like this, you should put your political beliefs and stuff. And that's the whole, that was what whole CG basically was founded on, was,
Yeah.
you know, I don't want your lecture, I don't want your beliefs, I just want a good story. And that's what they were founded on. Well, in this book, I'm going along, so now I'm hooked, and then by like the third or fourth book, here, hold on, I'll be right back. I'll grab the other ones, because it actually says it was one of the Eisner Award winners, and then you know why that one was, out of all 6 books, why was that one the award winner? Because they throw in some political commentary that was really
Uh,
unnecessary, and
mhm.
it didn't add to the story. It didn't necessarily take away from the story, and a normal person probably wouldn't even notice. They would just think that, you know, because that's what you hear on CNN all day long. But then somebody that's, you know, a little wiser than that, I'm just like, oh, that's just programming. And why is this the only book that won the award? So I mean,
Uh,
I'll be right back. Let me go get that book.
sure.
Okay, so all right, let's see. Okay, so I'm back. So it's the 4th book. Pretty sure it's the 4th book. So now you're already hooked into it, and then they go, oh, here's some political commentary,
Hmm.
and it was, like I said, it didn't harm the story, but it didn't add to the story either. So it was one of those things. And then there's one, and they did 2 things, that are, one, this book isn't really for children. I mean, it's very gory. It's considered a horror comic.
Oh, okay.
Um, so it's not really for family. Like, when people are dying, they're dying. Like, it's, you know, there's blood. Like, it's pretty graphic.
Okay.
Um, but then, like, at the same time, so there's um, one of the characters in the show. They don't really touch on it too much. They just mention that he's gay, but then they don't even do it like in a like overly over in your face. They're basically, it's like so fast that, you know, some people will miss it, that he was going to see his boyfriend or whatever. Like, you know,
Mm.
that's said in like the very first episode of the show, and then never ever talked about again. Well, in the stories, he goes to his home, like he's visiting. You know, he's the uncle. The brother's dead now because he was murdered. He's the uncle, and then he goes to his family home, which is Key House, this giant mega mansion. But he doesn't really have a memory of his childhood there, of what goes on, the magic keys, any of it, because once you become an adult, you lose that memory. Now, so he goes, but he lives like in town, and so he doesn't live in his family's mansion and everything. So then his sister-in-law and the kids, they come to live in this family mansion and basically start over, and that's when they start finding the keys. So when he goes home, it has nothing to do with the story whatsoever. It's in a whole separate part of town, so you can't even tell me that it moves the story along. And when he goes there, him and his boyfriend are at a bar, and then some not even locals. They're the locals. They're the ones that live there. It's basically partying tourists, maybe college kids or whatever. They come, but they're dressed like the left sees, um, typical rednecks, but they're
Okay.
women instead of being men. So they're like butched up, and the way they're drawn, it's that's really your depiction of your stereotypical butch lesbian. So
Hmm.
that's why it's even crazier. But they're the rednecks. They're the ones that don't appreciate them for being gay. They want to go to their house and kill them or burn their house down. Like, and it's like a weird, and
Wow.
all that weird social commentary to then push, you know, that idea. And then later on, there's a key that changes your skin color. They don't do that in the show. It changes your whole appearance. So there's two keys. There's one in the book that changes your sex, and then the other one changes your skin color. So then she changes her skin color to get in to speak to somebody, and well, she creates a fuss, and then in there somebody dies, like somebody gets murdered, and she didn't do it, but she's the one running away. So then they think this young black girl committed the murder, and that's who the suspect is. And so that keeps blasting on the television, but then
Mm.
again, it never goes anywhere. It never sets anything else up. It's just there for being political commentary. So it's just
Yeah.
one of those two things. So those two things are in there, and they don't really move the story along. And you can argue when she goes to visit the one girl in the hospital, um, and then her running away, and that the other guy murdered one of the guys that works there, and then so now they're looking for somebody. You can argue that that one kind of moves the story along, but it doesn't, because it doesn't ever go anywhere.
Mm.
They blast it on television, and they're like, we're looking for this young black man, and then the whole thing plays off very what the left sees everybody else as.
Yeah.
And so that was my only gripe about it. And then this is the only one, and it's got that in there, and this is the only one that wins the Eisner Award.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're like, why is this the only one?
Uh.
Why is this the only one out of 6 books? This is the only one, and this is the only one that has that commentary in there.
Wow.
Because I think
Huh.
if I recall, it's both. Like both. Maybe it's just the one. It's definitely the racist commentary is in this book, like 100%. So I think no, I don't think the other one is. Okay, just the racist commentaries in this one. But I mean, like when I say blood and gore, like there's some gore
Mm.
and some blood. So definitely not a kid's book. But I thought the art was great. I enjoyed the stories, and I thought they were great. And that was just the thing, is like, even if they put that their political beliefs and that was that commentary, I
Mm.
wouldn't I wouldn't hate it. Like I wouldn't, but make it go somewhere.
Yeah.
Make your story, make a point, like make it move the story along. And that's why I always say is, the left, they usually put this stuff in there, and it's this weird political ideology, and then when you take it away, you're usually left with a mediocre product, because that's all they were trying to do, is tell their weirdo agenda.
Yeah.
And
Like. Yeah, and it's like a weirdo agenda. What they think happens.
yeah, yeah, oh no,
You
it
know, all these
clearly
people
is.
are gay. We're gonna go beat them up. It's like, dude,
Right,
nobody cares.
right, and
Like,
that's
I'm
the thing,
sorry,
is like,
nobody cares that anybody's gay anymore. Nobody gives a
no,
shit. You know what I mean? Oh, that
no,
guy's
and when
black.
it,
Who the fuck
no,
cares,
right,
man?
right,
Who
no,
gives a
no, they
shit?
don't, they don't. And the thing is, it's usually people that, like us, are the least racist people in the world. It's the ones that are promoting it, that those are the ones that all they do is think about skin color and sex. That's all they think about all day long. I don't. I
No.
mean, I'm
Yeah.
40 years old. I grew up watching TV in the 90s, and I was fully aware when I was watching Family Matters that none of those guys looked like me, but I
Yeah.
never paid it a second thought either. I never went, "Ooh, we're gonna sit down and watch the black guys now."
Yeah.
I never thought that once,
Do you mean?
and
Do you
that's
mean that? Do you mean to tell me that you could relate with with Carl Winslow, even though he wasn't your skin color, man.
Right,
You
right.
telling me that, sir?
I say it all the time because like a perfect example, right? So in the '90s, Blade came out, right? Wesley Snipes, love Wesley Snipes, one of my favorite '90s action heroes. Um, but I'm not black, and I
Mhm.
was not a vampire, and I could never be those things ever. And I absolutely love
Yeah.
that story. Love that story, and I related to Wesley Snipes on the level of not your main focus, but he had a chip on his shoulder. And at
Mhm.
that time in my life, I had a pretty big chip on my shoulder. And so I could relate to the character. Like he was always trying to do the right thing. And he had a mission and he just had to get through the day. But he had a chip on his shoulder. And that's why I like the movie.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
It was like the content had to be good.
right.
You know,
Always.
people
Yeah.
people act like we didn't grow up with Blade or Demolition
No,
Man or
no.
Passenger 57 or freaking Enter the
Right.
Dragon or Rumble in the Bronx or
Right.
you know what I mean?
I
It's
went
like,
to see
dude,
Rumble in the Bronx in the theater.
uh-huh.
Yeah. No, that's the thing I hate too. I hate when these new actors and all these they just repeat talking points and they're like,
Yeah.
this is the first time. I was like, bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story about a time when Steve Urkel was a household name and his face was on everything. And
Mhm.
white America enjoyed the heck out of it. You know,
Yeah.
like so, and then like, yeah, Passenger 57 was a phenomenal movie, and nobody was like, I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy to me that you can't relate to something unless you can see yourself. I mean, um, I got 5 kids, 4 daughters. My oldest and my youngest daughter love Luke Skywalker. Although, my youngest daughter has moved on to Darth Vader, Count Dooku, Darth
Oh,
Maul, and um, the Emperor.
okay.
So those are her favorites now. So, but she started out like in Luke,
Mhm.
but even then, she's a girl. She's a little girl, and she relates to these guys and like the men, and not, they don't look anything like her. It's a good story supersedes surface nonsense.
Yeah, when you have a character that people enjoy,
Mhm.
people get invested in that character,
Right.
it doesn't matter like age, race, whatever. Like I was on when with the the Disney trilogy, man. When they showed Finn, I was on board. I'm like,
Oh, me
okay,
too.
the
Me
first
too.
image you show is a stormtrooper who's defected and he's black. We're like, okay, cool. I want to see where
Yeah.
this is gonna go because Clone Wars kind of would introduce that stuff and my the stuff that I liked in Clone Wars wasn't the Jedi stuff. I like the Clone Trooper stuff.
Right.
So I'm
Right.
like,
Right.
let me see how it is. Like, let's see how it is being a
Yeah.
soldier,
I
forced
was like,
against your
do
will.
you
Like,
not see the helmet back there?
mhm,
You know, I'm a big fan. I'm a
mhm,
big fan, and I'm telling you. So when I was in the Navy, they did all that, and they like Disney bought Star Wars.
mhm.
So I'm sitting on watch. My LPO comes in and says, "Well, Star Wars is ruined." And I said, "What?" He said, "Disney bought it. They're gonna ruin the whole thing." And I said, "Absolutely not." I said, "These people want money. They spent all that money. Think of what they did with Pirates of the Caribbean. They made this awesome franchise based off of a ride. Like, come on, they're gonna do really good with this." And then I was shocked to see what we got
Yeah.
because when I first saw it, just like you said, when I first saw that trailer, when Finn popped up and
Mhm.
he was just like he looked like he was lost, he didn't know what he was doing. I was in, I was on board.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It got your attention. I was like,
Hmm.
okay, he's on a desert
Yeah.
planet. I'm like,
Right.
oh, dude, like
And
he
then
must have left. Like, okay, what's going on?
I didn't even care about Ray. Daisy Ridley
Yeah.
there. I
Yeah.
didn't care about her whatsoever.
Yeah.
But then, like along the lines, they were the other actors were doing these interviews and stuff, and they were saying like, "Oh, this isn't going to be." They basically made it out to sound like the original Star Wars was like Super Mario Brothers. They're like, "This isn't some princess going to be just hanging out waiting to be rescued, and she's going to be doing she's going to be doing stuff, and she's just a really awesome and a strong independent woman." I was like, "Have you not seen Star
Yeah.
Wars?"
So like Leia.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just like Leia. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When she grabs the blaster from Han and
Yeah.
blasts through it and they throws
Uh-huh.
him down the garbage chute, flyboy. Remember? Remember that
Yeah.
line? Oh,
Yeah.
it didn't happen. And that's always the trope. It doesn't
In the
matter. These kids
dress.
they never liked it. They never liked the stuff, and you could tell because
Mm,
they're just trying to push this nonsensical agenda of stuff that's in their own head, and you see it time and time again. So like I said, like these stories, I really enjoyed it. My
mhm,
only gripe was that social commentary, but I'm old enough and smart enough to just know what it is and ignore it. But there are
mhm.
people that will read this and believe it to be true.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just, and they'll be like, "Oh, that's how it is." Like, "Oh,
Right.
okay, that's how it is." When we'll see something, we'll be like, "Ooh." Like, that
Right. And
kinda
no,
came out of
that's the thing. It's
nowhere,
like
and that was
it's
kinda forced, like, why?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sure, I
It's like a
guess,
bad
but
taste in your mouth.
eesh.
It's
Yeah.
it's like a bad taste in your mouth. Here, I'll read. I'll just read that little blurb because I got the whole thing. I'll tell because I told you why. And it's just
It's
like when you see it for what it is, you're just like, oh, I see. So you had an agenda. This
it's
whole
like the
book.
record scratches. You're like,
Yeah.
"Skirt." You're like,
Yep.
"Wait a minute.
Exactly. They're like,
Ooh."
yeah, yeah, and it's on repeat.
Mhm,
It's on repeat. Yeah. So she changes her skin color so she can go visit somebody in this hospital, and then this guy, kills this guy. So then they're running away. He disappears, magically disappears. So they're running away. So this woman sees them running away. Now, mind you, she's a black woman.
mhm,
So she sees them running away. And so then they get blamed for the murder, which that's kind of normal, right? You would think
mhm,
so. But now here's the thing. And so here's the next page. This entire page is the news report on that. And
mhm.
look at all them word bubbles,
Oh, Jesus.
right? That's the
They made
point.
so did they make her black and have danger hair?
No, she had the danger hair,
Oh, okay.
always had the danger hair, yeah, from the beginning. So she didn't have it in the show, in the Netflix show, and they kinda make reference to it, and then she, like, does something wild with her hair, or dyes it or something, so and then they make reference to it, but in this, after her father dies, she goes into, like, this funk. She's all
Mm,
depressed and stuff, and then doesn't care, and then, like, she snaps out of her funk and then, like, dyes part of it green, and this book came out a while back, so this was before the
yeah.
shaved head thing, because if this came out now, she'd had the half the hair would have been shaved on the side.
Mhm,
Yeah, so like this, where does it say? Because then not only are they talking on the TV about this, then the kids are talking back and forth about it. Um, but then they're also talking about armed protesters are marching outside the Civil Rights Memorial, attended by the president.
okay.
So
What
so on
year is
top
this
of
taking
on
place?
top of the other social commentary, the racist stuff, the homophobia stuff, and now the crazy conservatives, they're protesting the president
Okay,
because
is
this book came out around the time Obama was president. Just so you know.
okay, will the story take place in, like, 1960s or something, or
No,
is
no,
it?
it takes place now
Oh,
because
Jesus.
that's
What? Okay,
that's supposed to
okay.
be Obama.
Oh, okay.
So that's supposed to be Obama, and then they're saying, yeah, the armed protesters marched outside the Civil Rights Memorial attended by the president. So this
Okay.
is in print forever, and that's the point. And it's just nonsense. Like, when is this happening? It's not.
Yeah.
But then you look at some other things that just get ignored, but they
Mhm.
make stuff up and it gets believed.
Yeah. Well, that's how it
Um,
is. Yeah.
let's see. And then here it says new studies suggest this is separate from the rest of what had just happened. New studies suggest African Americans wait up to 14 minutes longer for emergency room before receiving any treatment.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's just in there. And now this is a fact because it's in a book.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And
Maybe
so
we
then
all wait.
they're
I don't understand what the we
right.
all wait at the emergency room.
Yeah, everyone waits in the emergency room.
That's
So like
horrible.
so if you lost your finger or you stubbed your toe, like what is your problem? Like why are you waiting longer?
It
You
just
know?
means black people are more durable. That's why they have to wait longer.
That is true.
Right?
That is true. Yeah. No, it's just nonsense. It always is. So, like, to be able to read this and understand it, it really did. It's like, it's not really a slap in the face, but you're like, oh, I see why you got the award.
Mm,
I see. Because out of all the books, this is the only one. But then they don't really put all this in there till the fourth book, and you're just like, you're already hooked. So I'm like, oh,
yeah.
I gotta
Yeah.
find out the rest.
That's probably like they're 3 books in. They're like, nobody's noticing us. Okay,
Yep.
let's put some buzzwords in there. Let's
Yeah,
see if we can
no.
get an Eisner.
And
Let's
that's how
go
they do
for
it.
it.
Right, and that's how they do it. And the thing is, and more than likely, it's his political beliefs. He's a pretty leftist. His father's pretty
Yeah, his
leftist.
father's kind of wackadoo, honestly. It's like,
Little
dude,
bit, yeah, but
take it easy,
I,
man.
I think he's wackadoo on purpose. So, if you look into it, he's one of them. He's in a secret society. He's a Freemason. He's 33-degree Freemason.
Okay.
And so he's into some stuff,
Hmm.
and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of it's forced. Hey,
Mm.
we need you to do this, or we need you to say this. I wouldn't be shocked at that.
Yeah. Or he's like, people are forgetting about me. Let me say something crazy.
Oh yeah, no, now I'm talking about like in his books, like some of the
Oh.
some of the weirdo stuff in his books, because like a lot of people forget. But did you ever read some of his books?
Mm-mm.
Because I'm
No.
not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. I actually only like um, two of his things. The Running Man, which a lot of people don't know that he wrote, because when
Mm.
he wrote it under a pen name, and it wasn't until later, I think in the internet age, when people realized that Stephen King actually wrote The Running Man, because it was a book, and then they turned it into a movie. I liked the movie, and so that was good. And then Shawshank Redemption was a short story of his. Those are the
Okay.
only two things of Stephen King's that I really, really love. It's fine, but did you ever read the book?
No.
Okay. So
No.
do you like Stephen King movies?
Not really. I mean, I'm not really much of a horror guy, but I'm probably the same boat as you. I love Running Man.
Hmm.
Shawshank Redemption is probably like I mean, it's a very good movie,
It's
easily
a very
maybe
good
top
movie.
10, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I remember the TV movie.
Yeah, and it was fine. It was fine. The
Yeah,
new
right.
one, the new one
Okay.
I hated. I hated the new one. But the TV movie I thought was fine. Tim Curry was in. I'm a huge Tim Curry guy.
Yeah, yeah.
So Tim Curry was the clown, I was down. But even then it's just whatever. But in the book, you remember the whole beginning half of that TV movie was about children.
Hmm.
So in the book, they're children, remember that? And there's only one girl. Just think about that. They have this bad experience with the monster, and then they decide to have an orgy,
Oh, Jesus.
and that's in the book, and they're children.
Yeah,
Think about that. Just think
yeah,
about that.
yeah.
And this book was written a long time ago, and to understand that, they're not going to put that in the movie. They're not going to put that for everybody to see, but
Mm.
that's in a book, and then everyone's like Stephen King, Stephen King, Stephen King. I'm telling you, I just feel that being part of these secret societies and being, in that celebrity echelon stuff, like sometimes they're getting told, "Hey, we need to do this or say this," and you just see it. Just seems like different times and different generations. There's like seems like a lot of weird stuff, and like in that same kind of field
Mm.
goes on, and then like then the population shifts, and so then there's like a decade where there's some other weird stuff. It's no different than now. Like think about like the weirdest, craziest stuff that was going on in the 80s and 90s, and then you think about the weirdest, craziest stuff now.
Mm.
They're saying men can get pregnant.
Yeah, half
you know
periods.
right. If
Okay.
you said that in the 80s and 90s, they'd laugh at you.
Yeah, yeah.
But then you start looking at stuff that was going on, like they were trying to relax a lot of the um, child endangerment stuff. Like back then, there's a whole bunch of papers and politicians and stuff involved in trying to relax some of those laws. And what came out of it was certain movies were depicting children in in the nude or in possible sexual situations. And so here in America, the people were like, we're not
Mhm.
having that. So then they put a law that said that you can't have any of that stuff. But like over in France and other places, that's all good to go. There's all kinds of movies like that. So, but you can see it in articles and in books and stuff like that. And it was weird, but it wasn't on everybody's radar. Like people didn't know about it. And then the biggest, craziest thing that had happened that I remember in the 90s was the whole, gay pride parade thing. Like they made a huge deal about it. That whole, remember that was like, we're here, we're queer, get over it. Like that was
Mhm.
their slogan. It was on TV everywhere. Like that was the wildest, craziest thing. And like my attitude at the time was, what do you mean? What do you mean? We knew you were here.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, who
what
cares?
do you mean? Right. And it was like, who cares? Like, what do you mean? And that's what I remember saying and seeing it. But then you flash forward and you look at some of the stuff that is going on with those parades now. It's
Yeah.
abhorrent. It's something that if it happened in the 80s and 90s, I bet you people would have went to the streets.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
almost
They're like inviting families with children.
yeah. But they're
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's great, it's
Yeah.
okay. I'm like, listen, like, that's cool. I mean, you're gay, whatever, that's fine. You know what I mean?
Right.
But if you take anybody else and going out here in public and trying to do these sexual acts, even if you're straight or gay, it's like, dude,
Right.
like, it's like they don't have no self respect. It's like,
Right.
dude, don't you guys where's shame? Like, it's cool to be ashamed and have some shame,
No.
man. Like,
Well,
come on.
that I think that is what has caused it. Like, think about this. Like, right. So there was that whole thing with Lizzo. Lizzo's ass is hanging out, right?
Mhm.
She's remember. Did you see that picture? It
I
was
think I
all over
did.
the internet. So
Mhm.
she's going on the airplane and her ass is hanging out because
Dude.
she's pretty much wearing a pants that have been cut down to a thong. So the front is like pants, but the whole back is like
Yeah.
no butt. It's
Or
been cut
cottage
out of the
cheese.
pants. And so she goes through the airport this way to get on her private plane. And she's a big girl. But I don't want to see a bare ass, even if
Mm-mm.
it's like a hot chick that I'm into. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like in public, like there's a time and a place for that. And then you think all the kids that saw that, like it's no different. And I think they hit this really big thing. I remember like right around the time I graduated high school. So like, you know, 99, 2001 in that range. They start pushing this like everyone needs to get a trophy. You can't bully people. Like there's a whole thing, and I think it put a huge umbrella over um, wrongdoing. So like
Mhm.
back in the day, you know, you said it exactly, like being shamed.
Yeah.
Would stop things and like
Or even
um,
like self-respect, maybe.
right. Well,
Maybe they
just think.
have no
Well,
self-respect.
yeah, that's the other thing is, yeah,
Yeah.
you don't have to have self-respect anymore. It's not your fault anymore. Remember, when the doctor would tell you, hey, your health problems are caused because you're overweight, you smoke, you need some diet and exercise. Like these are your health problems, and this is why. You're not allowed to say that anymore.
Mm.
Because it's nobody wants to hear truth. And then you have all these people that are dying from obesity, and they have health problems, and then they're like, why? Because you
Yeah.
can't put down the ding dongs, you ding dong.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know?
But, whatever, telling me to lose weight is hate speech, and I am healthy.
Right. Yeah. It's nuts. And then they're promoting it like it is. Like it's in magazines now, and like there's commercials like how good it is and how
Oh
proud and
god, yeah,
brave. No, it's
they're
not.
and
No,
well,
it's not.
they see it on the advertisement. It must be true, right? Like, what was I
Right.
watching? I watch YouTube, and they were showing I've been seeing this Fitbit advertisement. And they're showing these, whatever different people doing different stuff, and I was like, okay, like they show like a dude like pole dancing, and it's like, okay, like whatever, dude. And then they show
Yeah.
like some luchadors and stuff. I'm like, okay, cool, and maybe a guy lifting or something. And they show like a big black girl on the surfboard. I'm like, sweetie, you ain't getting on that surfboard.
No.
Like, I don't know, you're 300 pounds. Like, I don't know what you're talking. If you're looking for your kind out there or something, like, oh, the
Right.
whales or something, bruh. You're like, I'm just like, that shit ain't
No.
happening. You
No. And,
should be on a boat.
that's the thing, and I noticed it, right? I remember, because this stuff, none of this is new, right? But we live in this time of social media, and so everybody has a voice, and it's cool, but it's also crappy. So, like, I don't know where you live, but I live in Virginia,
Mhm.
and we would have never met in real life if it wasn't for the internet, right?
Yeah.
That's just a reality. Like the chances of us ever being in the same room ever in our lifetimes was probably nothing, right? So we're able to meet, we click, we're cool, we like the same stuff, and that's cool. But then the weirdos get to do the same thing,
Yeah.
and then you start seeing it like the way they do it. They're recruiting.
Yeah.
Like that's the crazy part. And then at the same time, while calling us Nazis for
Yeah.
years
They're
and
recruiting.
and and claiming that that's what we do, we're
Yeah.
recruiting.
They're indoctrinating.
Bro, I'm just talking about comic books and nerd
Yeah.
stuff. And I mean, I got some opinions on all these topics, but like that's usually not what I go after. I mean,
Yeah.
because if this is how we talked all the time, I bet you we have huge channels.
You're
But
right.
like that's not how I want to roll. You know what I
Mm-mm.
mean?
No, no.
I
No.
mean, I got my opinions. I'll talk about it all day long, but like, at the end of the day, I just want to talk about comic books,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, and so that's the realities. But we're only talking about this because it was in the comic book.
Mhm.
Like that's the reality. Like
Yeah,
that
we're
is
like, let's
why.
talk about yeah, we didn't get together to talk about
No, and that but that's what
this.
they think.
Yeah,
They go that we're a hate group. Well,
Mhm.
yeah, I am.
Yeah,
I hate your weirdo ideology because
yeah,
it's nuts. It's so
and
nuts. And
but
the
it's
thing
like
is,
they're protected or something, like, God forbid you say something, it's like, "Listen, you guys can get together, and you could say what you want, but it's
but
also
we
other
can't
people
say
get to"
anything,
yeah, we get to judge you, like, that's how it always works, like, we get
right?
to rebuttal and make
Well,
fun of you, how goofy you are. Like,
and,
that's how it
and
works.
no, no, 100%. And that's the thing where I will not. I will not. So, and I think it's because of where when I grew up. I grew up not in a big city, but I grew up in a small city in the 80s and 90s, and I grew up in a rough neighborhood. So you had to be able to say it back.
Mhm. Yeah.
If you just took it, man, they'd beat you up, they'd take your lunch money, and then they'd go punch your mom in the face. Like I grew up in a rough neighborhood, and I didn't have to, fight nobody all the time because I could give it back. And there's something, and I learned it along the way. And I know I talked about it in one of my videos because it was a video that was specifically to touch on how modern people seeing this movie would go, "Oh my God, that's racist. It needs to be canceled." 48 Hours, Nick Nolte,
Mhm.
Eddie Murphy. And when you watch that movie, both men attack each other and they say racial slurs and they also say gay slurs in the movie, but they attack each other and it was never meant with malice. You can totally see it while you're watching it because it was
Mhm.
about the deeper issue of two men, completely different backgrounds coming together and having to work together even though they didn't like each other, and by giving those insults they level the playing field. And men, when they do that, they get together and they always trade insults, they always talk shit. It's just a
Yeah.
normal guy thing, and what that does is it levels the playing field. So there's never, in that situation, there's never the alpha male and then everybody else down below. Like when you
Mhm.
have a good group of guys, everybody's equal, and right there it's just giving each other shit and calling each other out on their shit. And that's what that was. And they never see that, they never see it that way.
Mhm.
They you can't say those things anymore, you're not allowed to speak. So learning that for myself, I'll never change
Oh,
ever.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you had to be able to, like, take it and give it.
Yeah.
I'm with you too, I lived up north. I live in the South now, and I love it. I moved down here 3
Mm.
years ago, and it was the perfect time.
Yeah, I
Um
hate being South. I'm from upstate New York, born and
Mhm.
raised, and even though I'm not a big fan of everything going on in New York now, but being in Virginia, it's hot and miserable. I hate it.
Oh, I'm in South Carolina, so I'm
Oh, okay,
south I'm a little bit
a
more
little bit
southern than
further,
you,
yeah.
but, I mean, I'm originally from Illinois, so
Mhm.
I've been over winters
Okay.
for years.
See,
You
I
know
could see that one. Yeah.
yeah, it just was so, my in-laws are down here. We moved
Mhm.
down here to be closer to my mother-in-law. Actually, we moved in together because we 'cause we're gonna move her up there, but, I mean, the price of a house for us 3 to live in up there outside Chicago would have been retarded. So
Oh, it is. It
so
is.
we're like she was already living down here. I'm like, "Well, I'm
Mhm.
over winter because my soul hurts every time it
Oh,
becomes cold."
believe me, I know.
So
So, well, here's the thing: is that growing up in upstate New York, and then where I lived, it was a valley, so we'd get all the Adirondack weather coming in, and we get the lake effect snow from the Great Lakes and stuff that would all come in. So
mhm,
we had some winters, and so I thought I was this big bad tough guy going to, when I joined the Navy, because the boot camp is there. It's in Great Lakes,
mhm.
so it's not very far from downtown Chicago.
Yeah.
But so Great Lakes. And so I stepped off that plane. It was middle of winter. It was the worst blizzard they had, and damn, I was cold. So then I spent it was I went Thanksgiving and through Christmas. So I had the 2 months there. So I missed it. So there was that. So then when I got out of boot camp, we went across the street to the A schools and the barracks and to get set up. And I was there for almost a year for school. And they had January, February in Great Lakes with one of the worst winters that they'd had.
Mhm.
Oh man, I was a bitch.
Yeah.
Like I
Ooh.
was cold, and then you had to wear like the military uniform, and then at the time it was mostly the dress uniforms. So like to go, for you had like a probationary period where you had to like you couldn't wear civilian clothes. You couldn't wear regular clothes for like a couple weeks, and so like at that time we had a different uniform than they do now, and it was you see it in a lot of old movies, but they were called utilities, and it was just ugly blue pants and this ugly blue button-down shirt that was tucked in. You looked like a goofy janitor, really, and you weren't allowed to wear that uniform outside of the actual work. It was your work uniform, so you weren't allowed to wear that one, but you could wear the dress uniforms, and they're very thin. So going from the barracks to the galley just to get dinner, I I walked out the door. I walked 5 feet. I turned around and I said, "Nope, I'll find a vending machine." That was cold. So I have been there in the winter, and I thought I was a big tough guy coming from New York and having winters my whole life. Oh no, I was cold. So I get it.
Yeah, it was pretty it was it been pretty rough for the past like 5 6 years. I just noticed
Oh
like
wow.
I could not get warm from November to March. Like my
Yeah.
hands and my feet were always cold all the time. And then you got
Oh,
to go outside and shovel the damn snow
uh-huh.
too. And
Yeah.
yeah, all right, I shoveled it. Then the plow comes and just pushes everything right in front of my driveway. I'm like, oh shit. Like,
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Because then, yeah, I was there for um, just about a year, and then I got switched to Dahlgren to go to C school. And right when I got to Dahlgren, it was around Christmas time. So, and then when I got there, it doesn't snow a ton here in Virginia, but it was like the worst blizzard that they had ever had when I showed up there. So we didn't even have school for 2 weeks. So we had 2 weeks where we just didn't have free time, and like the trees were, toppled over. That's how much snow there was.
wow.
Yeah, yeah, like the saplings that were like all bent over. It's just like, damn, that's a lot of snow. Yeah, so yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it.
Yeah, we
And
moved down here about 3 years ago, and
okay.
even like, I mean, it was great. And then COVID happened, and my family's still up there. So
Mhm.
my mom, she's a nurse. She works in the hospital and stuff. So she's telling me all this shit she's going through and stuff, and businesses are shutting down and all that stuff. And like I said, I co-own a retro game store, so I'm like, well, we don't know what's going on with COVID when it first started.
Mhm.
So we're like, okay, we're shutting down for 2 weeks. Did the Facebook post, let everybody know. They're like, okay, but I was still at work, like we're organizing stuff, cleaning up. We're like, oh, we're still going to come
Yeah,
to
and
work. We're just
your
not going
type
to be
of
open.
business, did you sell stuff online?
No, everything we do is local.
No, I got that, but I'm saying like when the COVID thing happened, like it didn't stop you from selling stuff online. Like you had an option. A lot of people didn't have an option, is what I was trying to
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of get at.
Actually,
Yeah.
what I was doing was people. Well, we were there during
Mhm.
hours anyway, so I would answer the phone.
Yeah.
So they were like, "Hey, man, you open?" I'm not open, but what are you looking for? "Oh, I'm looking for Mario Party 8 or something." I got it, man. If you want to, okay, I'll take their card. I was doing curbside. They'd come park. I'd walk it out to them, take their card, and so I was doing
That's
curbside game
cool.
sales
That
during
works.
COVID, and
That
and it
works.
was everybody was calling, and it was like, so we're going to be closed for 2 weeks. End up being 1 week, and then we just opened. Everybody put a
Yeah.
mask on, and you do social distance. So we put some tape on the floor and stuff, and then but I mean, maybe after like the first like 6 months, I mean, down here we're like, all right, wear a mask, or I think people were over it. They're like, it is what it is,
Mhm.
and so every place opened again. Like every place
Yeah.
was open. So it was
Mhm.
like nothing happened. Like after 6 months, it was back to normal. I mean, sure, people got COVID. I mean,
Yeah.
it's no joke. People would kill people,
Yeah,
but
but
it
when
was
you
like,
look at it,
what are you gonna
though,
do? Like,
right, right. But when you look at it, I didn't say that it didn't kill anybody, but when you look at it, it was the same people that were dying every year from the cold and stuff anyway. It was the unhealthy and the old people that
mm,
they were dying from the flu and the pneumonia every single year. So those numbers hadn't really changed. Because
yeah,
when you actually look at the numbers of deaths of COVID, most of all of them, it was the same amount that died from pneumonia and flu. And then when you look at it, the pneumonia and flu numbers are like next to nothing. So like
yeah.
nobody was dying from pneumonia and flu the entire time of COVID.
But then up north, where my parents are, Illinois, man, businesses are shutting down, restaurants are
Oh, it's
closing, like
crazy.
left and right. Over here, we're just
Crazy.
like, we're gonna go to eat, like we're going to
Yeah.
lunch, man.
Well, they kind of where we are here, we're so close to the military base that they kind of they opened up everything, but they were like really stringent on the mask thing. And I
Mhm.
said, I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not. I've
Yeah,
got this big beard. Whatever. I'm pretty healthy. I don't go to the doctors. I don't get shots. I don't get the vaccine. And you get them. That's fine. I'm not pushing my
yeah,
beliefs on you, but I'm
mhm,
not. I'm gonna go in the store. I'm gonna buy my groceries. I'm not putting a mask on, and nobody ever stopped me. I never
yeah,
wore a mask the entire time.
yeah,
Nobody stopped me.
Yeah, the only place I think I got guff was down here was and actually maybe like 3 years ago, or not 3 years, 3 months ago was we went to like a like a resale store.
Hmm.
That was like a bunch of donations, like a Salvation Army, and all
Yeah,
the
yeah,
people that
yeah.
were working there were old. So like, we put a mask. I better put a mask on. I'm gonna kill these old people if I ever put one
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
man.
yeah. That
If
makes
I
sense.
sneeze on them, they're gonna. This old man at the door. If I breathed on him, this poor guy would have died. Like, I just
No,
better put a mask on for this old man. But
yeah,
otherwise than that, man, I was like, sure, whatever. Like,
yeah. No, I get that. Yeah, no, it's just one of them things though. Like, yeah, nobody kicked me out though. Like
mhm,
nobody, and a lot of that fear stuff on television is just everybody else being afraid of everything. So I
yeah,
mean, it is what it is. I'm not saying it wasn't real. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm just saying like they took advantage of the situation.
a
Like the
lot of
government
fear
took advantage.
mongering. I felt like
A lot of fear mongering, a lot
yeah,
of a lot of things changed out. 6 billion or 6 billionaires were created out of
yeah,
COVID. Like
yeah,
they didn't have billions of dollars before, and now they're billionaires. Weird, you
yeah.
know. So
And then now all of a sudden it's like, you know what? All it took was somebody just Russia to go attack Ukraine, man, and COVID's over apparently.
well, I had called that out when this whole thing happened. I told my wife that from the beginning. I said this will last until there's a war. I said this is the way they're fear mongering it. This is
Mhm.
what they do. And I
Yeah, they're
said, you
like, look
look,
at this. We're gonna blame this guy for this, and this
yep,
is. And people are
the
like,
minute
what?
Yep, the minute there was a war, and that's what they're doing because they were beating those war drums for a long time, and nobody wanted it.
Mm,
They've been beating the war drums. Like, just think about it. Like, during the Trump's presidential run there, like when Hillary was on stage, Hillary was already saying like while they were running, like, if she gets elected president, she was going to go to war with Russia. Like she said that on stage.
ooh,
Like they were trying to beat these war drums for a long time. Then like when I first got out of the Navy, I got out of the Navy 2014. They were beating the war drums then, talking about how scary North Korea is going to drop a bomb, 50,000 feet in the air, and an atomic bomb blow that up, and it's going to create an EMP and just wipe out all the electricity in America. And they're trying to beat the war drums for that, and people weren't buying it. And people
mm,
weren't buying it at all. And then Trump gets in office, and then a really weird thing happened. Most people don't know about this either, but you can look it up. It's real. So years ago, I remember they were beating that war drum, and I was just like, "That's nonsense. One, that's not really how it works. And if they have the ability to drop a nuclear bomb 50,000 feet in the air to wipe out our electricity, why wouldn't they just drop the bomb in America to begin with?
mm,
Think about that. Like so. But anyway, um, so that was in the back of my mind, and I'm like, so that just means at some point in the future they're going to turn off our power and they're going to blame it on somebody else. And when they turn the power back on, a whole bunch of weird stuff's going to happen, and it's not going to be like it was. I guarantee you. And I'm not really a crazy conspiracy guy, but I could just see things like things just don't make sense. And when they don't make sense, I'm like, well, here's what I would do if I was a supervillain, and that's what I do. And then a lot of times it comes out a little true. So, but anyway, so I said this. I said, man, there's some weird stuff going on there. They keep talking about this specific one event, that how North Korea is going, and they were doing their missile launches and stuff, and they couldn't even do anything. Like
no,
it's
yeah,
laughable.
yeah,
But then
exactly.
they're magically going to have a nuclear weapon that they're going to drop over America and wipe out our electricity. But then we don't have to worry about the bomb, hurting anybody or killing anybody. It's just going to permanently destroy our electricity. And I was like,
Mm,
well, I mean, maybe that's possible, but from my understanding of that, when you fry stuff electronically like that, like some stuff you can get to work again. But the way they're talking is like your car's never going to work again, like ever, ever, ever. Like not even that you can just switch out a part. Like it's so damaged by this, it's done.
mm.
But I was like, when I've seen the
Just can't
EMP
build another
machines,
one.
huh?
Like, is it just can't build another one? Hey, man, we're
Right,
gonna
right,
build
right.
this car.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
I just think it's the lie. I think it's the
Yeah.
lie to trick people into war because they did this before. Like you could see it in movies, and the luxury that I have of watching old movies, I can see the programming, you know, after the fact.
Mhm.
So, you got somebody in the chat
Yeah,
here.
Hockey showed up. Thanks, Hockey. Thanks for stopping by
Yeah. Hey,
and hitting
welcome,
that
man.
live. We gotta have you on, but you got them crazy Aussie hours, or right? Australian? I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
I get a
Something
lot
like
of
that.
Australian guys. Yeah, same thing. They get those early hours. It's good for them.
Yeah. You gotta be like,
Um,
let us know when you're on, man, or whatever. We'll have you on too, and we'll just shoot the shit.
but like when I was in the military, and you see those EMP machines, like things that that can actually create that effect. once the machine's off, your electronics work again.
Mm.
And then, I worked on radar system, and I'm not going to say anything that I did, but I worked on a radar system, and like that radar system, like the RF frequency can stop electronics. Like a lot of people had the Casio G-Shock watches. When we'd turn on our radar, the watches would stop.
Mm.
But then once they'd go into the ship and they would, go away from it, their watches would work again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's just a thing that you see it time and time again. So then they're beating these war drums of like, it's going to be like, dystopian future type stuff. We got to go to war, blah, blah, blah. This whole crazy nonsense. And I'm like, well, to me, it just seems like our government's going to turn off the power and they're going to say it was somebody else. And then when it comes back on, we're all effed. And so, I'm watching something sometime and I'm just like, oh no, here it is. So this happened in 2014 when they were really talking about it. But then Trump signs an executive order, and the way they explain it, I still can't even see how people believe this. But this is what they said. There's so many people, and this was before the malware, the malware, spyware, whatever they used to, or the ransomware on the gas company there.
Yeah.
This was before then. So, but I think that was a soft test to see how the people would react to it. So what they did was they were saying, and Trump signed the executive order for this to approve this, that all these bad actors throughout the world are trying to attack our power grid, and they have been unsuccessful because not every power grid all across America is on the same kind of system, and most of them are still manual. So we need to upgrade the systems so everything is controlled by one computer that Department of Homeland Security has access to.
That sounds stupid.
Right. Explain it to me, and you can look it up. I'm not BSing. And Trump signed the executive order.
One basket.
Yeah, and Trump signed the executive order, and so now they've created it. So they basically made a law that all the power in the United States that's created and generated has to be on the exact same system, and then controlled through the internet. And then when that's good, then they're like, hey, this foreign entity, they shut down the gas here, and gas is going to be expensive, and they're holding up for ransom because the internet, in anybody's brain, like, why is it on the internet? Like, why is there not local control?
Yeah, it should be manual for sure.
Everything like that should be. Yeah. So that whole nonsensical thing. Let's see, Hockey says something. What does he say here?
It says our evening is his daytime, and he draws and such throughout the day. I do some day work on occasion. Cheers, all.
Oh, so, yeah, cheers, man.
Yeah,
no, it's I stream late at night too, and I know they do, but no, it's just nice to have people, because like the majority of the people that are in our groups on Twitter and other social media, they're all sleeping by now.
Yeah. Even Sean started streaming earlier. I'm like, dude, you stream while I'm at work. I don't like this. You got to stream at midnight, man. Streaming too early for me.
Well, it worked out for me, because then I get to stream, and I'm not trying to fight him for views.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's true too.
See, I work from home. Like I spend all my time here, and my work right now is YouTube. So I take care of my kid. I do that. I got housework, that normal stuff. But so like my work, I got the luxury. I can just put on a stream and just do whatever.
Yeah.
That for me is nice, but I can't get into chats all the time. So I try to make an extra effort for that, but then I find that nothing gets done.
Yeah. Usually I get to pop in, say something, hit a like, and then usually I'll bounce or whatever.
Yeah.
Or I get into something really good because I'll be doing stuff at work, and I'll have the computer there and I'll just be playing. And usually I like doing, it'll be some kind of live stream. But usually shants are pretty good because they're not like risque or crazy or cursing or anything.
No.
So I can have it on the computer, but I'll be like really into it, and I have customers come in. I'm like, shit, okay.
But you can always hit the space bar and pause it.
I can, but it's not the same, man. I want to watch it live.
It's true. It's not live. Yeah, I get that. No, I did that one time. I was watching a live stream. I don't remember what it was, but I was watching. I was really into it, and then my kid got up, so I paused it, and then I came back. And what I said, like, I have always I never really got involved in the chats until I started doing my own YouTube and like realizing how important it is because, none of like the bigger streams, like an Ethan stream or somebody who's got like hundreds of people in the chat all the time, like, whatever I have to say, unless I pay for it, unless I do a
Yeah.
super chat, like nobody's going to see what I have to say and nobody cares either. They're there to really see Ethan, but like on a smaller stream, that's awesome because you do have the interaction. It's just to me it's fun, but I didn't realize it until then. So I always used to put on the streams, put them on my PlayStation, and then just go about my day. Like
Yeah.
I just had it on in the background and I could hear it. I didn't need to sit down in front of it. But now I got to like pull up my laptop and so I put it on the screen. And then if I feel like I have to say something, I hate doing it on my phone. So
Oh
then
God, I mistyped so many times on my phone. I'm just
yeah,
like,
and then if somebody says hello, like on my phone, like when you do the at, and on the computer it pops up like you start spelling their name, it pops up and you just click and you're good. But on your phone it doesn't do that. So then you're like stuck like trying to spell the whole thing. So I'm just like,
Oh
if
God,
somebody
yeah.
says hello, I just try to run to a computer and I'm like, oh man. And so then I get stuck there and I hate it. So
Yeah, it's the same way on the iPad too. I thought the iPad would be a little bit better, but no, it's the same thing. Like on the phone, you hit at and then like past Master Dan, I'm like at PA. I'm like, oh, I'm
yeah.
not I'm not typing it out, man. I'm like, hey brother.
Yeah,
Say,
yeah,
don't
yeah,
do
yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, no, I was just like, oh, I can't do this. But yeah, so what I was doing, I remember it was like late at night. I was reading a book, and then I had the stream on, and I don't remember whose stream it was, but then I felt like I wanted to say something, so opened up the laptop, so I start typing, and then she wakes up for something, so I pause it on my TV, but not on my laptop. I didn't think to do that, so I pause it on my TV. And I was thinking also that maybe it was because I have automatically through the surround sound. So I think maybe that was up. So I turned that off. So then I go up to check on her. I get her back to sleep. I get her water. I get everything she wants me to do. I get that
Mm,
for her. So then I go back down and like, so now we're talking like maybe a good 10 minutes or so have gone by. So the laptop is live, but the TV is not when I start pressing play. So then I'm like asking questions and talking to them. And I'm thinking they're retarded because I'm asking stuff and then like it's not showing up on TV for like 10 or 15 minutes. And I'm like,
mm.
bro, I asked you that like 20 minutes ago. And they're like, no, you didn't. We answered it like right when you asked. And I'm just like, oh, because and then he's like, you need to get a new router. Because like the week before I was on his live stream and my router was like crapping out or something because like I had no problem going on the internet. I had no problem like making my videos all the time, but I jumped on his live stream and like I'm talking, and as I'm talking, it's just like roboting
Yeah.
and freezing, and then all of a sudden, like I'm gone for like 5 minutes, and then I got kicked out a couple times, like, but
Mhm.
not by him because they were like, "Where'd you go? Where'd you go?" So, like, so then I went out and bought this really expensive router and did that and hooked that up, and then so then he's like, "You need a new router, man," and I was like, "I just got a new router.
I just
Like,
got
what's
one,
wrong with you?" I'm like, "You're the one who can't, you're the one who's got a problem."
bro.
And it dawned on me afterwards, like when the stream was over and I turned the TV off, it was still going on the laptop, or vice versa. I shut the laptop down, but it was still going on the TV, and I said, "Oh,
Oh,
oh,
there it
it's
is.
my fault." Yeah.
We'll just forget that
No,
ever
yeah.
happened.
What was that?
Listen, we'll just forget that ever happened. Just
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
won't say nothing.
No, but then no, no. So no, I didn't until recently. Because like just like making these videos, right? I never ever thought in a million years that like people would come in and say hi or just want to hang out or talk to me or even listen to anything I had to say.
Mm,
So like why would anybody want me to put my 2 cents in the chat?
yeah, yeah.
And then like when I first heard about super chats, I was like, well, that's dumb. Who wants to pay to be heard? And then I realized I'm like, well, when there's hundreds of people in the chat just going,
Yeah.
nobody's got time to see what you had to say.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I get
Yeah.
it now.
Yeah. As much as I enjoy Ethan's stream, like I don't even bother trying to comment unless I want to throw like $5 on there and say something,
Yeah,
or
I
whatever.
usually
But
do. I don't. I might if it's a slower day. Like he did a draw stream today, and it was early on when he first got on. It was
yeah.
slower, but then it picked up later. Um, there was a couple people in the chat that I said hello to, and that was about it. That's mostly the thing. And then, man, there's some of these dudes that are in the chats. They're in every chat, like
Yeah.
every time I go, no matter what time.
Yeah.
And then they end up on my chat, and I'm just like, do you ever sleep?
Yeah. Hey man, like
Like,
you got a job, man?
right, yeah, yeah, because
What are you doing?
I have the luxury of working at home, so, like, I can pick up a stream or a chat, like, throughout the day, and maybe I won't be 100% focused on it, but I can pop in and say hello, but then, like, the same couple names are in, like, every chat.
Yeah, and they're always posting the links, and they
Yeah,
probably
yeah, and
got
they're
like
like, yeah,
8
they're fast on it
wrenches.
too.
Yeah, they got like
Yeah,
8
they're
wrenches
fast
at
on
8
it.
different chats and stuff. We're just like, oh
Oh,
man.
yeah. No, I wonder if they have, like, a station where they're all set up and they have, like, links clipped, and just ready to go.
Yeah, I don't know.
They must. There's something. But, I mean, they're good group of guys, real good
Oh
group of
yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Yeah, so I've been, I've really enjoyed them, and like, like I don't just talk about comic books. That's definitely the focus on Saturdays, but I talk about everything, and
Mhm.
these guys embrace me, and it's like the most fun I've ever had on like YouTube or streams or just hanging out with guys, and like when I go to hang out in some of the other chats, the other places, like not that I just feel like I'm an outsider, like I don't feel welcome. But like, even if like the dude that's doing the stream, he's like, "Hey man, hey, welcome, come on in, oh, awesome to have you there," and then the chat like doesn't say anything to me, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
"You guys are no fun." But no, I've been venturing out to other places, like separate from the. That's why I was thinking tomorrow's stream we should try to cast a wider net
Mhm.
because um I've been hanging out with some video game streams, and that was cool. Like I don't really like to watch the video game, like sit there and actually watch a video game stream. I don't mind putting them on. It's just like a draw stream. Like I'll put it on, it'll be there. So like if I catch a little bit of it while I'm doing something, it's cool. And then sometimes there's commentary, and like the cooler guys, playing video games, they just talk the whole time. But then there's
Yeah.
guys that don't say a word, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh. And then if you get in the chat, that's fun. But like to actually just sit there and watch it, I don't understand how people do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then
No,
I
did
popped
they
on this one guy's thing. It was like late at night. I had just finished my stream. I was just about to go to bed, and I just popped up. I think we followed each other on Twitter at some point, but he was streaming. He was the only one, so I just popped on real quick. He's playing an old game, and I said, "Hey man, what's up?" And he made me a mod.
Oh.
And he had like a bigger channel, like he had 2,500 subscribers. He made some money. He was actually getting paid, and then YouTube booted him. He showed his email from YouTube. They like kicked him off and
Mm,
closed out his channel because they said that he was copyright stuff. Like it was
mm.
copyright stuff, but he's just a game channel. And like what he did was he basically did like a clickbait thing. So
Oh.
he said, but he didn't do it. He really just played a game. He played Castlevania, but he
Mhm.
said the title of the video was like, um, "Let's watch the Morbius movie."
Oh.
And so that's the one that took his whole channel down.
Oh.
But they had given him warnings on because he was doing stuff like that before. But like
Oh,
he
okay.
wasn't, he was trying to play in the rules, but then kind of skirt around it, and they basically canceled him. So he complained about that the whole time. And so then he made me a mod, and then somebody else popped in and he was talking about his channel, and then they were talking about stuff. And then so then I brought up, I said, "Hey man, I love old games, I love old stuff. I won't play it on my channel, but I'll totally talk about it." So then he like clicks over like in the middle of his game, pauses his game to check out my channel real quick. And he's like, "Yo, dude, everybody subscribe to this dude's channel right now. He's awesome. He talks about stuff and it's cool." And like so then he subbed, and like two of the other dudes subbed. And then not just like an empty sub, because like two of the dudes that subbed have been watching my videos and then commenting. So
Mm,
that was cool because they're just video game dudes, and we would have never met if I just didn't click on that guy's stream.
yeah.
So that's where I am. But to sit there and watch it, I'm just like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Talking about it is fun. And like, it
yeah,
also depends what you're playing. Like, sometimes like if I on my other channel I'd be streaming like Fallout or something.
mhm,
I could talk. I can look at the chat. I can do that stuff. If I'm playing like any type of like from software Souls game or like a shoot 'em up, or you have to like zone in and focus. Like,
yeah,
no, bro. Like it's not happening, man. I'm quiet as
yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Just
No, yeah,
trying to
no,
dodge bullets, man.
no. He was playing a bunch of games, and then like no, he's having fun with it. I don't understand how he could do it because the games he was playing was like old NES games.
Mhm.
I was just like, you can't play an old NES game without pausing it and like talking the chat, and like he wasn't like typing, but he was bringing it over, so the overlay was coming over. So I don't know if it was an automatic. No, it wasn't, because there was a couple times where like either he left it up for wicked long, or took forever to pop it over. So yeah, so he was making it happen, but I was just like, how the hell could you do that? But then I also think like, how could you draw and talk at the same time? I can't do that.
Yeah, I think it's I think they have some apps or some kind of stuff for that too. Because I've seen them where they would read comments, or they would
Oh
read
yeah,
super chats while they're playing games like on Twitch and stuff. They would
yeah.
actually read. They have an automated like voice that sounds like Siri that reads the comments, and then they can
Oh, okay, yeah.
talk.
No, he
So
was
it might
reading his
be
comments, but like, yeah, but he was
like they'll
playing an
real.
old Nintendo game,
Mm,
and no, he's just a cool dude. And he made, just because I showed up and like, because he just got booted from his other channel, and I was the only one that showed up, he made me a mod, and then pretty much everyone that came on, he made them a mod, and then this girl, like when I first showed up, this girl showed up too. Her name was Tiffany, but she didn't have like an avatar, so it just said her avatar was T.
mm,
So we were joking saying she was a troll because like at 2 o'clock in the morning, how many girls are really going to be watching some dude play old NES games?
mm,
Really? And she literally said hi, and she didn't know that he made me a mod, like because I was the first one there, and then she popped in afterwards.
mm.
So then she goes, "Hi, can I be a mod?" And so then he's like, "No, troll." And then it turned out like we just had fun with it, man. It was just a
Yeah,
good. So he was a fun guy to hang out with in the stream. But then this other dude, the one dude that actually watches my videos and comments, like it's cool, but like I'm not 8 years old anymore. I'm not going to sit there and watch some dude play games
yeah.
and with no other entertainment.
Mm,
Yeah, so I can't get that, but and that's why I don't do it on my channel. Like I've talked to a bunch of people, and they want me to play games on my channel, like because the old stuff that I have, and
mm.
I'm just like, one, I'm not that great at games. I just play them because I have fun, and like I love games, but they don't love me.
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
but
I love shooters. Like I said, I love shoot 'em ups, like old
mhm.
arcade shoot 'em ups
I
and stuff.
love beat 'em
I
ups
have
too.
tons of them. But man, am I horrible at it? But man, I just love them.
The only shooter I have is Duck Hunt.
Mm,
I'm pretty good at that, but my room's not that big either.
mm,
So, so, but yeah, I haven't played real shooters in a long time, like those old Sega ones, and
mm,
them awesome blasters. No, I'd like to get something like that. I'd like to get more, but I haven't. I just like I said, I got the PS1, I got a couple of the PS2s, the Super Nintendo, and then my game collection isn't huge, man. It's just what I've been able to find, and
yeah,
and yeah, I'd like to get more, but people are aware that they're worth money now, so you don't
yeah,
find them anymore.
yeah. Now they are. The nice thing about the nice thing about some of those is that they're finding new life on the Switch, and sometimes it's like
That is true.
the cheapest way to get. Like I actually have a bunch of my shooters here, so like this Japanese one that I got here in front of
How does
me.
a shooter work on the Switch?
Well, it's like so when I'm talking about shooters, I'm talking about like something like Gradius
Oh, like
or
first person shooters?
no, like airplane shooters, like arcade shooters, like 1942,
Okay, I know what you're talking about. I know
1943,
what you're talking about now.
like
I
stuff like
got you.
that.
Okay,
So they're
I
called
thought you were
shoot 'em
talking
ups.
about with the light guns
Oh no, no, no.
because I was
So like
like,
this one's actually released on there's my camera. This one was released on the Switch maybe about
mhm,
2 years ago. This is Sengoku Blade. Um, I mean, this is actually part of a collection now that these guys did,
mhm.
and I mean this is probably about a couple hundred.
Wow.
But you can get this one and like the complete series and two other games for like $60 on the Switch
See,
now.
that's like your job. Your job, I would go broke. Like no joke. Like I love all this stuff, so I'd be like, oh, I need to bring this home, and I need to bring this home, and and I didn't have this movie, so I need to bring this home too. And
Mhm.
then they're like, hey, I know you don't sell this stuff, but I got this. I'm like, I need it.
Well, honestly, that one actually, I said before, my brother he teaches English in Japan. He lives in Japan,
Mhm.
and so he actually found that one for me, and that's probably, I
That's
mean,
cool.
before it got ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah,
I probably had that for 5 years, and
that's
when
cool.
he found it, so. Uh,
Um, what was I
But
saying?
yeah, it's like honestly, working at a store, I buy less stuff because I can just take it home. So I'll take it home, try it for. Honestly, I don't even have time to take stuff home. I'll take it home, I'll set on my shelf, and then I'll be like, oh, I'll just bring it back, put it on the shelf in the store. Like I got a copy of Metroid 2: Return to
Mhm.
Samus on Game Boy that I haven't touched. I'm like, all right, I just took it back today. I was like, I'm never gonna play this. I'm just gonna let me go sell it at the store.
Well, no, that makes sense, but, like, for me, I'm just a collector, so, like,
Yeah,
even if I don't play it, but I make an effort to every Saturday, we play retro games no matter
yeah,
what's
yeah,
going on, so
yeah. That's neat.
because we make that effort, the games get played, maybe not all of them, and, the amount of time you can pump into a Saturday, especially when you got a five-year-old that, just wants to play and it doesn't really get into the game like I would.
Hmm.
The amount of time that I'm really putting into them isn't there. So I'm just having a blast doing that. But the games still get playtime, and so we just make that effort to do the Saturday thing. So I know that I would just go nuts. I'd be like, "Oh, this is cool and this is great," and I'd have all the consoles that I don't have.
Hmm.
You know, so like I said, I never had a Saturn, but I always liked the way that the console looked. So I definitely get one
Yeah.
of those. And Genesis, definitely want to get a Genesis. But the only game I really like love for that and want to play is the Shaka, whatever the hell that
Yeah.
thing is. Yeah, that game is crazy.
I'm trying to think what else that is on. I'm trying to
I
think
think
if that's
they might have had it on Super Nintendo.
that might be on the. It is a Genesis exclusive, but I think it's on the Sega Genesis Classic. I mean, you can get it on the Switch with all they have a Genesis, just 40 games
Oh,
on
is
there.
that what? Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
you might be
it
right.
came out on everything. It came out on Switch,
Yeah,
Xbox, PS4, and there's
yeah.
like 30 games on there. You get your Streets of Rage, Chakan, like all like the Sega ones is on there, and it's actually they added online play on Streets of Rage and a lot of those
Let's
games
see.
too,
Yeah,
which is
that's
pretty
what I was
neat.
watching this guy play. I think he's still playing. Actually, he is Streets of Rage 4. Oh no, he just ended.
Oh, that's a good one. Streets of Rage 4 is that's damn good. Those guys did a great job with that. That's one that's like you living up to the hype after what the last one was probably like 20 years ago or something, or longer now. Probably like 25 years ago when Streets of Rage 3 came out, and they definitely had the right guys do it. 4 player, same time co-op, online co-op. So yeah, they did really neat with that one. You just see that Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge that they're coming out with.
No, for what? What's it on?
I think they're gonna put on everything, but it's like
Hmm.
the same. I think it's the same. Maybe the same developers, but it's a side scrolling beat 'em up turtles game. Um, and yeah, it's looking pretty awesome. They have all 4 turtles.
It
Uh,
says it's going to be on PS4, Xbox, and Switch. That's what it
cool.
says.
Yeah, they have all 4 turtles. They added April and Splinter, and they're probably gonna. I bet you they're probably gonna announce
That
Casey
looks
Jones. I
good.
bet.
Oh, I bet. Oh yeah, there's a trailer. A trailer just dropped a day ago. It says. Well, maybe
Yeah,
on this side.
they've
Maybe it
done a
did.
few of them. Now they actually showed the first 2 stages.
Okay, I would definitely get this. This is a day one purchase for me.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah,
100%. I'm watching the trailer right now. Yeah,
yeah.
that's
That
a
one looks awesome.
100%. But that what was it? The Cowabunga collection? I was gonna get it, but then I don't know now. Somebody was saying that, and I knew that somebody said that they were editing it, or there was something they changed
Hmm.
about it. It's not 100%. And so I knew about that, and then the lazy side of me still hasn't figured out why.
Yeah, I don't
Nobody
know.
did. I'll look it up now that I'm talking about it. But yeah, so that was a day one purchase for me. I was like really excited, but then I heard, but yeah, watching this, like looking at this, I'm excited. I love
Yeah.
beat 'em ups, and it's the turtles. You can't go wrong.
Hmm.
So when is this supposed to come out?
I don't know. I don't know. I think
Yep,
probably fall. I
Shredder's
think I know
Revenge.
it's probably coming out this year. I want to say.
I will be buying it. Yeah, that is a wicked cool looking game. You've seen it, right? You've seen it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it looks really fun.
I love the style that they did with it
Oh, big
and all
time.
that good
Yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
it's reminiscent of like the stuff that we grew up with, but
Hmm.
just new enough where it's like a little cartoony. But I think it's great. I think it's really good. But
Yeah, I love how
I
they do those like pseudo, like it looks like Super Nintendo, or honestly, it
yeah,
looks
so
like a lot of.
it kinda does look like what we grew up with.
Yeah, it's like they grab that Super Nintendo, that 16-bit. Honestly,
Hmm.
there's actually games on the Saturn that look that good. They just because the Saturn was a 2D powerhouse, but like they grab like we're gonna grab what the Super Nintendo looks like, and we're gonna amp it up to like 11.
Yeah,
And I love it when I do stuff like that. Even that Streets of Rage 4, man, that thing is so good.
yeah, I would. Yeah, I would definitely get. I would probably get beat 'em ups on it. I know Sega had a lot of good beat 'em ups.
They have a good one on. Capcom came out with a collection that had a lot of good ones on there. I'm trying to think which ones, but it's like Final Fight. A lot of it's the arcade ones. Final Fight. I think they had like the Cyberbots one, a couple like Knights of the Round.
Mhm.
King of Dragons, Captain Commando. Then they have like two other ones on there. One that wasn't released here. That's like a based on Chinese lore. Um, Ironically, that one came out on the Saturn too. That was reported here. But they have really neat collections that are coming out now that you can get, like even like Castlevania collection. You can get like all the handheld, like all the Game Boy Advance Castlevania collect games that are like super expensive, like stupid
Mhm.
expensive. You can just get them in a collection now.
Yeah, but can you get it physical or is it digital only?
I don't know if they did physical.
Because
I think they
I'm a
did. I
physical
think
media
Limited
guy.
Run did a physical one of it, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, I'm trying to think. A lot of them are download though. But if you want to play them, and just it's the cheapest way to play them.
Yeah, no, that's very true. But honestly, I mean, that's the thing is like I have a lot of patience, and so like and I don't have the time like I used to have. The 5-year-old. I'm trying to do the homeschool thing with her. I'm trying to my day is packed. So
Yeah.
like to actually sit down and plug in a real game, it's not as fun as it used to be. And like I've got the PS5, and I mean my PS5 story was ridiculous. Like a child, I tried to get one for the longest time, and I got one just a couple weeks after launch. Like so, I didn't have to wait long, but
Mm.
stayed up 24 hours a day, all night long, waiting for it to drop and trying to get in a card. And then, like, so many times, like, I actually had it in my Walmart cart. And then, like, I'm checking out and it says I got one and I got a confirmation email. And then it says, oh, no, we sold out. You didn't get one. And I'm just like, literally like a 12-year-old, yelling the F word at the
Mhm.
top of my lungs because I wasted all that time. But then I got one anyway. And now I hardly ever touch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have Arkham Knight for it. I have Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I was really getting into that one. But then I just kind of been really focusing on these retro games, and that's where I'm at with those.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think a lot of people, especially with the way retro stuff has blown up, I think
Mhm.
people like just having the game, put it in, turn it on, play it, shut it off, and you're
Right, and
done. You don't have to
that's exactly
update, you don't have to download, you don't have to install. You're just here,
that's
here,
the
hand the controller, let's go. Oh,
yeah.
cool.
That's the great thing about it. And then like one of the things I talk about all the time is with for my feeling with it is yeah, you touched on those points. They're great. You don't have to download, you don't have to install. You turn it on and you're already playing the game. But for me, it doesn't matter if I'm playing for 5 minutes, 20 minutes, or an hour, I'm still having the same amount of fun. But like
Mm,
if I actually fire up the PS5 and I'm down there and I want to sit down, like, to me, it feels more like an event. Like I'm like,
yeah.
I get in, I got the time to do it. I'm going to put some hours into this game and I'm going to try to grind it out and like beat it and, get through it. Where like if I pop in like Yar's Revenge on Atari, like, I'm just going to play it till I die until I get frustrated, and then I'm going to move on to something next, or I'm going to go,
Mm,
make dinner, or whatever it is, and I don't have that feeling where I'm like obligated. It just really is fun. It's really enjoyable. Where
mm,
like if I fire up any of the new systems, not even just the PS5, but the newer systems with the newer games, like I'm like getting competitive, and I have to beat it. I have to get to the next level. I have to get to the save. I have to do this, and then I end up like pumping in those hours, but then at the end of the day, it's not as enjoyable.
yeah.
That's how I feel. But I don't know if you have the same situation or not. But them older games, it's just really nice to just pop it in and enjoy your time. Like you
Yeah, I
know,
find myself getting into, I mean, besides like Elden Ring and like the Soul stuff,
Mhm.
I mean, I find myself hard to get into modern stuff. Like
Yeah,
really, and I might play something because I got Xbox Game Pass, so I might try
right.
something that's neat, and I'll try it for a bit and be like, "Cool, all right, let's try something else." Like, okay, but then I'll be like, "Oh, let me try and play this, or let me try and play. I'll play some Mario, or like little short stuff. I kind of find enjoyable too, because I feel like even like sometimes, like especially with like the shooters that I play, or like when you're playing older games, I
Mhm.
think you find yourself getting better.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, last time I played, I only got to level 3. This time I got to level
Right.
4. Like, oh, cool, I'm getting better. Cool. Okay. Next time I might get to level 5. Cool. You know, it's okay. So I think there's more of a progression in terms of like you physically playing and you getting better yourself, and that's always nice to see. Same thing. I think that's why I like the Souls series, because the more you play it, the progressive, you actually get better playing the game, just like a Nintendo game. You learn the patterns that each boss has.
Oh yeah.
You learn that stuff. You
Yeah.
die, you do it again, just like
Hmm.
just like Ninja Gaiden or like an old school Nintendo game. You die, you
And
start the level again.
that
You
was the
die,
thing.
you start over. You're there. All the bad guys are in the same area. Now you know where they're
Yep.
at. So the more you play it, the more you're quicker you're running through the game, just like
I,
a Nintendo game.
it's exactly what I was saying. I made a video on the same exact topic. Like so, like for me, like the modern games, they're pretty. You can't
Yeah,
you can't argue that fact. Like and then the each generation just gets better and better and better. Like when I was I was like watching, I was playing because I got the PS1. I popped in the Tomb Raider last Saturday. I'm playing Tomb Raider. I'm having a blast with it, but man, is
yeah,
that clunky. Like the
yeah.
controls are clunky. Like the polygons, like her boobs are literally triangles. Like everything about it, you're just like,
And that's like pre-analog too. Terminator
yeah,
1 didn't have the analogs,
no, it
right?
didn't. It
Yeah.
didn't because then
So you had to
I
use
couldn't
left or right,
remember.
right? You
Right.
had to
Yeah,
like,
just left and right. It was the original pad.
mhm.
And
If you
yeah,
wanted to aim up or down, I think you had to use like L2, R2, I think. So you can like,
but
right.
mostly it kind of auto aims too.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, just the simple.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the OG.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so like but I didn't remember, from when I had it when I was a kid. So like I thought that's the way it was, and it was playing just fine, but then somebody had because I sent out a tweet. I said, "Hey, this is what I'm playing," and somebody said, "Wait a minute, don't you have to have the analog dual shock controller for that one?" And I said, "I don't remember, but I mean, it'd probably be easier." But I was like, it kind of auto aims and does that. It said the only thing would be easier is just running around would be better instead of like really clunky. Turning around would be better. Everything about it would be a little bit better. But
Mhm.
I said it's working fine. And then I looked it up and I said no, it's like because 1 and 2 use those old joysticks there,
Yeah.
those old controllers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think thinking back on it, I think that's all I ever played. It was 1 and 2, and then it wasn't until when they put the newer one out on PlayStation 3 is when I got back into Tomb Raider.
Mm.
And then I played the one after that, and then I bought the last one, and then I never finished playing it, and I ended up trading it in.
Hmm.
So
Was that Shadow? Was Shadow the last one? Shadow of the Tomb Raider?
yeah, Shadow of the Tomb Raider was the last one, I think. Yeah, because I played a little bit, and then I just traded it all in. So I was just like, nah. So I wasn't playing; it was sitting there, and I was getting ready for that PS5. So
Yeah.
yep. So and then I got that, and then I'm just like, well, glad I got this thing. I mean, I'm sure eventually, I'll be able to get some games I really love on it. But like when I really think about it, I've had every rendition of the PlayStation, since the very first one. I've had every single one of them, and currently I do have 1, 2, and 5. So, but then I've always been a PlayStation guy since I've got that first one, and I've always loved Tomb Raider and Mortal Kombat and Assassin's Creed.
Hmm.
Those are the games that I've always played. So, and in there, I have played other games throughout. Like one of my favorite games on PlayStation 3 was LA Noir. Absolutely love that game. And then I know they re-released it on Switch, but I still haven't been able to find it. And now that I'm looking for it. It's expensive now. Even
Hmm.
though if I had picked it up new, I think they were like 30 or $40. So
Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, because it's an old game, but
it was a remaster. Yeah.
when they don't but sometimes with the Switch they'll do a run and then they won't reprint it after like that big major run. Like Xenoblade
Right.
Chronicles 2 is really hard to find right now, and it's like $50 just for the cartridge, because they
Mhm.
came out when it released, they did a run, like a print run or
Yep.
whatever, and then I guess I don't know, it didn't do too well from what I understand, even though they're doing a third one. But yeah, that one's like, oh hey, Hyrule Warriors is also another one that they did the definitive edition. That one's like $50. You're like, oh. But yeah, I think with Switch, some of the games they just don't. They'll do a run and be like, okay,
No,
we're
yeah,
done.
I get that.
We're not going to make any more. You're like, oh, okay. But then maybe they're trying to push more of the download stuff too. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know that that's the thing because that download stuff's a moneymaker, and then
It
and
is.
service based stuff like if you wanted to do the, isn't it if you want to do the like the retro games on there, play the original NES games and stuff, you had to like pay the monthly for it. You couldn't just like download a specific game you wanted.
Yeah,
So that's how it
yeah,
worked.
yeah. It's like their PlayStation Network. I mean,
Yeah, it's
a
like
family plan's like a family plan for like 7 Switches to be on your plan is like $33 for the year.
yeah, but you don't physically own the game.
Oh no,
And
you
so
don't.
you can never sell it. Your money's gone. Your
Yeah,
money's wasted. And yes, it's a way to play it, but once they shut that down, what are you going to do? You never have those games again. That money's permanently gone,
yeah, yeah.
and that's the way I look at it.
hmm I mean,
So
it's neat to be able to play when you can rewind, you
I
can
totally get it.
save, you
Yeah,
can
no,
do all that stuff.
that
So
part's
it's neat.
cool.
Yeah, it's neat.
And like I've said, like playing Turtles Arcade on my system, like I think there's something wrong with my game because it doesn't work. It's a pain in the butt. I've cleaned it a bunch of times, and so that's one of the things I was looking at getting the Cowabunga edition, which
Mm.
I can't find anywhere on this. Like looking how they edited it. However, there is one YouTube video where a guy like pulls up a whole bunch of stuff saying it, and then there's this one thing here on Reddit.
I might have got all the Pizza Hut stuff out of it.
Probably,
They just
probably
didn't
that
want to
thing.
pay
So then, if
Pizza Hut.
that's the case, that wouldn't bother me so
Yeah,
much if that's what it was. But like, I just hate when things aren't the same. That's why I get the retro stuff. That's why I find the old cartridges and
yeah.
the old things because I'm just against that changing of it. But that one wouldn't bother me so much, and it's
Mm,
probably something I would have never even noticed. Because till
yeah.
you said it, I think I forgot all about it. Because when I said we played this, I don't get to get very far before the game just kind of malfunctions.
hmm Hmm.
But we can play Jaws. We can play that all day
We could
long,
play
and
Jaws.
that one never malfunctions.
And what is it? Is it just stop? Is that what it does? It just stops, or how does it mess up? It's just get up.
So it's the same normal like old Nintendo game where you put it in
Yeah.
and it doesn't work. And then it's a black screen, and then it's maybe a gray blinking screen, and then maybe it's a blue screen, and then eventually you can get it to work. And
Mhm.
then in the first time of getting it to work, it will be all jagged, digitized like
Yeah.
the image, the whole thing. But then you can't see anything. And so
Mm,
like after cleaning it and being taking very careful of it and being very gentle and then putting it in, eventually it'll work. However, like the usually on the like one side, so that's why I kind of think it's like one of the pins, like one of the pieces of metal might be damaged or something
mhm.
because it ends up seeming like one side of the screen is like fully like digital, like where it's like all jagged and digital, like
Yeah.
big, probably about that big on the screen. So you can still play it, but that gets in the way. It's kind of crappy.
Yeah.
But then usually by the time I get to Rocksteady, I end up dying because um,
Can't see.
the thing's in the way. You can't really see what you're
Yeah.
doing, and it
Yeah.
kicks you across the room. And so, like even when I was a kid, and I used to put the quarters in the machine, I could only ever get right past him in that first like section, and then I
Mhm.
would die anyway. So like even when I was a kid, I wasn't good at this game, but now being older, I'm sure I could get better at it, and it just hasn't worked out. Every Saturday we've tried to play it, so
Hmm.
I was looking forward to getting it in the Cowabunga collection, but if it's like something ridiculous, I think out of principle I won't get it. But I was thinking about getting it,
I
and
mean,
I
do they
think
give you
my
the Nintendo and the arcade on there
um
on the Cowabunga collection? Because I think they gave you Manhattan Project on there too.
they're giving you 13 games,
Oh
and I don't
damn, yeah. So you
remember.
got to get the Nintendo and the arcade versions.
So I can pull it up right now
I
because
mean, that'd
I
be
know I
pretty
did a
rad.
video on it, and I don't remember all the stuff, but there was like a couple versions of everything. So like there was like the Sega version, the SNES version, and then there was like the Game Boy version, and then those had those. But
Oh
so like
yeah,
a lot of the versions they had each one for each system.
that's awesome.
So
That's
there's
pretty. That's
13
pretty cool.
total.
That's pretty cool.
Um,
Yeah, I would say maybe take a flashlight, look at your pins that you could see on the cartridge, and see if any
mhm.
of them are kind of messed up. Another trick too is that if the alcohol, cleaning with the Q-tip and the alcohol doesn't work, um, you'll probably need a game bit It's a special little bit that you use to open up
Open it
the
up, yeah.
Nintendo stuff. You can get them on Amazon,
Mhm.
and Brasso the pins.
Oh, okay. I
A
didn't
little
think
bit of
about that, but
Yeah,
yeah.
a little bit of Brasso on the pin. Just put just a little bit. I put a little bit
Mhm.
on a Q-tip, put it on the pins, flip it over, put it on the pins, and then usually by then I'll flip it over to the other side that I first put it on and just buff it out with a paper towel.
Mhm.
Do both sides, and then I'll clean it with alcohol to get rid of any residue, and then try it then because I've fixed games. Sometimes you just need a a step up on the cleaning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wasn't getting rid of it.
Yeah,
I just was like, well, this is a better version of it, so maybe I'll get this. So that was just
yeah.
my thing. But at the same time, it's kind of not because the old games are all in the 4:3 for the old TVs. So
Mm,
this has that big border around.
mm.
And so I was just like, I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm definitely keeping it. And I'll
Yeah,
definitely
try that.
try to take that out
I've
and figure
I've
that out.
I've plenty of games I've fixed with Brasso. And
Yeah.
sometimes they tell you don't do it because of blah. I was like, listen, you're not going to slather the thing on like butter. I mean, if you use, I'm sure you've used Brasso before for,
Yeah.
you know, you just need a little bit goes
Yeah.
a long way,
No, it
man.
makes
You don't
sense.
need
Yeah,
a
a little
lot.
bit goes a
So
long way.
yeah, so I'm sure people that don't know what it is, they're probably like putting it on there, leaving it on there for half an
Or they
hour, and then
or they put the whole cartridge in it, you know? It's like, "I did what you said, I put it
yeah.
in there, I gave it a bath."
Mhm.
Yeah, let's see real quick.
Let me go check I think my daughter's up. I'll be right back, bud.
Oh, no problem, man.
Mm,
Let's see Ninja Turtle Arcade comes with alright, so, what this has here for the Cowabunga collection is going to be on PS5, PS4, Steam, Nintendo Switch, Xbox Series X and S, and Xbox One. So you're going to have a lot of options to play this. You got the 13 games, and you have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Arcade. You have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Turtles in Time Arcade. You have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles NES. You have TMNT 2, the arcade NES. You have TMNT 3, the Manhattan Project NES. You have TMNT Tournament Fighters NES. You have TMNT 4, Turtles in Time Super Nintendo. You have TMNT Tournament Fighters Super Nintendo. You have Hyperstone Heist Sega, Tournament Fighters Sega, Fall of the Foot Clan for Game Boy, and TMNT 2 Back from the Sewers Game Boy, TMNT 3 Radical Rescue Game Boy. So those are the games that are going to be on this collected edition, and the physical copy is Kevin Eastman actually designed the box, and there's a cloth poster. So if you want to get the special limited edition here. So Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection limited edition collector set featuring exclusive Kevin Eastman artwork is now available for pre-order. And that's going to include a cloth poster, Kevin Eastman's adaptation of TMNT Turtles in Time, 16 by 24 inch, a multi-layer acrylic diorama of Leonardo, Donatello, Raphael, Michelangelo, and it's 4.5 by 5 inches. An enamel pin set of the 5 classic designs, the Technodrome, Turtle Blimp, Party Wagon, Shredder, and Krang, and those are the pins. And then you're going to have 12 translucent comic style character trading cards based on TMNT tournament fighters with rarely seen appearance from Wingnut, Armageddon, Chrome Dome, War, Aska, Kara, and more. 3 inches by 5 inches. Full color art book with 180 pages featuring a chapter dedicated to each of the 13 games in compilation.
that,
Oh,
that sounded
brother, you,
awesome.
you missed it all.
Did I?
You did. So I've said a million times I'm a collector of things.
Hmm.
However, when it comes to games, I almost never get the special edition. I used to when I go to GameStop and pick them up, they would go, "Do you want the special edition?" And I'm like, "Yes, yes, I do." And I'd pay the extra money, and I'm like, "Well, this is just a dumb download that didn't really care. I don't care. It's
Mm,
dumb." And so it didn't affect my gameplay, and so I stopped doing that. But this, I'm probably going to get it unless it's like crazy money, because Kevin Eastman actually designed the box for the special edition.
Oh,
There's a poster that Kevin Eastman did.
and
So I'm
is
here.
this the Shredder's Revenge or is it
Here,
the other
hold
one?
on, hold on. No, this is the Cowabunga collection. I'll send
Okay.
you the link, and because I just read it to your audience here. I'll send you the link and in the private chat, and then you can pull it up, and then you can go through it. Let's see. Oh, are we in private chat? Yeah, we are. Here we go. Paste. So I just sent you the link. And that right there, so it has all that cool stuff, and then it has all the games. And I already told your audience all the games, so they already know before you do.
Oh, oh. Oh, that looks neat. Let me pull this up real quick.
Let's see.
Oh, I gotta stop sharing that.
Yeah.
Not like you can
So,
only
and
share
I'm
one
gonna
screen at
go
a time. That kind of stinks.
see how this goes. Yeah, but you can still leave it down below. Like you can stop sharing, but then you could. I don't know. Well, maybe I don't know. I pay for the StreamYard for mine, so maybe I
Oh,
got that.
maybe. Yeah,
Like
maybe.
when
I'm
I
ghetto.
when I share a stream, it puts them in the bottom. You know how like you look at the bottom and you see me down there,
Mhm.
like right next there, it'll be there, and it'll line them all up, and I could just put one in at a time and then take it away. But yeah, so there it is. Yep. Yeah,
Let's
and
make
next
that
time you don't
green.
have to do that. You can do when you share screen, you can do share window, and it'll just do that image there. It won't do your whole thing.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, available for pre-order. Oh, snap.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see
Where
what
am
that
I
is
at?
right
Oh,
now.
Konami. Okay.
Best
Oh,
Buy
that's neat. Physical copy. Okay.
Cowabunga.
Growing
Yeah, look
up,
at all the stuff you're getting with that special edition though.
I had the a poster of the box art from the original Nintendo game where they're all wearing the red bandanas.
Mm-hmm.
I had a big poster of that even before the game came out, and I was like, "Why are they all wearing
Really?
red?"
Well, yeah, see, I didn't know that either. So I don't know if it's not available yet or the pre-orders are sold out, but it was $150 and it says
Dang.
coming soon on Best Buy. Let's see if I can find it somewhere else.
Enamel
But it only
painting.
shows the one option. Oh no, I got all options. Yeah, so all options are here. Yeah, so that is something I would pay the extra money for. It's 150 bucks though, but because of what it is and because I love turtles, I probably would definitely get it. Even though I
I,
still want to get the original games.
I
But
mean,
yeah, those
it's
original
worth it.
games.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
worth
I
it
think
just
so.
getting Turtles in Time. Turtles and
Well,
Turtles in Time.
well, that and you get the Kevin Eastman art. You get the
Hmm.
poster. You get all those extra little stupid things that are dumb. You get the trading cards, which I'm not a trading card guy, but like it's all attached to Turtles, and Kevin Eastman did it. So I'm like, yep,
Yeah,
I'm good.
that's awesome.
Yeah, let me go. I want to show you this. So I got this. I got this. This is my favorite thing ever. So I'm going to assume. Let's see. I'll be right back. I'm going to assume that you know what I'm talking about here. Okay. So
Hmm.
I have this.
Let's go ahead. Oh, bring that up. Oh,
So,
nice.
and I have volume 1, 2, and 6. So I don't have all the volumes, but this book I didn't read when I was a kid. I didn't know this. So my introduction to Ninja Turtles comic was it was crappy. It was my birthday, and I had my tonsils taken out on my birthday.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, not kidding. And but then like afterwards, somebody came to visit me, and they gave me a comic book, and it was a Ninja Turtle one, and I found it, and I put it on Twitter and showed everybody it was my first comic, and like asked everybody what theirs was, but it was a storyline. It was from the adventures. It wasn't like from this. It wasn't the original stories. Like it was like that offbeat. You know, it's turtles, but it's really not turtles.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
That's
it,
what I collected. I
yeah,
collected the
yeah, yeah,
Archie ones.
yeah. I had
Yeah,
that.
I got
So
about 30 of them.
and but that's what that was my because I love turtles. I loved the cartoon. I loved everything, and I
Mm.
loved that movie. That movie was the coolest when I was a kid, and so I absolutely loved it. So when I read this, have you read it?
No.
Well, you see, they all have the red bandanas.
Yes.
Yeah, right. So this is the actual original black and whites that they did. So this is the very
Nice.
first, like Kevin Eastman, Peter Laird. So this artwork is great, like, and it was black and white.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
this is great. But this entire first book, I read it, and I enjoy the. I've always enjoyed the movie.
Mm,
Always, I enjoy the movie 100 times more because it's almost a perfect adaptation from this book,
nice.
like scene for scene, like as best as they could do. Because obviously, some stuff is a comic book, and then to try to make that reality, it's not as easy. But like the whole scene where Raphael and Casey Jones meet,
Mm,
it's pretty much the same. It pretty much plays out the same way. Like all of it. There's a few little things that were just a little different, and like in this, Shredder dies, but like he comes back. Don't worry, he comes back. But like, it's different. It's different,
mm.
Like it's something about this was just awesome. And then like right away, um, let's see.
Yeah, because
I grabbed
I
six.
was
Oh
looking
yeah,
at
this is
that.
volume one. Huh?
It was a version of that. I don't know if it was that exact one, but it was like Turtles and whatever. And it was one volume, but it was like a hardcover like that when I was at the bookstore.
And
But I ended
then
up getting Mouse instead, like both volumes of Mouse, because I don't know. Like I heard they were like pulling it from the library, so I
oh,
got
I'm sure they would.
Mouse. And so I got Mouse instead, both volumes 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So I had the complete story because I didn't know how much that would be available.
If you can pick this up, go ahead. They're hard to find. So, and I haven't really been looking at it again, but I still need the other volumes. But like, look, this was the original Baxter Stockman.
Yeah,
He was a black dude.
yeah,
Most people don't know that.
yeah. That was the one thing that the Michael Bay movie got right.
It's like the only thing he got right.
Yeah, only thing right.
Well, the original trailer, he got Krang's bodysuit. He got that right in the original trailer, and then
Mm,
they changed it for the movie
yeah,
because like the head was all funky and messed up, and I didn't like that. I don't like that. I have it, and it's Turtles, so I have it, but
yeah.
it's not the
I
same.
liked the animated movie that they did, the TMNT.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
I
that
like
one
that
was
too.
very
I've got
good.
that.
Nobody talks about it.
No, no, that one it wasn't bad. It was the one where uh the guy was like an immortal or something, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. No,
yeah,
yeah, I've got that. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I've got that one. Yeah, I like that
yeah.
one.
That was a pretty
But
neat
no,
one.
this book, if you can pick this book up, if you can read it digitally, however you do books, I recommend it if you're a turtle fan.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
no, that's what I buy. I buy books like that. I don't
in
buy
this
floppies.
in this book, you have the neutrinos.
Oh,
The flying cars are in this book. And when I first saw that episode when I was a kid, that was my favorite episode. Like they're some of my favorite side characters.
mm,
Yeah. Other than Usagi Jimbo, but
yeah,
I never knew at the time that he was his own thing somewhere else. I just thought he was just part of the story, part of the turtle story. So I actually have book 7, and because I can't find the rest, and those are very expensive, so I'm probably going to just turn around and sell book 7.
mm.
But because have you ever seen those books?
I think I've seen. I'm trying to think if I've seen a collection of them, like as a volume.
I'll bring it
I
up
think.
tomorrow because I got that one downstairs, but
Mm,
because it's more the size of a book,
mm,
and the art is beautiful. The art's amazing, but instead of like having um panels, like so you have like it's split up in your panels, like the entire page is one panel, like so it's literally just reading a book,
mm.
and it's just cool. It's just a cool different thing. But I only have book 7, so I can't even just read it. I have to read book 1, and I got it because I always liked his character in the cartoon.
Yeah, his
When he
character was
showed
always
up,
neat.
yeah, and then in the I always thought it was a reference in the movie when he's like ninja kick the damn rabbit. He's talking about that, and that when they're watching the cartoon, and it's
Hmm.
like there's the cartoon on TV, and there's the what you gotta go.
Oh no, I'm trying to figure out how to get out of this freaking full screen. Like sometimes on
Oh,
this
you're
one it's
like
weird.
the way it looked on my end, it looked like you were panicking. So
Oh
like I
no,
thought
I'm
you had to
like
go. I
I'm
was
like,
just like,
where's the
oh, bro.
button? Like
Yep.
the button's missing. I don't know what the heck's going on.
No, so like yeah, I was like that, and then so this book for me was just great. I absolutely loved it. I recommend it. You had the TCRI thing, where in the movie it was different,
Mm,
and then the cartoons it was also different, but because it was TCRI and TGRI,
yeah,
but TCRI was in the book. Um, everything in here was just cool. And then the foot soldiers weren't robots like we had in the cartoon.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, it was a way to get around all the because then you can actually use your weapons on them.
right.
Because I remember, what was I watching? I think I went on vacation, and the place that we went, my buddy has a little house in the mountains that we'll go and hang out at and stuff. And
Mhm,
he has movies because he's my partner with the store. So we'll say,
mhm.
oh, let's take some of these movies up, and so we have a library of DVDs, and the
Yeah.
Turtles is up there. So I watched I couldn't sleep, so I watched the first Turtles. I'm like, man, that was good. Like it was like as good as I remember. And growing up, 2 was always my favorite. So I'm like, all right, let's watch Secret to the of the Ooze. And I'm watching 2, and I'm like, I can't handle this, man. Like it is so cringe. Like I cannot, like, especially after
Well, it's because
watching
they didn't
1.
want him to use the weapons.
Oh, it's like a live. They made it a live action cartoon. It's like a
Yeah,
live
that's
action
what they
cartoon,
did.
like all the jokes and stuff. And I
Yep.
can see what they were doing, but I was like, dude, I don't know how my dad sat through this shit. Like, I don't know.
See, I
That poor
I
man.
liked it. Yeah, I saw. See, I saw that one in theaters.
Hmm.
I didn't get to go to the theater a lot when I was a kid, and so like the few movies I remember seeing in theaters, I remember them. So like when I was a kid, so these are the only movies I ever saw until I was a teenager and I was making my own money and I spend my own money to go see a movie. So I
Hmm.
saw Fievel, the American Tail movie when I was a little kid. Somebody took me to that on my birthday. Then I saw Batman '89. I saw Secret of the Ooze, and I saw Rumble in the Bronx. Those are the only movies I ever saw as a kid.
Uh-huh.
And then any movie after that is I spent my own money on it.
Yeah, that sounds about right, honestly, man. I mean, I
Yeah.
think my first movie that I went to was Aristocrat or Aristocats.
Yeah.
Man, I think my aunt took me to see like Rainbow Bright, but then I caught the end of like Transformers,
Oh, that's cool.
and I was like, oh, like walking by, I was like, oh, it's Transformers.
I just picked that up on 4K. I just picked that up because my daughter she loves everything that I loved as a kid.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
soundtrack is awesome.
yeah. No, I'm excited. And to truth be told, I've never seen it.
Oh, it's a
I've
good one.
never seen like I grew up watching Transformers, but
Mhm.
somehow that movie eluded me. I never saw it. It was one of the things my mom would have never took me to the theater for it. And at that time, we went to a mom and pop video rental store, and I
Mhm.
don't remember them having like too many cartoons like that. They had like your more popular cartoon movies, but then the one they had, and it was because it was ironic, was the name of the store was called The Last Unicorn, so they had the Last Unicorn movie. So we rented that, and I don't like it. People like it, but I don't like it.
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
It's weird. Like the art is amazing, but it's also like it's kind of scary.
Oh,
Like when you're a kid, when you're a little kid and you're watching it, but like, yeah, it's like basically they're trying to kill the unicorns and they're like driving the unicorns in the ocean. And like when they
damn.
go to save them, like the unicorns come out of the ocean. I don't remember too much of it. I just remember being like, it was kind of creepy and I didn't like it.
I feel
But
like that's kind of was there. I think there was a phase there where they tried to make kids movies kind of creepy. I think. And
oh,
like
I'm
I
sure they
remember
did.
like Neverending Story with the horse dying.
Oh
You're just
man,
like,
no.
dude,
That's one
who
of
would
my
do that
favorite
today?
movies. Have you watched it as an adult?
I have not.
Okay. Watch it as an adult. Turn your child brain off. That's one of the ones I'll never usually tell you this, but watch this as an adult. Turn your child brain off, and the message that there is in there is so amazing and true. Like if you understand how like pornography is an actual weapon, like if
Mhm.
you understand that, and like when the whole Jerusalem Palestine thing happened, when they took over and they were given Israel, they started pumping in over the airwaves porn. So like all the Palestinians can now get porn on television because Israel pumps it out for free. It's a
Wow.
weapon. Porn is a weapon.
Mm.
And what it does is it tricks your mind. And so it like makes people lazy. Like it's crazy how that is. But so when you watch the never ending story, like there's that scene in there. So you remember that scene where he's going through and there's the statues of the the griffins or sphinx or whatever they are, and their boobs are hanging out,
Mm.
and he doesn't look, and he keeps going straight, but the knight before him looks, and then he dies.
Ah.
And then the whole message that because it's the nothing, and basically, everyone was afraid of the nothing. Ha 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 ha. There's nothing to be afraid of. And if you're, I don't know if you're religious at all, but like the Bible says to not be afraid 365 times. That's an interesting thing as well.
Mm.
So, but like, they're all afraid of the nothing. And then the whole, when you really, really look at it, it's, people's fears of being afraid of nothing is what stops them from going forward. Just think of like the amount of people that actually have talent that are too afraid to press record.
Mm.
And come on, and do a live stream or something. Like they're too afraid to press record, and it just stops them, in their own track. So there's that message. But then the entire thing at the very end, the wolf, everything that he says, like you can connect that to like how the government works and how things work in today's society. And that, to be, I don't know, watching it as an adult, I got so much more out of it, even though I enjoyed it as a kid.
Wow. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
gonna have to watch that again.
Watch it again, and I'm just telling you, like 100%, like just pay attention like a grown man. And I'm telling you, that whole porn weapon thing, that's real. So like that whole scene is very powerful. That the guy goes to look at the boobs and he dies, and the kid
Damn.
doesn't look, and he goes straight through it. This is all these like hidden things, and that's how like some of the greatest storytellers have done things forever.
Mm.
It's there, but you don't know it's there. And that's why like I love all this old stuff.
Yeah, because they don't now. They're just like, look at this message. Like they
Yeah,
beat
yeah.
you over the head with
They're
it, but when you
smashing you in the
find
head
it,
with it.
yeah, you're like, oh
Smashing you in the head with
man,
it.
that's good.
Yeah.
Every time you watch it, you find something new. You're like, oh
Yep.
okay, like
No.
great. But now they're
I'm
like, oh, here's the message. It's like the whole movie's the message. Everything else
right.
is secondary. You're like, ugh.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm telling you. The Never Ending Story 2 sucks. The Never Ending Story 2, I have it, but it wasn't my favorite at the time. It's still not my favorite. But that first one, amazing.
Yeah, it was a little weird. I remember seeing that one in the theater, and I was like,
What, the
okay,
second one?
yeah.
The third one's horrible.
I didn't even know they did a third one.
Yeah, Jack Black's in it. He's
Oh
the
god.
bully.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like one of his early films. He's definitely younger. He plays a high school bully, and then the kid starts reading the book, and then he gets sucked into, Fantasia, and all the, just like Ninja Turtles, with each new edition, the special effects, the money that's for the costumes, everything is just crappier and crappier and crappier. So
I don't understand why.
you look at the Luck Dragon in the first one, and then you look at the Luck Dragon in the third one, and it is crazy. It's like, here, I'll show you here. Oh,
Must have
here,
been
before I show you that, here, I want to show you. What did you say?
as it must have been straight to video or something, because I don't
I
even
don't know if
remember
it
them
was
doing
or
the
not,
third
but
one.
I remember being like really, really crappy. But anyway, so check this out. So this is the very first comic, the very, very first one. It ends at the end of the movie. It's basically the same scene, but except
Okay.
except Splinter doesn't do it, the turtles do.
Mm.
But in the end of that book, he's dead. Like he fell off the building and he flat on the ground, like dead. He comes back though. But then the second book is Baxter Stockman and the Mousers.
Oh, okay.
And it goes right into that. And then you got the neutrinos, and like, this is a great book. This was fun. I really enjoyed it, and I appreciated it so much more. Like I loved, because like my first introduction was that cartoon. Like the hands down, like that was my first introduction, because I had it. When did you have Ninja Turtles? So some people had it Saturday mornings, and some people had it after school. I had mine after school.
I think it might have been after school.
Okay.
My first introduction though was the toy.
Really?
Like I remember seeing the Donatello toy. Like my first ninja, I bought I seen Donatello and I was like, I picked him. I was like, oh, I gotta have this toy. And I
Yeah.
had the toy even before I saw the cartoon. So
Oh,
I had the
wow.
Donatello toy first, and I
Okay.
with the four, but then they showed you the four on the back, and
Okay.
it just was the four turtles. That's all it showed. Like there was
Yeah.
nothing else on that, and then maybe Shredder, or maybe the four turtles and Splinter or something, or maybe it was the four turtles, Splinter, and Shredder, but they didn't show maybe April, but you know
Well,
what I mean. But
on
I
the back
bought
of the
the toy.
package?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'll show you. I got them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. This is the toy.
Yeah.
So it's the same package we had when we were kids. And this was the back of it.
Yeah.
So you have that. And then you
Give
had
you the story.
and just like how all the artwork was just really cool. And then you had the actual picture of the turtles. And then this gives you the Donatello's bio and all that information. So it's just really cool. That's why I love these.
Awesome
And
packaging.
I was glad I didn't, so I still need to get Michelangelo, but I bought these. So I got a full set with my turtle van, the party wagon there. And I ended up getting the 3 turtles. So I'm missing Michelangelo. And these I planned on just because the art, I just love these old packages. I'm going to keep them, even though this was the reissue and it just came out last year or whatever. So it's probably not a collector's item, nothing crazy, but I'm going to keep it.
Yeah, I had one because I think they came out with them before another like a re-release. Because I have Raphael, but it looks like it's like that. But I'm talking, I bought this like probably 10 years ago.
Yeah, they did like some kind of issue back then, but then
Yeah.
this was just a reissue they did recently. And I had just made a video talking about the toys that we had growing up and like the turtle van and like so out of all the toys that I ever had, most of my toys were used hand-me-downs. They were like leftovers that the boys were growing up and I got those toys. And that was just a better option than the parents throwing them away. So all my toys were always used. The only 2 toys I ever got brand new was 2 turtles. And it was Donatello and it was Michelangelo. And I think that was because my mom was all weird about the weapons and stuff. And so they were the least scary, dangerous weapons.
Yeah, the blunt weapons
The
where
blunt
you beat
weapons,
them to death.
Yeah, you could beat them to death. Yeah, it was the same thing. But so those are the only 2 things I got brand new. And I had always wanted the turtle van and the Technodrome. Like, and I just made that video talking about how cool the toys were, how much I loved them, and that if I could have those toys again, I would. And then, my daughter was into He-Man Skeletor, and she had those toys from last year when I picked them up, and I saw those in the store. And I thought that was really cool that the most popular toys in the toy aisle right now are the toys that we grew up with. And then, my wife's on deployment again. She wanted to play action figures. And so we went to the store, we got them. And then I saw this and I said, no way. And I was like, well, I got to have that. And so I put them in the cart. And then I had just looked up and it was just on the overstock shelf and it was the turtle van, the thing I wanted from the time I was a kid. And I literally just made a video of it. So I just said mine, I put it in the cart and then I tweeted it out. I told everybody and they said, oh, they reissued it. And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Like I looked it up and I realized I just thought it just was on the shelf. Like they were just making the old toys again. It wasn't just, I lucked out. It was just something that was readily available. But no, I lucked out. It's sold out everywhere. You can't find it. And you can find it on eBay for crazy money. But to walk into a store and walk out with it, it's something that they put out last year because then the other day I went and they only had Donatello's left and they put these on clearance for like $5. So it had been on the shelf for a long time. Yeah. So I don't know. And I knew that they did those ones that you talked about. Huh?
I'm going to have to go to the store so I can find a set.
That's what I said. Go see them and see if they got them. Like if your Walmart's not that busy, you might be able to find some.
Yeah, I have to go check it out.
Because I got 2 Walmarts. I got the one by me real close, and then that's where I found it because it's a huge Walmart, but it's not that busy. And then there's a Walmart over by my post office, and that one's crazy busy, but it's like wicked small. And these toys nowhere to be found. The He-Man toys never have them. Like that place is always picked over. But the Walmart right by me, I got all the He-Man toys. I got these toys, and everyone's having a hard time finding them. So. Yeah, check your Walmarts, especially if it's not busy.
Cool.
Yeah, cool. Target's got them. I don't think Target had the turtles. I think these were Walmart onlys though. And then I do know that if you don't mind ordering stuff, that Walmart had these on their website.
Okay.
I like to get them. I like to get them in the store, but they had them on their website, and I think brand new they were like $13. So these weren't expensive. The He-Man ones were a little bit more pricey, but
I'd put them on my wall.
Yeah, that's what I did. I got them hanging them. I got them hanging them up there.
Yeah, cool.
Yep. Yeah, I just put a nail up and just hung them up, and And I want to get Michelangelo now, but that one's gone. So if I find it, I find it. If I don't, I don't. But I'll never pay crazy prices for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just have the fun though is finding it.
it really is. I
You
know
know, like if you didn't
it's like
look
a
up and be
hunt.
like, oh, I mean, you could have ordered it, but you know
Yeah.
what I mean. Like you could have ordered the turtle van, but finding it is just awesome.
Uh, yeah, yeah. Well, actually, no. That's the thing. Yeah, I could order it on eBay.
Yeah,
But
that's what
like
I'm
to
saying.
find it
But
at the good price? No,
yeah,
not ordering that at the good price. No, and so yeah, no, I'm telling you, I walked out and I tell everybody, my wife is like, when she finds out, she's gonna go, "Why'd you buy toys?" And I was like a little kid, I was smiling from ear to ear,
mm,
going to the counter, getting the turtle band that I wanted, 30 years ago. So yeah, it really is. It really is the most fun is just finding it, like the hunt. There's something about it, and like so much of my collection I don't have because I don't find it. Like I love Zelda, but I will not go out and you know get it on. I will not order it online.
mm,
I want to be able to walk into a store and find it, and we don't have a lot of uh, game stores around us, but we do have one, and they were like when we first lived down here, they were smaller and they didn't have all the stuff. They had a lot of retro toys and stuff just on the walls, and they didn't sell it. It was just for the display. Because I remember I was mad. They had they had an AT-AT from the 70s,
oh wow,
and it was the toy and it was on the wall. They had this like the way they made the pegs so they could make a shelf, and they had it just sitting on the wall. And I was just like, how much is that? And they're like, it's not for sale. And I was just like, why is it not for sale? You are a store. Like that was my attitude. And then somebody bought it eventually because I've gone into the store now. They've gotten bigger, they expanded, they carry so much cooler stuff than they ever did. Like they actually have statues, they have sideshow collectible stuff, and then they take stuff. So if I actually wanted to sell my statues, I don't think I'll get a good price for it, but I could take it in, trade it in. They take that type of stuff. So they sell statues, they sell all kinds of stuff now. I know they had all the remember Ultraman?
yeah.
Yeah, so they had that. I remember when I was a kid, like that used to be on like Saturday or Sundays on like one of the weird channels. Like it wasn't the main channel. I was just like, this is cool.
Yeah, I don't even know if I've ever seen Ultraman on TV. I think we had Spectre Man.
See, oh maybe it was a Spectre Man.
And my Spectre Man was gold. I mean, Ultraman
What's the
Silver and
difference?
Red. Spectre Man, I don't know, but Spectre
Okay,
Man's like gold. I mean,
okay,
he
no,
grows
no,
and
no.
he grows
I only
and
remember Ultraman.
yeah, he grows and fights. Fights. It's the same thing. He just grows, but I guess he was like an offshoot of Ultraman or something.
Okay,
I
well
don't know the
maybe that.
lore
Well,
behind it,
then
but
maybe that's what I saw too, and I just always thought it was Ultraman.
could be Ultraman. Like, I mean, a
I
lot of
just
people
remember
watched
seeing. I
Ultraman.
mean, well, the thing is, I didn't even know what it was until like later on seeing. I was like, that's the show I watched when I was a kid. Like that's what I remember, and I was just like,
Yeah.
that's cool. But yeah, they had like a whole bunch of that stuff. They had like anything you could think of. They had some cool stuff, some real expensive things, tons of movies, tons of Blu-ray movies, tons of DVDs, and then the retro games, and then. But like the prices are just getting ridiculous. I'm glad I got the stuff I got when I got it because
Mm.
to just try to go into the store and buy some of it now, no. But I would go to that store, and if they had Zelda, I'd walk out with it, and I'd probably pay a little bit extra for it because I like it. But to try to get it online, nah.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was that big thing too that I was actually so what was it when I was mentioning to you the last time that we spoke about the whole like grading thing with all the boxes, like all the
Mhm.
box games that are being
Yeah.
graded. Well, because that Wada is being sued, they are releasing. That's one thing they never released was their population reports either. So they
Mhm.
never told you how many how many box Zeldas that they graded, how many
Oh.
box Marios that they graded, how many of this or
Oh,
that.
so you think it's rare when there might be a ton of them?
Well, they
Yeah.
end up releasing the population report, and they did about like over 100 box Zeldas that they graded. They did
Mhm.
like 130, like that Mario was that Mario 64 that sold for a ridiculous amount. They did like like 80,
Wow.
like 80 to 100 sealed
Wow.
Mario 64s. So now
That's
they're
crazy.
releasing that. Now they're releasing those data. So I bet you whoever like bought those feels like a a dummy, because they paid so much for this sealed game, and they're like, oh well, we
Well,
did
some of
80
those
of
people,
those.
you're right, but some of those people if they got that kind of money to piss away on a game, then they probably don't care anyway. At
Yeah.
that point, you think it's more status than anything. And like some of those prices, like wasn't one of those games like go for like $1 million or something
Yeah, one of
crazy
the
like that?
yeah, one of the boxed Marios, Super Marios did. Um, but like I said, that was kind of weird the way they were doing that. That
Well, unless it was like a real scam, like those types of things that would be um the person that's got that kind of money that goes, I'm going to spend $1 million on a Mario game, probably doesn't care about it anyway. It was more of the status thing, and then also a way to hedge against inflation.
yeah,
Because if it's worth that much now, they can turn around and sell it at any point, but your cash is going to devalue.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that's the only thing I would think of.
yeah. That they're even saying maybe I think there may be some rumors, maybe some type of money laundering too,
Oh,
or
I'm sure
something.
that's
Maybe,
how
but
art is. I mean, look at
yeah,
what was that? Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden made that art and sold for a ton of money, and you're just like, are you kidding me? It looks like it looks like jailhouse art. You retard. Like that is money laundering. Like how do you? And it was on the news and stuff. How does
yeah,
nobody see that that's not money laundering? Like, hey, I made this picture, and give me a lot of money. Go to hell. I'll make a
yeah.
picture.
I heard that's a big problem in art right now too. Was
Well,
just people just money laundering, like let me
oh
buy
yeah.
this.
Oh, it always has been though.
Yeah,
That's
wow.
like think of it like think about when real art was beautiful. Like think about that, and then that stupid Pollock painting
Mm,
where it's just like paint splatters, and people are like it's awesome. Or there's this one painting where it's not a painting; it's literally a blank canvas, and they call it art. It's a blank canvas, and it sells for like tons of crazy money. The freaking soup can,
mm,
that's not art. It's a
yeah,
soup can, and it's like crazy expensive. But like, open up a Frazetta book,
yeah,
you know, but watch Sean paint.
yeah.
You know,
Uh,
come on.
that's gonna be. I feel like that's the modern art that everybody's collecting now, or comic book pages.
Yeah.
That's the art. That's the
Oh,
art of
big
our
time.
culture. That's our storytelling.
Well, that's
That's what all our stuff is. Our lore. It's all coming from that stuff now.
yeah, and it is. And for me, I love it. I love the art. I love, and I put as much of it on the wall as I can. But like Sean, I will own an actual painting of his. Like one day, I will. I mean, I'm sure it'll cost me through the nose, but I
Mm,
will. I think his art is awesome,
yeah.
and it's in the similar, not the style, but like I would put him up there with an artist like Frazetta. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like he obviously has his own artist, like, and it's not the same at all. But like, it's not just a comic book page. It's not just somebody drawing an amazing picture and then it getting colored and just looks beautiful. Like that's actual paint, and that to me that's like somebody's soul. So
Yeah.
I think his art's great, and he's ends up being one of my top 5 favorite artists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you look at his stuff too, it's kind of like when you're looking at Frazetta as well. When you see something like, oh wow, like it puts a smile on your face. Like, oh,
Oh, it does.
you're like, look at this. You're like, look
Yeah.
at this painting, dude.
Yeah. Oh, it
And then
is.
you sit there
I
and look,
got
oh, this guy's doing that, and this guy's doing this, and you just look at it. And you're like, this is
yeah.
great, or it's fun,
Do you
Or
have any Frazetta stuff?
I do have a Frazetta book.
Okay.
Actually, say I'll go grab it.
See, I didn't get the book, but yeah.
No, I got a. I mean, this book is probably older than me. Let me go
Is it
grab it.
the big thick blue one?
No, they're thin,
Okay.
and they did them in volumes. I mean, I grew up with this book. Let me go grab it.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that I looked up that Cowabunga collection. Can you hear me? No, I can't hear you.
Oh, I wasn't muted. Then I muted myself like a
Oh,
dummy. Okay.
see, I didn't know you came
19,
back.
1976.
Okay, I've seen that cover, and I think it's one of the ones I'm looking at getting. But no, there's this other one I was looking at. It was like crazy expensive. It was like $57. I mean, I like art books and stuff, but like the reality is, um, I'd prefer to have like cool comic books or like cool, things to
Yeah.
actually read. Like I can look through an art book, and because I'm not an artist, like I won't have that need to go reference all the time. So, like a really awesome art book, maybe once, maybe twice. I don't know how often I would actually look at it, or unless I was like, hey, you got to see this picture. Like that would be the only thing I think. So to drop, $60 on an art book, even though it's Frazetta, I'm like, I want it, but I don't know. And then it sold out. And then now the next one I can find is like $75.
Ooh.
Just like, oh, it's getting more. And this is old, it's this blue one. It's like this thick. It's huge. But I've seen that cover. I don't know.
Mm.
I don't know if it's the exact same book, but it's on
This one,
Amazon. What?
yeah, this one, I think this is one. I think they did 2 or 3
Let me see.
volumes of this one. How thin it is. But this is originally this is one of the first. It says 1975,
Yeah.
1976. Like I said, I grew up with this book in my house,
Okay.
and then when I
Actually,
moved, I took it.
um, hardcover, fantastic paintings, Frazetta. So the book, it has the same cover you have, but
Mm,
it's a hardcover, and it was released July of 2020, but it's the same image of that
mm.
one. And this one just says fantastic paintings on Frazetta. What does that say?
The fantastic art of Frank Frazetta.
Okay, this one says fantastic paintings of Frazetta, and it's the book I've been looking at, and I just found it on Amazon for $40.
Nice.
And I want to see, is it new?
Let's
Oh
see this.
no, I'm sorry. It says temporarily out of stock. Will deliver when available. What
This
is
is what?
that?
How many pages is this? I mean,
But
this one's not very
the
big.
used one, the used one's going for $169.
Oof.
Yeah, so I was like, let's see though.
There was one I came across, and man, I'm talking probably about 20 years ago, when I
Mhm.
graduated high school, and I kicked myself for not getting it. It was like super thick. It had a white cover,
Yeah.
and I think it was like a biography, like it was the life and times of Frank Frazetta.
Oh, really?
And it was like, I mean, it's ridiculously expensive now. It's like $150 now. But they showed him, like they have pictures of him young, and
Yeah.
he was like a bodybuilder, like he lifted, like he worked out, like it wasn't
Oh,
like
for
a
real?
yeah, he wasn't like a slouch, like he was like he looked like
Yo,
the back of the old timey covers where the guy did the flexing like this.
yeah. So you got book one, you said,
Yes,
from the 70s?
yes,
Okay. If you want book two, they got it on Amazon right now for $29.
really,
It's book two. I'm sure it's used. I'm sure it's because, but
that's
the
fine.
original one, yeah, it's used, but it's $29 right now, with a $4 delivery charge. But yeah, so I just looked up. It's Frank Frazetta book two, paperback. It's got a really cool cover, and it looks exactly like the one you're showing me now, and it's $30.
Yeah, there's a death dealer.
Wow. Yeah, yeah. The Death Dealer is pretty cool.
Yeah,
So have you ever seen the Mothman?
no,
Okay. That I think is amazing. And then that one and Kong with fighting the snake. Those two, because I'm a big gorilla guy. I love gorillas. And so I love those. But then here I'll bring it up, I'll show you.
I like his black and white stuff. Is really nice. There's
Oh,
some
I bet.
Hobbit.
Let's see. See. I just want to double check. I don't think there's any nudity. I'm like, hey, show this on your stream.
Hey, nobody watches it anyway. It's all right.
That's true. No, I just want to double check it because I don't think there was. But like,
Yeah,
you
there's
know how
some in this
Frazetta
one.
is. Yeah, Frazetta is here. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, when you pull up the share screen, if you go instead of doing entire screen, just do your window and then pick your thing, and it shouldn't bring up anything else. It should just bring that one thing up.
Okay.
Let's see, and then here I'll share this now. Here, so you see that? That's
Oh,
cool. And so I got
yeah.
that. It's a small and it's framed. It's nothing crazy. This would be cool because it's a big canvas piece. I wish I'd gotten the canvas, but I just have like a small print that's framed, nothing big.
Oh, that's awesome.
But I think it's really cool. There's so many cool ones that he did, and then I've got a Vampirella. It's a Frazetta Vampirella T-shirt.
Nice.
We got that, and then I have a Frazetta Vampirella print. So nothing special.
I got to
But
see
yeah.
if I can. I got to talk to my old man. I wonder if he still has some of those magazines because he used to buy. Uh, we used to have like the original Conans, like
Yeah.
the magazines, not the comic size, but they were magazines. They were black and white.
Hmm.
And then it's a couple creepies. We had a few creepy, which was same thing. Vampirella,
Hmm.
creepy, like they were all like those mags. They were magazines. Now had the painted covers and stuff. I wonder if he still has any of those. But yeah, I mean, there's so many in here. I'm just trying like, oh, well, I'll just flip through it, show you every page. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. This is a good
Yeah.
one. I like this one. The colors in this reds and stuff are really good.
Oh, they're sweet, man. And that's what
Yeah.
I was talking about, like that. So,
See, I'm the opposite of you. I'd rather buy this. If somebody came out with a book like this, like if Sean came out with a book like this, that I can get.
there's
I know
certain
he,
artists.
I
There's
know he
certain
does
artists
have
that I
them,
would.
but it's like I bought the Ghost in the Shell, like
Hmm.
the trilogy. They're all like hardcover. They came in like a nice box and stuff.
Yeah.
But now I'm just looking at his art books. I'm like, this. I should just bought these art books just because.
Well, see now here's the thing. So I totally I get where you're coming from. You're an artist. You draw. You have that, and I understand having it. I actually have the Frazetta books in my shopping cart. It's just it was like, do I want to spend $60? Or I'm like, do I want to get the new She book?
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
God,
yeah.
what do I want to do? But there are other books that I would get, and I did just order. I forgot what it was. I did order an art book. If Sean ever put one out, I'd definitely get it. And obviously I would love to have a Frazetta book, but like the $40 price range on a book, yeah, $30. Like I might just pick up this 70s one for $30. It looks pretty
Mhm.
cool. If you don't get it, because I think they have one left.
Oh,
I don't know. Check it out. It's I don't know
was
if I
that?
can I send you just send you the link on
Oh, wait.
Amazon. I don't know how that works. Let's see. Let's see.
Frazetta book cover.
Here we go. Business. No, it's the thing. Anyway, I don't know how to send it to you, but it's just type in Frank Frazetta book 2, and it comes up, and it's $30. So it's got a really cool cover. But then let's see. Yeah, so in that price range for me, the art books are great. And I would definitely look at them, but like how often would I look at them? But then
Yeah.
I say that to myself, but then I go, how often do I actually read some of these comic books? Like I read the Turtles last year, and I haven't read the second one yet. And I haven't even touched the She Omnibus, and I'm trying to get through other books. So like, even though my justification is I want to be able to read the story, like the amount of times I actually pick up one of these other books probably be about the same I pick up the art book. So some of the artists I 100% want, and I did just get this one. Let me go into my orders and see what it is. Let's
See, I'm
see.
wondering if that one with the blue
Oh,
cover, if it has them all in there.
I pre-ordered. I just pre-ordered the Cowabunga collection. It comes out December 31st, and so I don't know if you know, but on Amazon you can pre-order and you don't get charged till it gets delivered or till they
Oh,
ship it. So you can pre-order it right now. They don't charge you, and they charge you when it ships. And it's supposed to ship December 31st. So, around the time money's usually tight anyway. But
yeah.
yeah, yeah, so I just because Best Buy didn't have it, other places didn't have it, but I just picked up the PS5 version, um, and so I just wanted to snag that.
That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I do a lot of, even though I get frustrated with, especially my books. A lot of my books come from Amazon, come damaged, and I have to send them back and get new ones. It's a pain in the butt. But a lot of my movies I get because I'm a huge movie buff, and to start shelling out that money and doing all the pre-orders up front, sometimes it gets a little out of hand. So to have random movies showing up throughout the year, that's fun. Um, let's see.
Oh, I
Here it
guess
is.
that blue Frazetta book isn't that good.
That's the one I was gonna get. So I'm
Yeah,
glad.
same.
Well, I just found it. They said it was $30 or $40, and it was out of stock, but more is coming. So they were gonna charge me now, and then when the other one came, it would show up or whatever. But that was the one I was gonna get when I wanted it for 60, and then when they didn't have it, it was 75, and then I just looked today, and it was 30 or 40. So the blue
Yeah,
one's not that good. Well, I'm glad I didn't
yeah,
waste my money.
yeah. I guess they're saying the art stuff's fine, but I guess they were saying the spelling or some of the pre-fruiting is not good. I guess.
Oh, I don't know. I just if I'm buying a book like that, I
No,
just want to look
remember
at the
there's
pictures anyway.
yeah,
So
yeah, there's no missing because I clicked on here. It says it's temporary sold out, and then under it says hardcover. Then you have two used at 89, and this is five new 39.95.
mhm.
I clicked on that, and let's
And then
see.
it's got bad reviews.
Uh, I guess it's just. I guess they're saying some of the pages are numbered wrong.
I don't care. I would be
Let's see.
buying
Yeah,
it
let's
to
see what
look at the
this nerd
pictures.
says.
Yeah,
Freaking nerds.
yeah, stupid nerds.
Yeah,
well, the book sucks because the number was off.
yeah.
Go to hell. It's a
Major spelling and punctuation errors. Okay, the art is phenomenal when it
so
isn't spread across two pages, which renders the art pretty worthless to examine. So if they do a double page spread, I
oh,
guess
it didn't come right out
I guess
how it
some
was like put together.
I guess
Okay, so uh,
boo.
Shant was showing this on his stream, and I was just like floored with the cover. Now, looking at it here on Amazon, you could not make me buy this book. What he had in his hand and showed on his live stream, I was floored by that cover that I knew nothing of this artist and I bought the book and it was only $30. So it wasn't bad, but it was the art of Paul Bonner.
Okay.
So it's called Out of the Forests. And it was a hardcover. It was from 2008, and I picked it up for $30. And I'm pretty. And it says it was new. Buy it new for $30, and it's
Oh,
a thick book. And for me, everything about it, I was 100% on board. Like to me, that was totally worth it.
oh, I think I seen it when he was talking about this one.
Yeah, yeah. He didn't show the whole thing. Like you saw like part of the face because he had it close to his camera,
Mhm.
and I saw that Minotaur or Bull, whatever. I'm sure it's a
Yeah.
Minotaur. And I was just like, oh, I gotta have this book. And then he was talking about. Were you there the day he was talking about the pulp, the pulp art books? I got a couple of those in my cart because I love pulp fiction and I've always loved that art. And I would love to try to track down like some really cool old pulp fiction like images in
Hmm.
like big art prints or canvas.
Yeah,
I
I have a pulp art book that my dad found at like Marshalls.
really,
Yeah, it's this big. I'll go grab it.
I love
It's
I
right there on
love
the
pulp.
shelf.
I
I'll show you.
absolutely love
It
pulp.
might be one that worth getting that especially if you can get it for cheap because he's like, oh, it's well, how Marshalls will be like, oh, we got overstock stuff, and sometimes they have
Yeah.
books, shoes, and whatever. Let me go grab
I
that real
never. I
quick.
go to Marshall sometimes, but I never think to look at the books.
Yeah, he came across it. Let me go grab
Yeah.
it.
Let's see. They have. Wow, that's cool. Actually, yeah, I think I've seen that. I've definitely seen that image before. Yeah,
Yeah,
there
it's a
was.
hard. It's a hardcover too.
That's
Robert
pretty cool.
Lesser.
That's pretty legit.
Trying to find
Let's see.
a price on it or something. I don't know how much he paid, but
Oh, I can't imagine a
There's
ton at
there's
Marshalls.
quite a few shadow stuff in here.
Oh, that is awesome. See that I would get. I would get that in a heartbeat.
And then they have, and I think they go through like like the oh, this is 2009 edition. It's all about like the culture,
Yeah.
pop culture and art, and they do they're like talking about like the history, like how it started, you know, and then they have let's see.
So I had you said you I wasn't listening. You said you watched my video or no? The Phantom?
I did.
Okay. So you know when I pulled up some of the images from the past, I was showing some of the stuff.
Mhm.
There's a couple of them that whatever the format was, it wouldn't drag it over to my my movie editor. So there's one in here that I thought was really awesome, and I wanted to get it in. Here, I'll pull it up, see if I can't get it for you. And this I would love to have as like an actual like painted canvas, like on the wall, like a really cool picture. And I wanted to have it in my video because I liked it that much. Let's see if I can pull this up here. Because I just love, I love the ladies too. I mean, I haven't even shown off my statue collection yet. It sits behind me, but it's I've got like Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn, and Catwoman, and that that's my favorite. So 1989, you got Batman, and then you have Batman Returns, and then Catwoman. Oh, that's my favorite Catwoman. And there's a Sideshow put out this like crazy expense, like $500. This awesome statue. It's pretty big. It's one of the, it would have if I got it, it would have been the biggest statue that I have in my collection, and I wanted it. And then my wife saw the price, so I didn't get it. But big fan of the ladies. Because like even on my statue collection, I don't own many guy statues. I have Darth Vader, which I actually technically bought for my wife, but it turns out she doesn't like it, so it's mine. And
Oh, I got some Steranko in here too.
oh, Steranko's good. Let me see. Let's see. Hold on. Somehow I was trying to share the screen, so I was confused. All right, what are we doing? Let's see. Oh wow. I actually was going to put that up today, but not that actual image. It was the image with all the words over it from the magazine, from the actual pulp magazine that it came from. So I actually was going to put that up today, but I didn't. Not that I thought it was inappropriate for my thing, but like I was trying to turn people on to the Phantom and not off.
Oh.
And I know if women saw it, like they might turn them off. You know what I mean? That's cool. Yeah. I've seen a lot of these images. I didn't know they were Strankos. Yeah, that's a cool one.
These two are George Rosen.
Oh, George Rosen. Okay.
Yeah, the other one is a Steranko.
Right, let's see. All right, so share screen.
They have some Doc Savage.
Let's see.
The Spider. They mentioned the Spider in here a few times.
Yeah, no, the Spider's cool. I don't know anything of his origin. I know of him, but I've always just been, my most favorite guys would be Shadow, Phantom, Dick Tracy.
Mm-hmm. The guy who created Dick Tracy and drew him. I don't know if he was from Naperville or he retired in Naperville, Illinois, where I lived. Maybe about 30 minutes from there. There's a giant bronze Dick Tracy statue there.
Wow.
And you can the guy's he's probably like 10 feet high. Like he's like huge.
Wow.
And he's talking to the thing. And then if you can actually go and walk up to his wrist, and he has a face on the wrist, on the watch.
Wow, that's
cool. His neat
like
little
Dick Tracy.
Yeah, like the video watch. He has the face. He has the face on it. Which is cool. When
that's
he has
cool.
a plaque, and the thing's huge, man. It's probably like 12 feet tall. Like it's
that's cool.
It's pretty neat. I got pictures of it. Yeah, this gives you the whole history about pulp, where some of the stuff came from.
That's cool.
Start talking about like Tarzan, sci-fi stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like,
I would definitely get
the neat stuff.
A pulp art book.
Yeah. It's more like history stuff. Honestly, I wish it was. Wish they had. A lot of them look cool, but they're small. You know, like they'd be like this one's neat, but a
Mhm.
bunch of fighter planes and stuff.
Yeah.
I wish that was the full page though.
Oh,
Like,
it would be. It'd be
forget
great.
the
And then
words, man.
the
Words are
thing
for
is, I would love to
nerds.
have some of that. I would love to have some of that on the wall.
Yeah.
Like that's just the coolest thing for me. So yeah, so I shared this screen. Pop this up here.
Oh yeah. Let me pull that up.
So this one I tried to have it in my video, but it wouldn't click over. So I would actually love to have that on the wall.
It's a
I
neat
just
one.
think I think it's really cool. It's just, you know, one, the lady's there. She's wearing a skirt. It's a time when men were men, women were women.
Hmm.
Men couldn't have babies back then. You know,
Yeah.
it's
They
just
weren't
it was a
bleeding.
different time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But and then red is my favorite color, so she's wearing the red skirt. I'm all in. And
Mm.
and this, um, even if it was like in this i- image, like if I found, if nothing else, and I just found this magazine and it was in this kind of condition, I would have it framed like professionally and just hang it on the wall because I love it so much. But I would love to have an actual clean copy of it, of that picture. Yeah, definitely one of my favorites. And I've never seen that one before till today.
Yeah, that's a neat one.
Yeah.
So we could find that. Where is it at? I know he did a Conan. Frazetta did a couple Conan things.
Oh yeah. So do you let's see. Do you
See if we
do
can
you
find it.
know? I don't know if you know, but the actual Conan, that painting that, from the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, that wasn't, Frazetta didn't do that, but it's a copy of his Conan painting, and he gave them permission to do that. So whoever painted that, I don't know who painted that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie poster, but that right there.
Mm.
So that Frazetta did that, but he gave them permission to use that image to make their Conan movie poster.
Yeah, he
And
said that.
then
I think I don't know if that's in here or maybe another book they were saying because I think they talk about him and they interview him and stuff
yeah, no, he
a bit
did that,
too.
and
And
then
he was talking about how like he felt like Schwarzenegger was too pretty that they should have casted some boxers instead because they looked
yeah,
more like Conan.
they look more like Conan, yeah.
Yeah.
And no, what was the thing was, about Frazetta, I do, people in our realm do, but nobody else does.
Yeah.
And how many times has that image been used, or they paid an homage to it? And so, like, you have, like, off the top of my head, that vacation movie,
Hmm.
Chevy Chase Vacation, like, it uses a very similar thing. You've seen it a bunch of
Yeah.
times.
Army of
And
Darkness.
Army of Darkness did it, and then I was talking about The Quest, that movie, The Quest, from when we were kids. In Australia, it was called Frog Dreaming, and in that, the guy who painted the movie poster pretty much gave you the same thing. It's a very iconic to our, very similar to that Frazetta painting,
Mm.
and it was a kids movie. It was just kind of cool, um, but nobody gave Frazetta credit. They all, like, anytime I've heard people talk about it, oh, that's like the Conan poster, like the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie poster,
Mm.
and it's just like, yeah, it is, but it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, no, I mean, and it's like that type of thing. These, especially, you see the actors today like get all upset about, having to wear their costume, their mask or whatever, because that whole David Prowse issue, the Darth Vader, that he never removed his mask, so he wasn't famous. Like, he didn't really, he was bitter about
Mm.
the whole thing after Star Wars, and so he did okay for himself, and people did know who he was eventually, but initially, because he never took his mask off on screen, nobody knew who he was or cared who he was. Everybody knew who James Earl Jones' voice was, so everybody
Yeah.
knew that, and all the other actors did very well because of Star Wars, but he didn't. So he was bitter his whole life about this.
I mean, it's also. I mean, James Earl Jones, probably like one of the top
Correct. Correct. Well, yeah, he was
voices
also he was also bitter about
ever.
that too, because,
You
like,
know.
he didn't know until he saw it in theater that it wasn't his voice. Like, so
Hmm.
that was also kind of a crappy thing. Like, if you
Yeah.
expect to be in the movie and then it's somebody else's voice, but I mean, that's amazing. It made the movie great.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
he was bitter over the whole thing, and more so. I'm sure that the whole voice thing bothered him, but more so that because he never removed his mask, he wasn't famous for the role. And so, yes, people would go to conventions, people would get his signature, people did like him, but it was the nerds. It was
Yeah.
us that knew that, if I say David Prowse now, nobody knows who he is really, except for us.
Yeah.
And so now you have in these modern movies, and let's just stick with Star Wars. You don't even have to go outside of Star Wars, but the Mandalorian
Hmm.
takes his mask off. And then there was that whole issue on set where he was basically throwing a temper tantrum over having to wear the helmet. And then you had Kylo Ren takes his mask off. And then even if there was a thing, about him taking the mask off for, and it made sense for the way they wrote the movie, don't let the audience see. Because the whole idea of that mask is to create a menacing, scary character, like to give you your bad villain. But these people are so self-important that they feel that that they themselves are more important than the actor or the acting role that they've taken.
Yeah, it also could be that maybe they feel that the audience is too stupid
Well,
too.
that is a thing too. That
I'm
is a
sure
thing
that's
too.
part of
But
it
it
as well.
it
Nobody
goes
will
it,
ever,
but
you
it goes
know,
back to right. No, I know what you're saying, but it goes back to the David Prowse issue
mm,
where he didn't do well after the thing. But now we live in this modern time with social media and stuff. So if you say, Joe Blow's in a movie, everyone's following that dude on Twitter. Everyone knows who Joe Blow is.
yeah,
So
yeah,
just because he's the dude in the mask, you can't tell me. And then all the other roles that they've done, don't get over yourself. And
yeah,
so like that frustrates me.
yeah, yeah.
You know?
Especially with Boba Fett, that guy barely put the helmet on.
Right. Right. And that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. And so it's a combination of the people that are writing this stuff now never cared about it in the first place, but then the actors have their heads right up their asses.
So even
You
he
know?
said he's like he's like even the actor came out and
Yeah.
said they had me. Boba Fett should have wore the helmet more.
Well, no, he because he was the actor that was in the prequel trilogy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He wasn't was he the original Boba Fett? He wasn't the
No, he
original one,
wasn't the
right?
original one. He was
Right.
Jango
He was
Fett.
the prequel.
Yeah, yeah. He was
Yeah, yeah,
Jango
yeah.
Fett. Yeah,
So he understood. He
yeah.
understood, and then he worked with George Lucas directly, so he understood. But and I don't for these Star Wars movies, even though I'm not a fan of any of the Disney stuff,
Yeah.
and I'm very vocal about it. Most of the time, I don't take any issue with the actors because they're just there for the paycheck, and I get that. I've done things just for a paycheck, so like I get it. But and I get that they're pretending. I get that's their whole job. They don't give a shit about any of this stuff,
Mm.
you know. But when the actor's saying, "Hey, maybe I should have my helmet on," and they're like, "No, no, no," so that's one issue. But I know for a fact the whole Kylo Ren thing, the way it was written for him to take his mask off and that whole thing, was so he didn't have the Darth Vader experience. But this was already an actor that all the SJW weirdos loved already.
Yeah.
So like because I didn't know who he was
I didn't know
until
who
he
he
was
was
in the
either.
film, but
Yeah.
but he had a following, and it was all these weirdos.
Yeah.
You know, that's I don't know. That's just my opinion. I don't know. What do you think about it?
I mean, that's even what like Master Chief first episode. They have him take his helmet off.
I refuse to see it,
Yeah, I haven't watched it. I haven't
and I
watched it at
wasn't.
all.
I played the first Halo when it came out. So like I said, I've always been a PlayStation guy. When that first Xbox came out, I bought it just to play Halo, and I did like that first Xbox, and I actually have one. I don't have any games for it though, but I did like that first Xbox. I did not like the 360 at all. I got rid of that one, and I had the Xbox One S because at the time it was like the cheapest 4K Blu-ray player I could get.
Mm.
So I had that, but I didn't play games on it. Maybe once in a blue moon, but like I didn't purposely go buy games for it. I just had it for a 4K player. But as far as like Halo goes, I never played any of them past the first one. But when I was younger and that first one came out, I bought the Xbox just to play it, and I loved that game. I thought that was great. I never got it because I never got into the multiplayer, like the online experience.
Yeah.
Because like I've always been an extrovert, but like this is the first time I've like really gone like, hey, social media, oh YouTube, I'll do it. When I always heard those people like talking about how they got a game online, I was like, you guys are stupid. It's just like I'm a nerd, but that's pretty nerdy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Halo was always kind of fun. Even the online, I felt was
Yeah.
probably the best. It was like really the only one
Oh,
in those
yeah.
type of games that I actually tried and had fun with. I mean,
Mhm,
Call of Duty, no. Battlefield, no. Like,
mhm,
no. But Halo, you kind of always had a chance, even if you're playing like big team battle online,
mhm.
because then it was like 15 on 15, so you can always like hop in a vehicle or hop in a warthog, and you could even play. My brother and my sister and I would all play together. Like we can all
Mhm.
play online on the same Xbox. So we do split screen and then join
Yeah.
a game, and then we all play together. And then sometimes they put us on opposite teams, even though
Mhm.
we're playing on the same Xbox. So
That's cool.
one of my neat memories was like I don't know, I was blue or red, whatever, but I'm driving and they're both on the opposite team. They're in the Warthog. And so I'm driving the Warthog and they're just shooting my teams and I'm nothing, I'm not getting penalized because I'm just driving. But nobody wants to shoot me because they don't want to lose points because I'm blue. So they're just running around. They're just on the back of the warthog
That's
shooting
funny.
stuff, and I'm just the wheel man, just driving around.
That's pretty funny.
But those are pretty fun. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like they either they feel like the audience can't get behind a masked character, which to me makes no damn sense. I mean,
No.
that's already been proven wrong. With I mean, even with their own stuff, The Mandalorian. But then it's like they don't want to do that character service, and these people got
No.
to be famous, and
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I might give up on all that stuff, honestly. They're like
I'm telling you.
Obi-Wan. I'm like, who cares? Who
I'm
fucking
telling you. I'm
cares?
like, I've dipped out on a lot of it,
Mhm.
and I feel that it's a little unfortunate. Um, but I think I'm on the right path. Like, so as far as my channel goes, like trying to make these videos, it's real easy to be negative. It's so
Oh
easy to be
God.
like, oh, I
Yeah.
hate this, and then like I'm a loud person, so like it doesn't take long for me to just start going and then the next thing you know, I sound like Alex Jones,
Mhm.
but and I could just be complaining about nerd stuff, but like who's gonna want to listen to that all the
Mhm.
time?
Yeah.
And then I did make one video about Indiana Jones, and and how I'm not looking forward to this new one, and it's going to be feminist garbage, and then the broad that's in it, that Phoebe Waller-Bridge, she's a feminist weirdo, and there was that weird stuff how she was. Have I already told you this before?
I don't think so. No, no.
Okay, I talk a lot and I tell the stories, and I know I made a video, so like I didn't want to like bore you if I was like already telling you the story before. But anyway, so Phoebe Waller-Bridge, she was that feminist robot on the Solo movie that everyone hated.
Oh, ugh,
So
I
that's
didn't
that
see that
woman,
movie. Okay,
right?
yeah, I know what you're talking
Yeah, I didn't see the movie either, but everyone was complaining about it. Everyone hated her. Well, she's just an actress. She's nothing special. She's got some weird feminist stuff on her belt. Like she wrote this story, this TV show for one of the streaming services or something that all these weirdo, crazy feminists love, and it's just horrible. And the entire show, the people that have actually watched it that are not crazy, said that it's like all the men are stupid, all the men are horrible, all the men are garbage people, and then the women are awesome, but they're like hoe bags. Like they spend the entire time just sleeping with whoever and
about.
whatever,
Ugh,
and they don't
yeah.
they don't shave their armpits, and they're it's a very very weirdo feminist idea, and it has a following, it has an audience, but they only made like some crazy thing like 6 or 7 episodes over the course of like 4 years, so it wasn't even like a boom boom boom, and it gets all this praise in these weirdo circles. Well, this is where this woman's fame is really from. One, she looks like a dude, like and I said that before, and I know my older daughter was like, you shouldn't say stuff like that. And I was like, she's a dude. She looks like she's ugly. Like if I wanted to see ugly, I'll go to Walmart. You
Yeah,
know, I
right.
was
For
like,
free.
if I want to go see a movie, I want to see the best. I want to, you have to be the best actor, or you have to be pretty damn good looking for me to want to spend the money to spend the time to go watch you. Because if not, I can go to Walmart and just enjoy watching those people. And that's free.
Mm,
So, you have that aspect of it. Well, she's cast as like, the lead role next to Harrison Ford, and she's not that. But then I was watching one of the EVS streams. I don't know whose channel they were on or whatever, but it was all those old comic book pros, and one of them hit the nail on the head, and I don't know who it was because I turned it on like right as they were talking about it. But she looks like the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
hmm.
So with a big nose and everything, and then they pulled her up and they pulled the picture, and so that's funny. But so it's really funny. I can never get that out of my head now. But like her picture that she has on IMDb, I'm like, she kind of looks like a dude. Nothing special about her. She's not a great actress, and her shows that she's done cater to a certain audience. And so I was like, this is kind of weird. So I make this whole entire video, you know, not my fears or anything, because I'm not going to go see it. But I was like, one, the Crystal Skull movie, it was kind of fine. A lot of people didn't like it because of the alien aspect, and I didn't like it because of the alien aspect. But the thing is, for me, I don't really believe in aliens. I'm not saying they're not there or they are there, but I got no reason to believe in aliens. So for me, it seems very far fetched. But as a boy, when I put myself in Indiana Jones, because that's how boys play, is I'm not, I'm not Indiana Jones and I'm still me. I become Indiana Jones when I'm playing. So as a kid, I could do that. But with Crystal Skull, I don't see myself getting to the aliens because I don't believe in aliens, and I think that's what most people's thing is. But you can go looking for the Grail. You can go on an indie adventure. You can fight guys in the bar.
Yeah, it was always like based on history and like historic
Right.
stuff, or like
Right.
like mysticism, like
Yeah.
magic. If it went like, you know what I mean, like Lost Ark, but then also, you know what I mean,
Mhm.
that was the second one, Temple of Doom. Like, you know what I mean, there was kind of mysticism. I feel like this was more science. Like it was like
Right.
aliens. I think science. I think sci-fi when I
Correct.
see alien. When I think of
100%.
aliens, and then the CG was weird.
Right.
The whole like swinging on the vines and the truck fight, and it
Yeah.
just looks like
Yeah,
trash.
when
Like,
the monkeys that were, that
yeah,
thing, was a little ridiculous because like most people complain about the fridge thing, and I was like, you didn't complain when he jumped out of a plane with a
what a
raft,
raft, right?
and it was a kid. I thought that was the coolest damn thing in the world,
Hmm.
and I knew as a kid that was impossible, but I still liked it.
Hmm.
I remember jumping off my sofa with a blanket, so I thought it was awesome when I saw it. And so you have that, right? And then so when that movie came out, my thing was I was like, it's fine. He's older. It's probably pushing it, but I also want to believe that Indy didn't just die. He ventured until he couldn't adventure anymore, and that was that. And so I didn't love the film. I didn't hate the film. I didn't rush out and buy it. I do own it now because I got that 4K steelbook and it had that in there. But the thing is, now this movie is going to be 14 years later. So he's now that much older.
Oh
So
God.
now it's way less believable that that's Indiana Jones and that he's going to be able to do this stuff. And he's going to be able to fight in rough and tumble. But then you have this woman who originally, when they hired her, they were talking about her being the writer on the show. But then very quickly, she wrote herself in as the lead. So now she's not the writer anymore. But I remember when they were talking about her on that Solo movie, the actual writers were afraid of her. And there was those rumors that went out. This wasn't just like speculation and stuff. There were rumors that the writers at the writing table were afraid of this actress that was giving her 2 cents about feminism and her character and all this stuff. And they were actually afraid of her. Now, that's something interesting that somebody you think is a peon who's a voice actor in a small role who ends up dying in the movie, so she's definitely not coming back for a second one, has the power that the writers are afraid of her. And then when she makes garbage stuff, they keep giving her more stuff. She's failing upwards. That's just my thing. There's some kind of weird agenda there, and you don't just magically get tapped on the shoulder to play an Indiana Jones movie as the female lead when you look like the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
And they went through all that trouble to introduce his son.
Well, that's all gone. That's all gone. And so is Marion. Marion's no longer there. When they got married at the end of the last one, and so they're going to do what the Hollywood always does: is either they're just not going to talk about it at all, or she's dead, or they hate each other. And I'm going to go with they're divorced and they hate each other. That's what I'm going to go with.
He still has a son, but yeah, I don't know.
No, he still has a son. Yeah, he's not in it at all.
Yeah,
not in it at all. Nope. And then and then they want to make a continuation of it. So they want to make more of these movies, but
Ugh.
this is 100% Harrison Ford's last. Like he's done. He's
Yeah.
absolutely done with it, and he knows he's done with it. So, if any kind of continuation,
You're stuck with her.
there's all these articles that are pushing that it's going to be her.
Ugh. That's not
And so,
Indiana Jones.
so I was like, you can't just take a mantle of the name. And I even pointed out in my video, I said, yes, that was his nickname. You know, it was Henry Jones Jr. was his name. So if you want to get technical, but the entire rest of the movies, that's what he was called. You can't just take someone's name or someone's nickname and go, this is me now, and then continue on the story. The Indiana Jones Adventures, and it's going to be some broad. Absolutely not. So I made this video, and it has like 500 or 600 views. Like it's got huge views, but like the rest of my videos, 50 views, 60 views. The next one between that, so that one's got like 500 or 600 views, and then the next one to that was a Comicsgate video that I made about all the Ethan stuff, and it's got over 200 views. But then every other video I make, like 10 views, 20 views. So those ones make big, and I could be negative, but I don't want to. I like doing this stuff. I like collecting. I like being positive, and so that's the goal. And I've seen some like cool dudes, but they don't do anything Comicsgate, obviously. But we're talking 60,000 subscribers, and they just talk about the comic books.
Yeah.
No negative. They don't do any negative. And so I haven't wanted to see any of the new stuff. I haven't wanted to continue to review it. I've already said I'm done. I'm not watching it. I'm not streaming it. I'm not going to that movie theater. I'm not doing this. And so I've already said I'm done. I'm not going to go back on that. But if I did, that's free content, and that's guaranteed to grow the channel fast.
I mean, if you have a different take on something or whatever, that could be something. At least you're adding something to the conversation. Everybody that sits around and says something that sucks or whatever, it's like, what are you adding? It's like, you're not adding anything,
Right. Right.
I thought about doing a video on the Batman because we got HBO Max, and so we can watch it. Me and the wife watched it. We're like, oh, that actually wasn't bad. I mean, there's 2 lines in it that are kind of woke, and it's ironic because they both talk about Bruce Wayne not doing enough when he's fucking Batman.
Right.
And you're kind of like, well, you bitches don't know shit. Pretty much. Like,
right,
okay.
right.
And he starts off one way, and he actually has a pretty interesting arc to where, because I'm watching, when I saw the stuff, I'm when I see the trailers, I'm like, this isn't Batman. Like, he's all brooding and all kinds of shit. And I'm like, okay, well, this isn't Batman, I don't think. And the way he starts off the movie is one way, but then the way he ends the movie is another way, and you're like, okay, I get it now.
Okay. So see, I didn't see it, and I wasn't going to, because I'm not. I mean, I'll see it eventually when I can get it for cheap or free, or it's on TV somehow. I'll watch it. I don't stream, so I don't even have HBO. But when I watched the trailer, when I watched the very first trailer, I was like, oh, this looks like it might be cool. But then I watched it, and I was like, oh, they're gonna make him an actual serial killer. So the Riddler's gonna be a serial killer. It's gonna be dark. And then they were comparing it to Seven, and I was like, well, that's not Batman.
Yeah.
So I noped out of it. And then I noped out of it even harder because of Lenny Kravitz's daughter there, who said 2 things that bothered me. It had nothing to do with the rest of the movie or anything, but it was, the first thing she said was that no man should say anything of how she looks in her costume.
Oh.
So I can't have an opinion. Then don't put the costume on.
Yeah.
Don't put a skin tight costume on and then tell me I can't say anything about it. And
Makes
it
you look
wasn't even
good.
like she didn't want anything like that. She didn't want any compliments. She didn't want people to say how sexy she was. Well, then don't be sexy. Don't put on a skin tight costume.
Oh, she was sexy throughout the whole damn movie. That was like her
Correct.
thing.
Correct. Yeah,
And
no,
she
I
did a
get
good
that.
job. To her credit, she did a pretty good job.
Right. No, and I don't dislike her.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably won't get along with her politics, but I don't dislike her. I don't think she's a bad actress, and I don't think she's ugly. And I do hold it in my heart about the race swapping and gender swapping. I hate all that stuff. So just because Gordon and the actor that played Gordon, I've seen him in so many other things, and he's a great actor. But that's the same thing. And then, yes, you can argue the whole Eartha Kitt, but Catwoman was always white. That's how she was written. So even the Eartha Kitt stuff, I don't really care for. But I don't like it the other way around. Like, when the Baxter Stockman in the cartoon was a white guy, but in the original comic book, he's a black dude. I didn't know that as a kid, but now that I do, like, I look at the cartoon completely differently. So I already went into it like not loving the race swap stuff because I think it's lazy. And
Yeah.
that's why I always go about it. It's definitely lazy and it's boring. You'll never get good characters, whether it be an Asian dude or a black dude or a woman. You'll never get good characters if you just keep swapping what's familiar because people like that what's familiar.
Yeah.
It's lazy. It's no different. So it'd be like me going in the fridge and then taking the mayonnaise wrapper and just slapping it on the ketchup and saying, "Here you go. Here's some mayonnaise. Why is it red now?" Well, I don't know. That's what the label said. It's the same idea. You're not getting the same thing. You're not getting what you signed up for, and it's lazy. And so that I had, but she irritated me. I was even going to forgive the race swapping and stuff. I was like, well, you know what? It's not a big deal because that's not how they were selling it. They weren't going, "Oh my God, we got a Black Gordon, and this is you got to go see this movie. And if you don't see this movie, you're a racist," like how they've done with all the other ones.
Yeah.
They just kind of did it. They let it be. They didn't say anything about it. So I was going to go see it. But then she said that line about her, "Don't look at me because I'm sexy." But then there was something else she said. Like right before the movie came out. And I was just like, "Oh, I'm done."
Oh, is it like, my Catwoman's bi or something? Or something like that, or sleeps with women and men or something like that. That's just
Probably.
something about the sexuality of Catwoman or whatever.
Probably.
Which you see the movie, you're like, sure, I get. I mean, it could be totally possible, whatever.
Right, but why are you selling that?
I mean,
Like, why are you selling that? Even if they don't do it, like if they don't do it,
it's
then
like
why are you selling it?
they gotta put their own.
Well, they
They
do.
gotta put their own spices in the soup. You know what I mean?
Oh, they
It's like,
always
dude,
do.
has nothing to do with anything. Like,
Nah, no.
you're kind of like it.
No, it's the same thing with their solo movie. They made they said that Lando was basically having sex with his robot.
Yeah, like okay.
It's like, well, he clearly didn't in the movie, so why were you trying to sell me on that?
But you could go ahead and you know what? Go ahead and here's an awesome black character that people love, and you go ahead and you make him a weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I
Yeah,
mean, you go ahead and make him a weirdo, or you
that's
make him effeminate. You know what I mean. You
yeah,
know what I mean. You make him a sissy. You know what I'm
right.
saying? It's like
Oh, yeah.
they like emasculating minorities for some reason, and to be like, look what we did for you. It's like what?
Oh, it is. And then you look at the people that are doing it; they're white people.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're usually women or weak feminist men who look like women. Those are the ones, and that is the attitude of "look what we've done for you," and
Yeah, look
basically
at
like
us.
bow
Yeah.
down to me. You kind of an attitude, and
Mhm.
it's dumb. And then when you argue against it, you get called names. I mean,
Oh yeah.
the names that I've been called on Twitter and stuff, just for my simple opinion of it's lazy and where are the milestone comic characters? How come they're not on the big screen?
Mhm.
How come we don't have tons of stories coming out of African mythology? That's
Yeah.
free,
Even like with what the heck is it? Even like with Captain America and Falcon becoming Captain America.
Well, it's dumb too.
Yeah, I talk about customers come in and they're black and
Falcon
we'll
was
talk about
great.
stuff and they're just like, dude, and they're like, well, yeah, and they're just kind of like, I'm like, listen, like Falcon was cool. Like you did
Yeah.
all this work to build Falcon up.
Mm-hmm.
You build up his character, you make him cool, you put him in Falcon.
And
It's
then
called
you gave
Falcon
them
and the Winter
leftovers.
Soldier. It's
Right.
not called Winter Soldier and Falcon. It's called
Right.
Falcon and Winter Soldier. You're building up his character. He's been Falcon this long. You're attached
Mm-hmm.
to Falcon. You're like, okay, cool. And then, all right, forget that. Now he's Captain America. It's like you
Right.
can have him take the place of Cap. You can
Right.
have him lead the Avengers. He just doesn't
Right.
have to be Captain
Why would he
America.
be Cap? Yeah,
Yeah,
because
he'd just be
there's
Falcon.
and who says it the best? Eric July.
Hmm.
They only see value in white characters, and
Yeah.
that's why, because they go, oh, people like this, and because they only think in skin color and sex, like that's all they ever think about. So when they go, we need to do this because this is popular, and this is only popular because they're this color skin or whatever, and it's not true at all, because then Blade would have never been popular and had 3 movies.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
it would have never been popular. Steve Urkel merchandise wouldn't have been on everything.
Mhm.
You know, and when I say everything, there was like some weird thing where um, I think it was Warner Brothers who owned who owned the rights technically, and people illegally took Steve Urkel's face, his likeness, and just put it on everything. And then Warner Brothers never went after them, and they just let it go. So then he never got any of that money, like Michael J. or Jaleel White, right?
Yeah.
That's his name, right? Yeah. So Jaleel White never got any of that money, and Warner Brothers lost millions,
Oof.
on that, and they never sued. They never. I don't think they thought it was going to last, and so they never did. And yeah, all that merchandise that was all throughout the '90s, they never saw a dime of it.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, just saying like that wouldn't have been it wouldn't have been so if that was the case.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
just that's how it is. Like you said, Carl Winslow. Nobody would care if that wasn't the case. That show was on for like 9 seasons or something.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a long
Come
time.
on.
Mhm.
It's absolutely asinine to think that, and the weird projection that they always do. Like
Mhm.
they're like, you're the problem. Clearly I'm not, because I know more about you on this subject all by itself. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you have names. You just keep calling me names, but you don't want to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
No,
even like people like Black Panther, Black Panther. I'm like, dude,
right,
Black Panther can't go in his own movie, can't go do a mission by himself, bro.
right.
Like,
Well,
oh, here's
there's
Black Panther. Oh, this chick gotta go save him, and then or gotta go help him, and
see
then they go send him. Then they give him the OP armor, and then they send, and then even then they send him with two freaking people with him.
So, and here's the thing. I was done. So like not a big fan of the MCU. That's my other video that got a couple thumbs downs.
Oh, okay.
But I did this whole thing where I actually broke it down, and I think like the my end of it, how I broke it down, it really triggered a bunch of people, because you can't argue with what I have to say. Like the way I break it down, you can be mad about it, but not a single person argued. I just got a whole bunch of thumbs downs, and it was I correlated it to the love for the MCU by people that never loved comics in the first place, like all this like
Mhm.
modern, because it's very clear that the people that went to go see those movies never bought comics. Maybe you got a couple guys that were like, oh, I read comics as a kid, I'm going to go back and get a Iron Man book or something like that, but like not at the level they were spending the money to get the merchandise and get the stuff and go to the movies and do all that. And I correlated it to dad replacements. So this is the time that we live in, is the has been the longest span, and with the most amount of broken homes and single families and families without dads. And so you have a whole bunch of young men and grown. So you have young adults and you have men that are going to these movies that just didn't have dads, and they look at the superhero and that's the replacement.
Mhm.
And I explained it. I didn't just say that off the cuff. Like I went through and I in detail explained how like every generation, like there's like a 10 to 14 year period where there's a very popular movie, and it seems like everyone in that generation just goes and sees it. Like there was that whole thing. It was like during the '60s, and that was the whole sex thing where it was the free love and the swinging '60s and that whole push. But in those movies, the most popular movies in the '60s was like those Beach Bunny movies where you have a woman in a bikini is basically a woman in a bra and underwear.
Mhm.
It's no different. So you have all these young kids that are going to see it. They're really pushing the sex stuff. So they're like, go see these movies. And to them, it's the same. But then, and I actually didn't even talk about that then, but in the video, I talked about how it was in the '50s, like right after World War II. You have this whole slew from 1948 to 1962, so 14 years of monster movies. Do you
Mhm.
want to know how many monster movies they made in that time frame?
Mhm.
500.
Jesus.
500 monster movies. You want to know what they have all in common?
Mm.
The atomic bomb or some kind of radiation or some kind of atomic bomb testing created the monsters. 500 of them. You know why it was popular? Because at that time, the movie going audience was young, 10, 12-year-old boys and like, you know, older teenagers, like early 20-year-olds going to see that movie. Why? Because World War II, you had the atomic bomb, you had the duck and cover drills, you had all of that fear over the atomic bomb. So you have not only you have fear, but you have the fascination of the bomb. So it drove the kids to the monster movies, and then it became a thing that they enjoyed. But then that went away after 14 years. Why? Because you have a whole new generation of kids that are now able to go to the movies, or they're basically taking that place because now those people that were seeing it, they're older now, they're going to college, they're getting married, they're different responsibilities, different life goals. And then the newer generation, they either weren't alive during World War II or they're too young to remember. So now they have a whole different set of movies that they're into. And so I painted that big picture, and then I explained it, and then I even like finished it up at the end. And then I said, I'm not saying that if you like this movie, you didn't have a dad. I'm just saying that if you know, I've always liked this movie. I ended up having a stepfather for most of my adult life. So like that wasn't a thing for me, but I've always liked this stuff. I've always liked comic books. I've always been there. And the Marvel movies, I wasn't a big fan of. And what I had said was the Marvel movies aren't going to be like Star Wars 40, 50 years from now. People aren't going to be talking about them like people still talk about Star Wars. Yes, they'll be called classics, but I mean, there's all kinds of movies from the 50s and 60s that I love that most people have never heard of.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was what I was talking about. And I get a bunch of thumbs downs on that because I've never really been a big fan of the Marvel movies, like the first Iron Man, all the way up until the first Avengers movie. And then I just thought it was just too much going on. And it was a fine popcorn flick. It was fine. But for me to love a movie, I have to have that replayability. And I never really want to go revisit those. Even though I owned every single one of them, I ended up selling them all on eBay. But I owned every single one of them. I've seen them all. And for me, it just wasn't there. That's how I
Yeah,
feel
it's like
about
one and done. Honestly, I can't remember if
it.
there's
Right. Think about that. Do you own them?
one that I've seen. I don't.
Yeah. So, and when do you ever think you want to go back to see them?
Yeah,
Like,
probably
does it
never.
ever like pop in your brain? You're like, oh man, I really want to watch Iron Man or Ant-Man. Like,
Not
you
really.
almost
Yeah.
don't. And if you do, like, think about that. Like, because, like, sometimes you get in those moods where you're like, hey, man, I haven't seen these movies in forever. And I tried to do it before I sold them because I had this thought and I was thinking I was right. And that's why I made the whole video on it. But before I was going to do it, because these have been collecting dust on my shelf, I hadn't watched them in a very long time. And I was like, I'm going to marathon them. I'm going to watch one a day, which is no big deal for me. We watch movies every day in this house, sometimes multiple movies a day. And so I was going to watch one a day, and I was going to get through all 22 films. And by like the third or fourth one, I was like, I'm done. I'm over it.
Yeah. I'd probably go back and watch. I went back and watched Captain America
Yeah.
because that was a fun, like World War
It was
II
fun.
action movie. I was like, this is simple. I think the director of The
But the
Mummy did
first
it.
one,
Yeah, the first one.
right. Yeah.
The first one was good, and then I liked Winter Soldier because Winter Soldier I feel was they finally did Captain America right. Like that's how I felt like Winter Soldier. Like Captain America, like they kind of after the first one they kind of like pussified him and other stuff. But I feel like this was like Captain America modern, like almost like Jason Bourne type action with like because he's not just like a slouch. He's like one of the best like hand to hand combat guys like
Yeah.
in the MCU, especially well in Marvel Comics, but in the MCU he probably is the best if you think about it. Like he should be. And
Yeah.
so I thought they did that one right. I thought that was cool, and him coming against Shield and going rogue, and that one was actually interesting. I liked that one. But yeah, trying to go. I mean, those are probably my top two. But
Yeah. No,
man,
I agree, man.
recent. I mean, recent ones. Recent just Marvel movies that I watched in general. I went back and watched Amazing Spider-Man, and and I watched Spider-Man 3 again, just because I
Yeah.
don't remember what that
The
much
Tobey
from it.
Maguire one? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I've got those. I watch those all the time. But I'm talking
yeah.
about the actual MCU movies.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
I only
No,
cared
I just
about Iron Man because that was the first time Iron Man was like right there and it was awesome on the screen. I knew who Iron Man was. I'm sure you did. All the comic book nerds did, but the majority of the people didn't. That was their first introduction, and I thought it was really cool. And it was before they were really trying to tie it all together. I mean, I think they might have had some kind of plan to do it, but like it wasn't like they ended up doing it. And it ended up being like making the movie by committee. just stamping out the new thing, and just it made a ton of money. It did what it's supposed to do, but I just don't think that they're rewatchable to the point where I'm like, oh man. And part of it is making it so connected. Like if they had made those movies more like the comic books. So you know how like all the comic books back, especially back in the day, would have crossovers, tie-ins, and then a lot of times like there'd be something going on the page, but in the bottom right hand corner it'd say, see X-Men 52. And then you'd go get X-Men 52, and then that exact same scene that you were seeing in the background, that's happening. And then in that other book you were reading, where you were reading the Thor book or something, and then Thor's in the background of the other one. So like the two events are happening at the exact same time, but it forces you to kind of check it out. And so like I thought that would have been cooler, as opposed to having the MacGuffin of the Tesseract and just tying that into all the movies. And it's basically like, who's got the hot potato now? Like that's how it felt for me. And so I felt that if they really just made them more standalone like the comic books, and then in the background having something, or even something subtle, to tie it into the other movies and have them all tied in, I think that would have been cooler, because then it's your choice if you want to actually watch all those movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I liked Ant-Man 1. I liked Guardians of the Galaxy 1. I liked Iron Man. I liked the first Thor. I thought Ragnarok was fun, but it wasn't my favorite. I mean, I think it had fun scenes.
It did.
But as a whole, it wasn't my favorite.
Yeah, it got too jokey a bit once they found out he can do comedy. Okay, let's make it jokey. And now the new ones, I'm like, this is
right.
I don't even take this serious.
That was my problem with this that Disney Star Wars too. All the jokes, it was just dumb.
Yeah, they're like doing something, and then let's crack a joke. You're like, you guys are ruining the.
Yeah,
that was kind of refreshing with the Batman too, is that you have somebody say something and it has weight to it, and you not have somebody making a joke 2 seconds later.
Right.
You're like, oh, cool.
Oh yeah. So those are horrible. No, I agree. Those are absolutely horrible. And when I say something negative about it, I get attacked.
Probably my favorite MCU thing is probably Daredevil.
Daredevil's pretty good.
Daredevil, I like Daredevil.
The Ben Affleck one, or the show?
The
new
Netflix show. The Netflix
okay, yeah. See, I don't stream, so I'm aware of it, but I never watched it.
Oh, it's very good.
Yeah. Oh, I heard people liked it.
Yeah, that's one I'd like to get on DVD. It's tough to come by. It's real tough to come by.
You know what I've done for those things is, well, I don't know if you're gonna be able to now, but I have gone to eBay and I've gotten things from Russia. And so they have done it and put it well together. So I don't have Netflix, but I love the Dark Crystal. So I really wanted to watch the Dark Crystal show. So I found it, and I didn't know it was coming from Russia, but I found it on eBay. Somebody put it out on DVD. They made or Blu-ray, and they made this awesome packaging and the art. They print off the discs, but they're like totally, bootlegs. But and it comes from Russia, and then and I know that because when I go to play the disc, some of them don't do it, but some of them come up with the Russian subtitles, and then I have to go turn it off before it plays. But so it's kind of a pain in the butt. But the art is beautiful, and I got that whole series on disc.
Yeah, I think the Daredevil Netflix is probably the best you're gonna get out of Daredevil, even though even though they said it's canon now and that they're doing a new show. They're doing
without him.
It is. I mean, it's like it's really good because it feels like you're watching.
Didn't they say it was
Frank
canon though? Didn't they say it was canon, and then they're doing it without him?
Well, at first they said that they were saying that when first it wasn't, but then now they say that it is, and then now they're doing a new show. But it's still Charlie Cox. In Hawkeye, they brought old dude back as Kingpin. So they are linked. If it's gonna be like different multiverses, whatever, I don't know, because Daredevil was like it's kind of like you were watching like a Batman, or you're watching like a crime drama is how it was made. It wasn't made like if you watch it next to like an MCU movie, like it doesn't. It's like made like you're watching Law and Order, but he goes out at night and beats the shit out of people.
No, I heard it was good, and like that's really great, and that's what I think. Like, so I understand that the MCU made a ton of money, and there was a whole reason how it made a ton of money, and it was that formula, and it was all the puzzle pieces fit into place for that. But I think moving forward, if Marvel or Disney would allow other places like Netflix or stuff like that to actually produce these movies and put these out, I think you'd get a better product.
Yeah, because I think that's why Daredevil's so good. Is it's
Mhm.
not connected at all. They
Right.
mention something, but it's not like you don't get really cameos or any till maybe you get to like season two, where they introduce the Punisher, and you're like,
Mhm.
fuck yeah,
Oh yeah.
you
Well,
know.
and
So
that was one of my favorites as a kid. Like going to the comic book store and getting the Punisher books.
mhm,
Punisher and Wolverine, they were my favorites.
yeah,
So yeah. No, I
so
missed that. I missed that too. I felt that that actor. I mean, I think he's a pretty good actor, but I felt that he's maybe a little small for the role. But I
he he
mean, I hear he's pretty good. People like him. I know
he
that.
is good. He is kind of tiny, but he is very good. He
Hmm.
is very he is very good. I honestly I can't and honestly he got that nose.
Hmm.
He got that nose where he looks like
Yeah.
he looks like Frank Castle,
Hmm.
like Jr.
Yeah.
Jr. Frank Castle with the big beefy nose.
Yeah. No, no, no. I
So
like
he does
that.
a good
No,
job. He does a
I
good
check
job.
it out. I check it
Yeah.
out. But like I said, I don't stream, so I don't care. But yeah, I
Mhm.
heard it was good. I heard people liked it. And I've got those other two ones, those other two Marvel movies there with Aaron Eckhart. Who's the other one? Who's the other one that was in it? I don't remember. It's two different actors, right? I think it is.
Which one?
The Marvel movies that they put out like way before Disney bought them. The Punisher ones. There's one with
Oh,
Travolta's the bad guy.
oh yeah, yeah. They had let's see, they have Dolph Lundgren in the very first Punisher movie,
Good.
and
You know
then
what? I've never seen that one either.
they
That
had
one
the
has always
did
eluded me. Not because I want to miss out on it, but my rule is I have to physically own it. So if I don't
yeah,
physically own it, I won't watch it.
and then they had the other one with that big dude who looked
Let's see.
probably the most like Punisher. I mean, the guy like was like,
Yeah, the last one they made because they did the one with Aaron Eckhart, right? Let's see, the one in 2004, 189. So you had the
oh no,
89 Dolph
there
Lundgren
was
one.
yeah, I know there was the Thomas Jane one
Okay.
with John Travolta, and then they did Warzone,
Yeah.
which had
Okay.
like that big dude. That I think that I don't even know if that I think that one was in the theaters for the short one. That one was weird.
That was not even coming up. All right. So yeah. So the one with Thomas Jane. I don't know why I kept saying Aaron Eckhart.
Mm,
I think they got the same head. So yeah, Thomas Jane. I was wrong.
mm.
Um, but then the other one, when did it come out? 2000, no, Punisher Warzone, 2008. So that one, yeah, I thought Thomas Jane looked more like Frank Castle than this guy, right?
Yeah, that guy that's in
Ray
Warzone is
Stevenson.
yeah, he's like huge. He's
Yeah,
like
he's
freaking. He's like
huge.
6'7". To me, he looked like the cover art from the Garth Ennis. I think the Garth Ennis runs.
Yeah.
The Welcome Back Frank with I don't know who did the cover art, but like when his hair slicked back and he's in the shadow,
Hmm.
like I thought that guy kind of looked more like him. But yeah, no, he's yeah. Even Thomas Jane was a tiny guy too. It was a Punisher movie, but kind of not really a Punisher movie in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, because it was like he's kind of the Punisher, but kind of not. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, just fucking make him the Punisher, and that's why like
No,
you can't have the Punisher in MCU. Like they say they might do one, they don't know, but that Netflix Punisher cannot coexist in the MCU. There's no
it's
way you
that
can
good.
put him in there because he just murks people. Like he
Yeah,
just
no,
will kill
it's that good
everybody.
though.
Yeah,
It's really that good.
it's good.
All right, I might try to check it out.
Mm.
I'm gonna try
I
to
mean,
check it
it's
out.
good. Second season, I think they did 2 seasons, but they introduced him in the Daredevil in the second season of Daredevil, and it's really good.
Okay.
So, but yeah, he can't because he's just like I mean, like I say, he's Punisher, man. He's just gonna Civil War Punisher would just come out and would shot people like. Like, you can't, he's almost like it was too gritty. It was too. I mean, it's R, dude. Punisher's R. Like you can't get around it. Like he's people getting bloody, people getting stabbed.
Oh
He's
yeah.
just murking people all over the
No,
place.
it's
That's why
definitely.
I don't
Yeah,
think they could put him in the MCU. I don't think he can exist.
I don't think so either. It doesn't
Yeah.
make sense in that world that they build. It is all that stupid comedy and jokes and
Hmm.
dumb stuff and like and what the hell do they do with Nick Fury? And yeah, I know they swapped him too, but I do like Sam Jackson, so I mean I think I give him a pass.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Um,
more Ultimate Nick Fury. I mean,
but
Ultimate Nick
like,
Fury was black,
well, they no, that's what they said. Like the comic book pros said that that was the goal. So Marvel and them said we want to start making movies, so you need to start drawing the characters like actors so we can do
Okay.
it. So they purposely drew the character to look like Sam Jackson, so then eventually they'll make the movie. That's what the comic book pros say.
Wow.
That's exactly how that went
That's a
down.
pretty smart move, though.
It was a smart move on the part, but yeah, no,
Mhm.
I just that's the thing. I give that one a pass, but most of the time I usually just say forget about it.
Yeah.
But how they mess the stupid the stupid cat scratched his eye. Get the hell out of here.
Whatever. Yeah.
Like that's just another dumb decision. Like how
Yeah.
when you for me when I pick up a book, it
You
doesn't
can't
matter. It doesn't matter.
you can't
What?
tell me that was the plan from when they first introduced Nick
No,
Fury to
no, they
have a
never had
cat
it.
scratch his freaking eye.
Right? No, no, yeah, no. That's dumb. And like I pick up this toy. I'm on an adventure. I pick up this book. I'm on an adventure. I watch those MCU movies. I'm bored.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's just a reality. It's so it's very clear that the people that are in charge don't care about it. And yeah, you could argue that Kevin Feige, cared about it because he knew all this stuff and everything, but at some point, all the decisions were made is what you got. And the bottom line was it made a ton of money, and that's what its goal was. But to enjoy it, I mean, there's a reason people still watch Snow White.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? That's owned by Disney. There's a reason that movie still makes money, and still they just re-released it again. I mean, how
Mhm.
many times can you put that damn thing on Blu-ray?
Yeah.
People are gonna buy it because
I
it's a
remember when they
different
were throwing
package.
it on when they were throwing it on a VHS, people were freaking out. Limited engagement.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Snow White. Everyone's like, dude,
Right.
forget.
Right. No, I'm just saying,
We're
like,
never
how
gonna get it again.
right. No, and they will, and that's the thing. So, like, to make these movies that it's like a one and done thing, and I don't know. I just don't see how that decision could be made. When you really when you're making a product, and that's what I say. Like, the people that are making the comic books and stuff. Like, for me, that's why I love Comicsgate because like the best ones try to make the coolest stuff. You know what
Mhm.
I mean? And their whole goal is to, they want to give me a product, but they want my money. Like we know the relationship, and the better they do, the better the product, the more money I'm going to give them. And here, it just seems like they don't care. They don't care. It's a a place to spew out your weirdo ideology.
Mhm.
Your the weird worldview that those people have. That's what it is. So even though those MCU movies didn't have a lot of the SJW nonsense, they had a little bit of it. With Captain Marvel, her whole
I don't know anybody that
attitude.
saw it.
I don't think. Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
just
anybody that
ridiculous.
saw it.
No,
I didn't see it.
no. I ended up buying it because I'm a completionist.
Mhm.
I never watched it. So, because like it ended up being like $5 or something on one of the Black Fridays, and I just had to have all of them because I had them, and then I ended up putting it on eBay anyway because I was like, I don't watch these. Like, what the hell's wrong with me?
I think
Yeah,
somebody finally brought a copy to the store like 2 days ago. Otherwise,
really,
I never had Captain Marvel in the
really,
store.
yeah.
I've
No, it's a
never had it.
horrible movie.
So I'm
It's a
like,
horrible
oh,
movie
I got
because
the other ones. I
those
guess I'll
people
take
got
this one.
tricked. Those people got tricked into seeing it because
Mhm.
they thought they were going to miss something getting into Endgame. Because again, these people were never comic book people to begin with,
Mhm.
so like they felt that they had to see it, and it was wedged in there, and it was a horrible movie. It gets bad reviews, and when people rank them, it's definitely at that bottom of that list of like the best ones. So you have that. And then I think in Endgame there was like the one dude who was like, I'm gay or something. Like it wasn't like in your face gay, but like he basically said like my boyfriend or gay. It was just something about it. There was like one gay character, and it was like a real quick in and out.
Mhm.
And I remember they were making a big deal about it because it was in all the newspapers. and
I
all that
don't
stuff.
I
And it
don't
was all the
remember.
people would talk about. But I was like, when I watched the movie, I didn't really even catch it. So it was in and out fast.
Mhm.
Um,
I think
but like,
that's
so
where it
the,
ended too. Like I
huh?
think Endgame was the MCU's end, man. Like I
Yeah.
think it was the end game. Everybody else tapped out
Well,
after that.
and
Like, all
that's what I
right.
was saying. That's what I was saying about that in my video about it, and why people gave me thumbs downs without like trying to say anything. Like no, no comments, no like, hey, you're wrong because of this. Like there's nothing. You just gave me a thumbs down because you didn't like the way I said it. But it was done. Like the end game was over, and the newer movies, they're really pushing that SJW nonsense. So it's fallen flat with the actual fans that they built up from the MCU.
You don't even know
And
what you can
so,
trust to watch now.
huh?
Like you don't even know what you can trust to watch, if it's gonna be woke or if it's gonna be any
I'm
good or
well.
if it's gonna suck. Like I love Moon Knight. Like I love Moon Knight. Like as a kid, I never bought the comics, but I always loved Moon Knight. I bought the omnibus.
Mhm.
I finally got the
So how's the
omnibus like
show?
6 months ago. I'm scared to watch it. I don't want to watch it.
I
I'm not gonna see
see.
it.
Here's the thing. If you decide to see it, don't go in with your fandom. Don't go in with your fanboy attitude of how much you love that character, because I'm telling you, people get tricked and like they put Mandalorian on such a high pedestal, and I was like, this is just mediocre. It's only great because it's not beating you over the head with a lecture,
Mhm,
and that's the problem. You either get the messages smashed into your brain where you completely hate it, or there's no message, but then the whole story is garbage or flat or boring,
mhm.
and you think it's great because it didn't have the lecture.
Yeah. Yeah. Just because it's not woke doesn't mean that it's good.
Right. Right. So that's what for me, that's why all this stuff I'm just noping out.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm so
I'm old
I don't even
stuff.
know if I don't even know if you want to call it jaded. Man, I don't know if I want to call that I'm jaded, but any new stuff, I'm just like, I don't care unless it's something that's like, I feel like the
No,
creativity there
I
is
don't
just
think
sucks.
I don't think it's jaded because when you see somebody who's jaded, like it's it's negative all the time. You're looking for an alternative.
Yeah.
You're not just going, oh, modern movies are stupid. They were
Or
better back in my day.
I'd
No,
rather
you're
just
looking
watch
for an
something
alternative.
else instead too. You're like,
Right.
forget that. I'm gonna
Right.
watch
So
this
no, I don't
instead.
I don't think you're jaded. I definitely, it's just being cautious, but I'm telling you, for a very long time now, I've been very upset with the movies. And for me it was, when I got out of the Navy, that's when I first heard of the whole comic book thing where they were, the famous, I don't know if it was Mary Jane or whoever it was, had that T-shirt that said, "Ask me about my feminist agenda."
Mhm.
And I first heard about that, and then I was just like, "Oh, well, that sucks for those comic book guys. I'm glad I don't read comics anymore. I like movies." And I look at me, a bunch of years later, I'm reading comic books again, and I'm having a good time. But I think, and that's why, like, I've tried to reach out to other people because somehow or other, the comic book guys have embraced me and like my channel. And every time I pop in their streams, they always talk about how awesome my channel is. And I just am glad that they like it because I'm just a guy on the internet, like,
Mhm.
and to get that praise. And I think it's real because I don't bring anything to these people. Like, I don't buy all of everything that's out there. I'm not backing every book. So I'm not coming to them like buying their stuff. And then I see other people in the chat that have channels and stuff, and people know that they have channels. And then they'll go, "Hey, welcome, thanks for coming in." And then I come on, and they're like, "Oh man, you got such a great channel. Go subscribe to that dude's channel." And I was just like, "Oh, that's really cool." But then it's humbling. And so, like, for me, I have so many other hobbies, and I don't even talk about mostly comics on my channel. But those are the guys that really like embrace me. And so, like, I'm trying to go other places. I'm trying to like hang out with the um the toy guys and the guys that are building Legos. There's this one dude, man. And if you haven't checked him out, he's got this weird sense of humor, and I think it's because he's British. The dude lives in England, and his channel, he's got Salacious Crumb Puppet, and so his channel is called Salacious Rum, and he talks in a weird voice, and
Mhm.
he never shows his face. It's just the puppet. the entire time. But he has guys on, and they collect toys. They there's a channel, there's a stream on the weekends that he gets a whole bunch of guys on, and every single guy is doing a video, and it doesn't show on their face either, and they're just building Legos. Like they
Oh,
got they got the Star Wars Lego sets, and like each of them has a different one, and they're just building it. And then he's talking, and they're all just hanging out, and they're talking, and it's not the most exciting stream, but it's fun. I put it on sometimes, and I mean those guys, and that guy found me too. Like this dude in England who was watching my channel talking about my stupid ass TV back here, and and so he's talking. So that's how I found him, and like just reaching out to that community. I think is important, because that time when how they've done things, how they've infected all of the nerd culture, but each different thing. So
mm,
they're doing they infect the comic books, and then everyone else goes, oh, well, that sucks, whatever, it doesn't affect me.
mm,
Well, well, now it's starting to, because you saw a big backlash when they went after Lord of the Rings.
yeah.
So I just think it's more important, and that's why I love my channels, because it's all of nerd culture. And so like I get to hang out with all these other people where your comic book guys, they generally might have different hobbies, but like they're really only focused on that channel. Like so your channel, like I know you're newer. How long you been doing this?
YouTube in general, I
Yeah.
probably have 2 other channels.
Mhm.
I did the game stuff. Before I did the game stuff, I actually was doing a lot of airsoft stuff. So I would play. I actually ran a non-for-profit airsoft club
Really?
um, for about 3 years, and those it was
Wow.
called it's called RK Airsoft Recreational Combat, and I just would host games or run games. And I had a younger brother. I have a younger brother, and he was in the airsoft. So I was like, hey, why don't we try and get people to play, because there was nobody around that would play. So we'd go to different like airsoft parks. There was like 2 that was by us, one in Indiana, one was in Illinois, and then I would film and be like, hey man, like I'm putting stuff on my YouTube, if you don't mind, come check it out. And then they would
Mhm.
sub, and then of course I met other people that were in the area, and it's like, let's play. So that was like my first YouTube channel,
Mhm.
was like doing airsoft videos,
That's
just
cool.
going and filming events and stuff. And then I was like, after we kind of fell out of that, my younger brother got older and stuff, and
Mhm.
we couldn't get out and play as much as we liked. And they're like, okay, well, I'm like, well, let me do game stuff. So then I started doing games, because I always was playing games, and I just recently started getting back into retro stuff.
Mhm.
Um, so then I was doing the game stuff, and so man, I've probably been on YouTube probably since like 2006.
Wow. So you've been
Just
doing it for a while.
and then, but I mean, I would get like 1,000. Like I think my arcade airsoft maybe had 2,000, 3,000,
Mhm.
subs. And but when I got those, that's when like that was a big deal,
Mhm. Oh
you
yeah.
know. And then I was doing, then I did the game stuff, and I really fell into a groove with the game stuff, doing a lot of when the Dark Souls stuff came out, especially the second one, because
Mhm.
one of the things I really enjoyed was sharing the information that you would find, like the lore, and like
Mhm.
because they don't tell you the story. Like you have to
No.
like you beat a boss, and then you read the weapon that you get from the boss, and it tells you the backstory of that boss, and each piece
Yeah.
of armor gets you stuff. So you're like, okay, so you find out the lore. So then I started doing stuff like that when Dark Souls 2 came out, like how to find things. Like I would be filming when I play, and then come across an item that nobody found yet, and I would post it. Oh, this is where you get this shield. This is where you get this sword.
That's cool.
Stuff like that. And then I did some comic stuff a little bit on there, and some drawing stuff.
Mhm.
But then I kind of like didn't mess around with it. I just did stuff here and there. Started focusing more on retro stuff, and then I started watching your boy Zach's video, which was the gateway drug to lead you into EVS's stuff. And then
Mhm.
he was talking about like this is what you need to draw comics. And I was like, maybe I'll start drawing. And then I seen all this art that these other people are posting, but then also the art that the pros are doing, and or not pros, but what I'm
Yeah.
seeing on like Marvel and stuff. I'm like, I might have a shot. Like I might be able to like make comics. Like see some of these people working for Marvel. I'm like, I think I can do better than that if I really try. So,
Yeah. Some
you
of
know,
some of that professional art that they're putting out now, professional art
professional.
is garbage.
Yeah, you're just
And then
like,
the
oh,
stories are garbage. So it's well, just real quick. That's what not why I started this, but it's an end all be all goal. I eventually want to maybe possibly put my stories out or make some, the stories I got in my head for the same idea. Like,
Mm,
I love movies, I love stories, I love that. But then they're just putting out garbage. There's no more fun. There's no
yeah.
more fantasy. There's no more real adventure. And so
Mm,
that's my thought. But no, so you just proved my point right there. That's what I was getting at, is like, you have other hobbies.
mhm,
You don't just like the one thing. You're knowledgeable about a lot of things. And like, you're probably really knowledgeable about, the things that you like more than most. So just having that in your tool belt, whatever your plan is for your channel here, I'm assuming it's art, I'm assuming it's comics and that whole thing, but you're
mhm,
able to weave in and out of the nerd culture and, like, hang out with these dudes because you have that knowledge. You're not just some dude going, hey, hang out with me and like me and buy my comic book, ha ha ha.
yeah.
You're able to go, hey, I like this game because blah, or hey, I'm part owner in a video game store. So you have stuff to talk about, to hang out with these other people. And that's where I find it is weird, um, because I've always been an extrovert. I'm always that kind of person. So to me, to hear these like comic book professionals that are on YouTube going, I'm an introvert and I don't like people, I'm like, then why are you on the
Yeah,
internet?
what are you doing here? It was like, well, I got
Yeah,
books to sell. I got
right. Yeah, yeah. Why don't you just
necessity.
go back to work, monkey?
Yeah, right.
you know. So yeah, so for me, like, and that's what I found, and just being able to hang out with these people. But the thing is, a lot of these guys are finding me,
Mm,
and I think that's really cool. But just putting in that time to, um, I look at this whole thing as a job now. Like, that's what I look at. Like, I'm not making any money on this. I got like 122 subscribers, nowhere close to being monetized or anything like that. And maybe I'll never get there, but everything I do, I try to do it better and I try to make it better. And so, like, I definitely take a day where I don't care about Ethan's stream, or I don't care about what the comic book guys are doing. And I'm like hanging out with these other guys over here,
yeah.
or, in the morning, the anime guy, and he actually is in our circle. Like, I actually found him through Twitter, but he found me again because he's another one that wanted this TV. And he actually hit me up in the DMs about it. Like, he wanted to know about the TV and how I got it and all that. And but then invited me to watch his channel, and all he does is anime. So he loves comic books. He's backed indie comic books. He's got Ethan stuff. And so he's in that. And so he follows everybody on Twitter, but his like passion is anime.
Mm,
And so we kind of became internet friends. And I catch his streams in the morning. He almost always streams like 11 or 12 in the morning. And that's cool if you like anime, but it's something I knew about, but I never got into because it wasn't available to me when I was a kid.
mm,
So, like, just having that ability, I think you should keep that in mind.
yeah.
Like, especially you, like, in general, because you have that ability with your other passions and your knowledge about stuff. Because, like, I bet you more than anybody in this room, well, like, not this room, but like in our Twitter circle, I bet you know more about video games than most of those guys. And that's just
Probably.
partly because you own the store, but
Hmm.
like, just the things you talk about, it just seems like you're extremely knowledgeable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's insane that I became my job. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
when I was living up north, I was running the family business, and we were just we were commercial and industrial HVAC cleaning. So
And
cleaning
then and now,
HVAC units and all types of stuff and
and now
shitty
you're living like
hours.
the 12-year-old boy's dream.
Yeah, I was like,
You're like,
I can never.
I got a video game store.
It was crazy how it happened too, because like I would come and visit. Like when the store started, it was like super small,
Mhm.
but we'd come visit the in-laws, and that was my way of getting out of the in-laws' house, was to like, hey, this is like 15 minutes away. Let's go to this game store. And even like how small it was, he always had cool stuff. So every time I'd come down here, that was like I said, my way of getting out away from the in-laws. Was not that they're, they were fine anyway, but sometimes to get out and do something.
Yeah.
So I'd go, and every time I'd go there, I'd talk to him. I'd go there and I'd talk to him. And then, one year he was, when we moved down here, where it was like, I mean, I didn't want to do HVAC cleaning, but I would because we got bills to pay. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No,
so
that
I'm like,
makes
all
sense.
right. So we move when uh we moved down. I was following him on Facebook, the page of the store, and he put it. He wanted help wanted, like the day I moved down. So the next day I went to the store. I was like, "Hey man, like I don't know if you remember me, but I'm from." He's like, "Yeah man." It's like, "Well, I'm in the area now, and I ain't got shit going on. So if you need somebody." He's like, okay, why don't you come in? Why don't you come in 2 days from now, and I'll give you a shot. So okay, so I went in 2 days, later, and worked there for a week. And he's like, what do you think? I'm like, I'm in, man. Yeah, sure, let's do it. So I just started working out part time, and then he made me a manager, and then when he made me a manager, and I started working there full time, we became friends,
Hmm.
and he was like, dude, he's like, when I put that ad up. He said, I was hoping. He's like, you know what? I wish that dude that lived out of town lived nearby because I'd hire him in a heartbeat. And so he was talking about me, like he wished I lived there.
Yeah.
And then 2 days later, when after he puts up the ad and he's thinking that, I walk in the door and I'm like, hey man, like I live here now.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's
so
pretty cool.
so he's like, dude, like it was
Yeah.
meant to be. I'm like, yeah, sometimes stuff is just like that. So
Hmm.
um and then we became partners and stuff. So yeah, it's worked out great. And so
No,
that's
it's cool.
that's another thing what I'm trying to do too with the art as well is I want to do stickers for the store
Hmm.
and sell them at the stores.
Yeah, no, you were talking about the stickers. Now, were you thinking about doing like puff stickers? Like remember them old puff stickers in the 80s? Remember that? That's something cool.
No, so their main bread and butter, what
Hmm.
they did before the game store was they have a sign shop.
Hmm.
So they print signs, but they print vinyls. They can do vinyl
Yeah,
decals.
cool.
So they're going to be vinyl
That's cool.
stickers
Okay.
is
So
what they're going to be.
you already got in.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah,
like,
you
well,
already got
so I'm
so
gonna
that's
do
cool.
so I'm gonna do stickers for the store,
Hmm.
but then also sell them on the Twitter and stuff. And my brother, the name of the store is called Old School Player Video Games, is what it's
Hmm.
called. So I have my brother who lives in Japan and teaches English. I'm like, if I want to write old school, let's say I wanted to call the brand old school or whatever I wanted to do, right? In Japanese, would I write like old school? Will I spell it out, or will you tell me what I would use? And he's like, well, you could either write it out, spell it out, old school, which is be
Hmm.
like 2 words, or there's a character old and there's a character school. Usually people they don't use that, but if you're just it's like you're just selling in America, nobody knows what you're talking about, so it really wouldn't matter. You can use that, because
Hmm.
there's katakana and hiragana. There's like two versions, and like I think some foreign stuff they write in one, but then the local
Hmm.
stuff they write in another. So I was
Yeah.
like, well, I just would do. So he gave me the the two characters that I would do. So I'm gonna do like those old like the old the skate, the old like 90s skate. I'm sure hookups is still around, where
Yeah.
they would have the stake with the anime girl and it would say hookups at the bottom
Yeah.
and there would be a sticker or a shirt. That's what I want to do, but I'm going to do old school and it's going to be the two Japanese characters is
That'd be
what it's
cool.
going to be. But I just want to get
That'd be
stickers. So
cool.
I'm just going to do stickers and maybe
So
shirts.
so for your characters, like how far you developed in your characters and your story.
I'm still writing this story with the girl and the robot. I'm always writing stuff and building that. Like I said, I don't know if I want to do. I might start with like a simple book first, and
Yeah.
then try and do a comic. Um, so I'm working on that one. I'm always writing stuff down for characters that I think of, and I'm always jotting stuff
Yeah,
down.
no, I do a lot of similar like that where I'm just like, if it pops in my head, I try to write it down because if I don't, I forget about it. And there was
Yeah.
one time, I had a cool idea, like real cool idea, and then I was busy cooking, and I was just like, I gotta write this down. I was like, nah, I'll remember it. And then like cooking, and then getting dinner on the table, and then eating, and then the kid, and then everything, and then like the next day, I'm like, man, I had such a cool idea, and then I eventually remembered it, but like I was so pissed at myself, so now I
Mhm.
try to like do it right away. But no, I was going to ask is like, because it just popped in my head. You're talking about Japan and stuff. I've always loved Japanese culture and stuff. But like, so you got the kaiju monsters, like all
Mhm.
that stuff. People love monsters. So if you're already going to go with that Japanese like lettering and for the store, like if you have a monster character, or you're able to create a monster character and just tack it into there, like with that kaiju style. And like, I just think that might be cool for a sticker because people like that shit, you know.
Yeah, because
Like,
that's
and
partially
it's
why I
your
want to
character.
do the
You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, because that's partially why I did the girl and her she has the giant robot. So the
Yeah.
giant robot's gonna be fighting other giant robots and other monsters and
Well, that's
stuff.
cool. Yeah, or
So
with
that's
robot. So I was just gonna say is tie in your character into that sticker, so you're already getting that out in the public
oh yeah.
before you put your book out. You know,
Mm,
so own that. Like, I don't know how it works legally, and like, if you're selling stickers for the store, I mean, I don't know how all that works, but I'm just saying,
mm,
like, I just think it'd be a good idea to, like, if you're gonna already be pumping these out, throw your brand on it.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm doing the little moto girl or whatever. I've been working on that one.
Yeah.
The other one with the which I changed the colors and stuff on that. But
Yeah.
that I was
No.
drawing earlier today. Yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
I
Yeah. I saw
seen
that. I
that.
remember
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So
So,
that one,
like,
that's the sticker, and then I'm gonna do Robo Girl and the other robot, like the big robot together.
and
The
another
one I was
sticker.
working on today. That's gonna be another sticker, and then I'm gonna.
Okay. Yeah.
But I could do
That's what I was
multiple
thinking of.
stickers of the
Okay,
same
okay,
characters
okay.
and
All
stuff
right. Yeah.
too.
So we're on the same page. I was just
Yeah.
thinking because you were talking about putting the letters up and stuff. I was like, that's real cool. But like when you automatically think of like Japan and that type of stuff, you're automatically going to think of Godzilla.
And
So
then
like I was just like, how cool
mhm.
would it be like have like a Godzilla sticker with the old school on there, but instead of Godzilla, it's your character.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like but a monster kind of thing or something. Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah. I'm gonna
yeah,
do exactly. We're on the same page.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then
No,
what I
it's cool,
want to
man.
do too is I did a I should do another one. I did I drew one of Zaid Comics' guys. His name's escaping me right now. One of his characters, and then I drew that character.
Mhm,
I drew Nosfero on Shant and stuff. So I want to do more drawings like that, but physical.
mhm,
And then when I get the stickers made, I'm gonna put it with the art, and like I'll do fan art, physical fan art, put the
mhm.
stickers in it, and I'll send it to Shant, or I'll send it to Gabe, or I'll send it to Zaid. Be like, hey, here I drew this. Here's some of my stickers.
Yeah.
If you need some art, hit me up.
Well, it's another thing too. So like getting more exposure too. So like
Mhm.
um I don't know how much traffic do you get on your channel here?
I don't know.
Like when you do a live stream, like how many people pop in?
Maybe about two or three.
Okay.
Maybe you might pop in and say, "Hey, one of them's you."
Yeah.
So I'm still. I think I'm at 20. Let me see what my subscribers are at. I think I'm at 22, 20. Let's see my channel. I was at 18, so I'm at 22 right now. So
Okay.
it's growing, which is nice. But that's why I'm trying to do more of this stuff. I'm trying to get the
Yeah.
art. I'm
Oh
just
yeah.
trying to
No.
get everything out
Well,
there
and
and
then
stuff, which is neat. You know.
the longer you go too, it makes it you know the more hours you get when people watch that stuff, and then when you make it, it lives here forever. So like even though somebody's not watching it today, they might watch it 5 years from now.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah,
so I like
just
that.
building that cache
Oh
of
yeah, that's why I look at it. So like
of content. Yeah.
if I go real long on a stream, I'm like somebody's gonna be watching this later. You know? But no, I usually get a lot of the comic book guys like all pop into my stream. So like if you're coming on Saturdays and you want to keep making it like an every Saturday thing, I'm down. But if you want to like we can talk about your stickers and talk about your art and push your art
Mhm.
out there just to get eyes on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind
Yeah.
at all. I mean, I don't mind if you mind me drawing while we're on stream too. I mean,
No, that don't bother me at all. No, actually, I like that. It works out better for me because I can't draw. So, like, if somebody doesn't want to listen to what I have to say, you're drawing. So,
okay, yeah,
you know
no,
what
I
I
don't
mean?
mind.
Like,
It's always stuff I can always doodle or work on stuff. So I'm
you
always
don't have to, but I mean, just like if you feel like it,
yeah.
you want to. If you got nothing better to do, that's your draw
Mhm.
time. Like, people find that interesting, and the fact that I can just talk and I don't need anybody else to talk with me, like because like a lot of people do these streams, right? And they feel more comfortable or they think that it's easier to talk with somebody. And I was like, I can go for hours by myself. So like,
Yeah, once I get started, I'm a little bit slow. Once I get started, I'm the same way, man. I'm just
yeah.
like, then I'm
Oh
like,
well, yeah.
then I
If you
realize
ever
I'm
watch,
talking in circles. I'm like, all right, man, it's time to hang it up.
sometimes I'm like, did I already say that? Did I already say that? Like, especially on a live stream, I'm like, shit, have I already said that?
Mhm.
But no, if you watch my my first live stream, I was talking about Star Wars and how nerd culture wasn't always cool,
Yeah.
and how it's been hijacked, and how I remember, when Star Wars was coming out, when the prequel trilogy was coming out in the 90s, and how the news reporters would make fun of us and like that
Mhm.
type of stuff. And I even showed clips and stuff like that, very like maybe first 10 minutes or so. And I only went for like maybe an hour and 20 minutes on that stream, but
Mhm.
like maybe the first 10 minutes or so was very clunky, and I was just like slow talking and like trying to find my footing. But then I found my footing and I was a lot better.
Mhm.
But like even watching it back now, I'm just like, it's not as good as it could have been, you know. But it was my first one, so
Yeah.
no, I just get better.
Yeah. I mean,
And
that's all we could do is just get better, keep adding to the content and stuff.
oh yeah,
Just
definitely,
growing that
definitely.
audience.
Yeah, so no, if you want to whatever you want to do on the stream, but like my whole plan for it is to just like we were hanging out at the comic book store. So
Mhm.
there's no real plan. Like, so I'm just going to talk about books I read and recommendations. And if I don't get through all the books, then that's cool. It don't matter. But uh when I was a kid, when I read comics, I never got into the full runs. So like I don't in my brain, I don't have like, you know, this storyline or that storyline or this. I just have like specific memories of reading like a Wolverine comic or a Punisher comic, and just really enjoying it, or like a specific cover. So like going back, all my new knowledge is all the stuff I have now, and comic skate stuff mostly. So
Mhm.
I'm just trying to expand on that, and I want to talk about that. But when you go to the comic book store, like the experience you had as a kid, I remember, always be people hanging out. Always like people would be, they've already bought their stuff and they're just still just hanging out, and they're just talking shop, whether it's, you know, their favorite artists, their favorite runs, what they're looking forward to. And then grabbing the newer guys and going, hey, you like Spider-Man, you got to check out this. And then they're showing
Mhm.
them something different. So that's basically what I wanted to have the stream on. And I know there's another dude's going to come on, Comics with Drew. I don't know if you checked him out before.
Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff. I like his
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, I think he's going to be on. I gave him the invite. I've had Shant on before, and he's always in the chat.
Mhm.
And Michael Bancroft usually stops in the chat too. So
Nice.
um, I'll send them the links. Like if they want to pop in, they can. But I mean, they come in the chat sometimes, so you never know.
Mhm.
And a lot of times I'm not talking about comics, and they're all in there. So they usually stick around for sometimes like 30 minutes to an hour. I've had them in there before, so that was cool. But yeah, I never expect to have those guys in the chat, but they come in sometimes.
Yeah, that's neat. And that's kind of what I feel like the community that we're part of here is just
Mhm.
like, anybody will pop in the chat, anybody say hello, anybody will share
Oh yeah,
anything, which is neat. You know what I mean?
yeah. So so that's really the plan, and like just what you were saying today, like some of the stuff. I mean, you've been reading books forever, like you got a lot of knowledge, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm,
so
I'm
yeah,
okay.
so I mean,
Whatever
like
I remember.
for me, I'm gonna go. Hey, this is the book I read today, and this is why I liked it, or this is what I didn't like about it. Like I was able to do with Lock and Key and explain that to you, but I read that book like 6 months ago. So like I
Mhm.
mean I retained the information, and that's pretty much it. But like from like most of the stuff from when I was a kid, it's like I don't remember the stories, but I'll remember the page. Like I remember the Weapon X book I had. It was one of the first ones, and I don't know if it was like the one I actually have on the shelf. Like I have a trade paperback that's collected of version books from the 90s. But the
Mhm.
one Weapon X one I had, it was like a wicked awesome cover. He's on the cover and he's got all the cables and the wires hanging out from him. He's basically naked, but like everything's like shaded and covered up. And
Yeah.
then he it's when he first like they're not giving him the serum. They're not turning him into Weapon X yet. I mean, they already did that. So the book starts out of him like going into the rage and waking up and like running through the hallway and just stabbing everybody and
Mhm.
running out. And then he's like butt ass naked with the wires hanging out and he's running through the snow, like, and then going in the woods. Like that's a book I remember when I was a kid, but I can't tell you like really what it was about other than what I just said.
I mean, it sounds like every Weapon X issue was part of
Probably.
that run. Sometimes it
Probably.
might have been a bear, might have been a dude,
Yep.
but somebody
But the,
something
but
was
it was
getting murked.
snow. I remember he was running through the snow and he was naked, and like that was just the coolest thing ever. Like it was, I hadn't seen anything like that, even though I liked the Wolverine books. So,
Mm,
I mean, like, and then I had the one cover, and it was I've tried to look it up since, and like so when I've tried to look it up since, I haven't found it. And I found the one that's close, but it doesn't seem like that's my memory. But it was a Wolverine Spider-Man crossover, and I think it was a Wolverine book because I don't see myself buying a Spider-Man book, but I could have because Wolverine was on the cover. Because I did have two Spider-Man books. One was a Todd McFarlane, and one was a Spider-Man 2099.
mm,
So I had those, but then this other book, it had either, I don't remember whose book it was, but it had Wolverine and Spider Man on the cover. But my memory of it was Spider Man upside down.
okay.
And then like Wolverine was like off to the side. But then like when I've tried to look for it and any of the crossover covers I've seen with those two on it, it's not what I remember. You
Hmm.
know. So I don't know if it's my just remembering it or remembering it wrong, or um if there's a cover out there that I'm not able to find on the internet. So
I'm
like that's
trying to.
pretty much that's what I got. I got like vague memories of the books I read when I was a kid.
I think I had like an X Men Classic or something because
Yeah.
X Men Classic was like reprints of the other X Men books.
Hmm.
And I know Todd McFarlane did some of the covers. And I remember I had bought an X Men Classic that had Wolverine, and I think he has a cigar, and he's like in his yellow and blue, and then
Hmm.
Spider Man's like next to him, and he might have been hanging upside down, and it might have
Okay.
been a McFarlane cover.
If that's it, then I might have had it because I remember I had a McFarlane. I definitely had a McFarlane because I had at least one or two of them because I remembered that signature. And like the signature just stuck into my head because like
Mm,
most of the time when I look at these books, and even now as an adult, I usually only care unless I already know who the artist is. Like I'm getting an indie book, but like a lot
mhm,
of times I'll just go, "Oh, it's a great book," and I'll read it and not even care until I'm trying to go, "Oh, I got to make a video on this now," and then I'll write down who was the artist, who was the inker, who wrote it, like, and so like I've done that. But as a kid, I was even worse with it. But McFarlane's signature at the time, like it just stuck out to me, kind of like how EVS's signature just sticks out. Like
yeah,
it was
yeah.
just almost not out of place, but like it was it was it was there. Like I've got
Mm,
this Wolverine Hulk book that I had when I had the same one when I was a kid, but it's a Keone, and like it's super tiny. Like it says Keone like right here, and like
mm,
when I showed everyone on stream, I had to like put the book way up there, and I pointed at it, and you still really couldn't see it. But like this McFarlane one, it was like kind of in the middle, and just so I always remembered that. And then when I saw the toys in the store, I was like, "Oh, McFarlane, this dude's awesome!" And then I heard about Spawn #1, and like my cousin, my dad's cousin, he was older, he gave that to me, and I was just like, and I hadn't read comics in years at that point, and I was just like, McFarlane, I'm in. And so I already knew the lore, and like he worked on Spider-Man books.
mm.
Yeah, he was like the only one though. Like, and I mean, I knew Frazetta, I knew Jack Kirby, I knew those guys, but like to actually go, yeah, this was my favorite cover. You know, not that many guys I could do that with.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, that's definitely the goal. That's the plan.
Cool, man.
And then it's shop talk, so like the conversation can go anywhere, and then the chat, they could take the conversation in a whole different direction too. So
Yeah.
yeah. So that's the thing. The goal is comics, though, and because that's it, the majority of the people that show up for my streams are comic guys.
Okay. I think I have a handful of ones I can pick for tomorrow. Actually, there might be they're actually pretty interesting. I'll do some research on some of these that I have. My buddy
Okay,
bought me about 20 of these at a like a swap meet or something,
were they
and I never
old?
seen them. They're about
Okay,
early 90s.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're about early 90s. They're 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 comics that were made in they're Chinese comics made in Hong Kong, like written
Okay.
and stuff, right? And I watched a video on these actually right after I got them. Comic Cape Fabe happened to do a thing about them.
Hmm.
They're made in Hong Kong. They're kung fu action comics. They're called like Oriental Heroes, and
Oh
the
man, I'm
art in
in
them's really
already.
the art in them's pretty good. It's like pseudo manga,
Yeah.
Like it looks manga-ish, but
Hmm.
not quite there. And the action is just like I'm like I don't know what's happening, but whatever it is, it's fucking cool.
Okay.
And apparently, I was looking at to see who was working on it,
Hmm.
and so the guy had like a studio of artists that just were in Hong Kong, and he would just put his name on everything, right?
Yeah.
So apparently, the story is that it's translated script by Mike Barron.
Hmm.
And so Mike Barron, and I think this studio did like 3 to 4 books like a month. And Mike
Okay.
Barron was the only guy that would adapt their script,
Hmm.
which half of it was broken English or horrible Chinese or whatever. So he just was like, so I think he was making like some of the stuff up,
Hmm.
because when you're reading it, you're just like, what is? I don't know what any of this means, but so I got a handful of those that I can show off tomorrow and just show the neat art. But I was just like, and I heard it was pretty daunting for him to translate these things because half the stuff he just had to fill in the gaps. And I think this makes sense because their notes were crap because half of them it was in Chinese. So it's pretty much like, here's
That
this
sounds
thing, and you're
interesting.
just like, okay, I think this is the story.
Okay, that sounds interesting. Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. But like, did you ever get into this? So it's the Chris
Is that
Claremont and who the hell was it? Frank Miller. Frank Miller did this.
is that the first? Is that the first miniseries of Wolverine, or is
I
that like just a trade?
I don't know. I was going to read it today.
Oh, because
So
I
it's a
have the.
trade, but it says
I don't think I read that
Chris
one.
Claremont, Frank Miller. So Chris Claremont wrote it. Frank
Okay.
Miller's the penciler, and the finisher was Joseph Rubinstein.
Hmm.
Frank Miller did the cover, and it's got that classic art, man. Like, it's like the whole thing feels, the paper feels like an old comic.
Ooh.
It's got that classic art. I absolutely love it.
That might have
But
been a good.
I was gonna give it a shot today.
Yeah. See, if it tells you in the beginning of the book which issues are those, because that looks familiar. I
So
might
that's what I'm
have.
saying. I don't think. See this. I've seen this before. I've seen this a bunch of times.
Yeah, I seen. Yeah, that's Wolverine #1.
Yeah,
That covers Wolverine #1. So I'm
which I
wondering if
did own at one point, and I never read it.
me too. I don't know. I think I looked through it when I bought it like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I bought it in 2005 when my first daughter was born. I bought it then, and I put it in my safe because I bought the whole. I think it was four, a series of four. It was Wolverine 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and I had all
Okay.
those, and I think that was a complete story. And
Yeah.
then I had them in my safe, and I was like, well, they're probably worth a little bit of money someday. And then I ended up selling them like a couple years back, and I think I got like like $60 or $70 for them, like nothing
Mhm.
crazy, but so I did that, but I never read it.
Mm. Yeah, because I think they would do a 4 issue miniseries. Back then they were, and I don't know why they don't do it anymore. They would do 4 issues and see how it
Mhm.
did, and if enough people bought it, then they turn it into an ongoing series. So they did a 4 issue miniseries of Wolverine,
Yep.
and then it did good, and then they just did.
Well, this
did
might be it. It says Stanley presentation. I'm Wolverine, and it says it was Wolverine Volume One, Number One, July 1987.
okay, yeah, that might be the. Yeah, it might be the. I wonder if that's the ongoing series or the 4 issue miniseries. I'm trying to think which one I read. They had him like with a stupid. I think John Buscema did the art, and he's wearing like this blue outfit with like no sleeves. He's wearing like a little like mask, like, and he's like
Oh,
fighting
really?
in Madripoor, like trying to help this girl or something. I don't know if that was like the first mini series that they did for, and then I don't know if they did because I think that one with the orange cover is the Wolverine #1 when they started the actual
Hmm.
series, and I don't know how many times
Yeah,
they've
because
restored it since then.
this is that's the Wolverine number one that I've seen is
Yeah,
this one,
that's the one I got. Yeah, I got
and
that one.
then but this I think is the cover for the book.
Hmm,
This one right here,
okay.
because the way everything is laid out, it looks like a comic cover as opposed to them just adding it in.
Hmm.
Because then you'd think why wouldn't they, if it wasn't the comic cover, then why wouldn't they just put it on there and leave it blank?
Yeah.
Because then they got all the information down below of this page where I was telling you the year and when it came out and all the copyright stuff. And actually, no, it probably was because it even has in the small print, it has the price of the book and everything.
Hmm.
Price was $4.95 per copy in the U.S. and $5.95 in Canada. So this was probably the cover of a trade because you
Could be.
figure
Yeah.
in '87 the book
Yeah.
wasn't
They weren't.
$6.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was
They
a
would have
trade
lost their
price.
minds.
Yeah, that was a trade price.
Hmm. It's weird.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, no. So
Honestly.
I was saying, like, if you, even if you don't have the book, like if you know stuff about this to talk about, I mean, that just makes it better and more entertaining for the people in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I collected Wolverine from man, probably from 20 to like 75 or 80 when they
Mhm.
put the adamantium in and pulled it back out and he was all bestial and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tapped out. I'm like, this sucks, dude.
The
That and
was that the origin? Was the
no, this was pre-origin.
okay? So yeah, I heard about that, but then like the origin book, people said it sucked.
I didn't like it because the the history of Wolverine was in him being mystery was one of the most like the most coolest thing about him. And they're like, he's just a dude that's blah blah. And I was like, I didn't. I read it. I bought the first issue of Origin, and I didn't care. His name's James. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah,
No, so I
I didn't
have
care.
in my collection I have the origin, but I mean I didn't purposely buy it. Like how I got most of my books, except for like the big awesome books, I bought these by themselves. But like most of the collection I have because I bought lots on eBay, and I just kept whatever I thought was cool, and then I put it back, and I things I didn't want I put back, and I sold it. So I have origin because I'm a big Wolverine guy. But then after I've had it, I've heard negative things the entire time, so I haven't even thought about reading it yet.
Yeah, but I bought the first issue when it came out, and I was like, oh, they're gonna give the origin to Wolverine, and then it was like, eh. But like I said, after collecting Wolverine like so long and him like
Mhm.
being a certain way, and then they kind of do all that, it was like, I kind of it took the fun out of him, in my opinion.
Yeah,
He'll
no, I get
always be
that.
Logan to me. I mean, they want to
Yeah.
call him James and all. It's like, no, he's
No,
Logan to me, man. He's, there's so much stuff that they explored, even like with him going to Japan and
mhm.
actually
They do that in this
being
book.
yeah being married and say he probably meets his
Mhm.
wife in that one, or no, he probably met her in X-Men, I think, because that's Chris Claremont
You
probably
said
brought that.
you said met, but it sounded like you said beat.
Oh,
Like he beats his wife in
he
that
beats his
one. It's
wife.
like, yes, Wolverine's my guy.
Yeah.
No, yeah, no. So that's the thing. Yeah, I've got and see that's another thing I just want to do for the show is like hey, I didn't like this book because because like a lot of times, and I find myself in that problem too when I review comics. I tend to not review, especially indie comics. I tend to not review the ones I don't like. There's one
Yeah.
that I really didn't like, and I have talked about on the channel a couple times, but like as far as like actually doing like a 5-10 minute review on a specific book, if I wasn't a big fan, I just don't talk about it. So it
Yeah.
seems like I'm always being positive, but
Mhm.
like having this Saturday show, if you're like, hey, I didn't like Origin, and this is why, people in the chat are going to have the same opinions.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
just think that's really cool because like especially me, always loving this stuff and everything. But like I said, I just really got back into comics. So like, um, my knowledge is nowhere near anybody else's. I just like to talk about comics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't. I mean, probably got out of 2000 is when I stopped. 2002
Mhm.
maybe.
Okay.
When Ultimate like the Ultimate series came out.
Sounds like you got out right before it got crappy.
Yeah, I mean it
So,
was that actually I got out before then, and then the Ultimate stuff brought me back when they did like the Ultimate when they rebooted
mhm.
Spider-Man as the Ultimate stuff. Like so, I started collecting that like because I love Spider-Man, and I was like,
So
then I
what?
started doing the other ones, and then I
What?
got out again. Once
Yeah.
they started getting
Gotcha.
ridiculous.
What CG books you got? Like
Right now, I think I just have She, and I have the Cyber Frog '90s collection with the
mhm.
warts and all, and I got that Ultimate Blood Honey, the ghost version of Ultimate Blood Honey.
Okay, yeah, I got that. You
Um,
got the white one?
yeah,
I got the same one.
yeah, I thought that one was the coolest.
I thought it was the coolest too, but
Yeah,
like now after I had it in my hand, I was like, man, I wish I got the acetate one.
yeah,
See,
yeah,
Is that
Yeah.
the same thing? Same thing because I was like, I was gonna get the box, but then I was like, you know what? I already got the books because I had the first book and then I had the Diary of Heather Swain. So I
Mhm.
already had those. And I was like, I already got the books. And I said, I know he fixed the stuff and then he combined it, which is my favorite to have a collected edition and a bigger
Yeah.
book. But I was like, do I need all those books? Do I need to drop that money? And so I was like, nah, I want more toys. So I put that money towards more toys. So I'm getting 2 full sets for me and I'm getting a couple pieces for my kid. And that's where my money went there. So I just picked up the Ghost edition and then or the white one. That's all I got.
Yeah, that's all I
And
could afford at the time. So I was like, let me
yeah.
get one of these. Just
Yeah.
get the
Oh
book.
yeah, no.
I didn't
Sometimes
even have
that's
him
the
sign
worst
it.
too.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's the worst. Like, so Ethan's not too bad because his stuff always goes in demand and then he leaves up forever. So
Yeah.
like you can catch it at a later date. But like, some of these other dudes, they're like, "Hey, thanks for your money," and then it's done. And you're like, "Wait a
Yeah.
minute, I wanted to put money into this." Like, I thought I had the girl with the mega fists
Hmm.
one, and it's already done. It's already closed out, done. They only
Oh.
did 30 days. I missed out on it, and it was
Oh.
it's like a thick book. It's like a
Mhm.
real big book. Yeah, it was totally worth the money, and I missed out on it.
What I want to
So
check out is Jose Garcia's Lumina Vox.
I
That's
haven't
like
seen that one.
his. Yeah, he's the guy who's. I think he did the latest Graveyard Shift, and he did Tiger Blue.
Okay,
His that's his book, Lumina Vox, and it looks very like cartoony,
is it on
crazy
Indiegogo or where is it? Where can you
Cthulhu. I think
find it?
it's on Indiegogo. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, and that thing he says that it's. I think it's been getting bigger and bigger, bigger.
wow,
I think he got like all the pages for like 2 volumes done, but the first volume is like gonna be like 80 or so. I don't know.
wow.
So it's getting big. He's like it's getting big, and he's gonna have to split it up.
Okay,
Uh, let me see if I could. Indiegogo. Let's see if I pull it up. This art seems really neat to me. Yeah, volume 1, 160 pages.
Mhm.
All right, he's at 25. Yeah, let's see if I can scoot that over. Let's see if I could share that real quick.
Okay. I've never seen this one before. Oh, I think I have. That looks familiar.
Yeah, see, let's see how
I
much
don't
is
know.
what's the
You know,
$50 tier?
I just
Cosmos.
backed one today. Let's see, where was I?
Yeah, it keeps growing. Is where he's at here. Layouts and pencils 100%, line art it's almost on flats. He's working on the colors and with no lettering, but he's kind of one of those things that he's just like it's gonna come out when it comes out. And
Yeah,
I don't think he planned on it being so big.
that's cool then.
So yeah, I mean, just this art looks freaking nuts. And like when you're looking at it, it's like it's moving. It's like you can see the motion in it, which is just
Yeah, no,
amazing.
that art is crazy. So, like,
Yeah.
did you see? Um, the hell is this? I don't understand. Looks like a web cartoon. I these all these like web cartoon people are trying to make comic books now, and it just seems like I'm not a big fan. But did you see? Let's see. Well, this one I just backed it today. Were you in the other live stream earlier today? What was I
Uh,
on? I was on somebody's.
I don't
Uh,
think so. I
I
mean,
was on a.
I went on Chance for a little bit, but I was at work, so I couldn't even
Oh,
look at it honestly.
let's see. Okay, so I was on Telepathic Bunny stream, um, and they were showing Sins of the Fae. Check that out. You're already there. Let's see. So, uh, the art is like it's like the whole book is like artsy.
The
Like
FAYE,
FAE.
FAE,
Yeah. So
FAE.
like so it's like one of them like you know artsy books, but something about it reminds me of like painted stuff. Click on that one. I think that's it right there. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait till you get down. See some actual art from it.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. He had me at back my book. I said okay. I said okay, no problem. Yeah. So and then he's got the book. I don't know how many he printed, but there's a picture of the book on a floor and an actual book at the bottom of the page. So there's like some like you know I don't know like maybe some drug induced hippie trips going on, but the art is cool. I'm interested. It's a different book. The layouts are definitely different. And so I was into it.
Yeah, it just reminds me of like Vertigo Sandman vibes. That's what it
Yeah.
gives me.
So I never read Sandman.
Yeah, me
So
neither. I just remember seeing the covers,
well,
when I
I
was
was gonna
collecting in early
I was gonna
'90s,
get
and they
into it.
always
Hold on.
looked interesting.
I don't have a book. I don't have a book. I just had
Yeah, those are
oh,
neat though.
it's in my pile for tomorrow. So in with the lock and key books. So you have
That's
those
great.
ones I was telling you about here, but then this is more of that expanded universe here, and it goes into the history of it. Well, in this book, it ties in with Sandman. So there we go.
Oh,
So it ties in with Sandman, and there is a key, I think a key to hell, and it goes to Sandman. So I haven't read that part yet. So this book here collects um, a couple other books and this tie-in, this crossover, and then in the Sandman books, there's going to be lock and key stuff. So I would get those. I don't necessarily know if I would start getting into reading all the Sandman and stuff, but I would probably get enough to just build on the lock and key stuff because I've really enjoyed it.
hmm.
But yeah, and then he's on the back cover too. So yeah, so that's something. I mean, I know it's got a huge following and stuff. However, the majority of what the vocal following is weirdo women on the internet. So I was just like, maybe it's not a book for me.
I
You
mean,
know,
Sandman's been around forever though
oh, I
too, so
know.
it might have turned into that, but
But now, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. So I love merchandise. I love things. So with Lock and Key, there's this guy that he it's officially licensed, so it's like legit. He's connected to them, but he's this guy on the internet. His name is Skelton, and it tricks you because he makes these keys. So then you think of a skeleton key, but it's Skelton, and it's called Skeleton Crew is where I found them. But they're the keys
oh,
from the book, and there's a whole bunch, but I only got a couple. But then there is an actual
oh wow.
Sandman key for the Gates of Hell, and that one's like really expensive because it's huge.
Mm.
But like these are from the book.
Oh, those are gorgeous.
Wait till I take them out and show you. They're like legit metal, and there's different metals in them. Like this one has like rose gold and something. So they're like some kind of metal, but then like the outer layer, one of them actually has gold in it. But they weren't like crazy expensive, so it's just like plated. Hold on, let me get this out. And the only reason I've left them in the box is because I don't really know how to display them.
Yeah,
So, but like this is the head key.
let's get a keychain.
Yeah.
Get a big ass key ring like a janitor. Oh wow.
So there's all this detail in it. So this is the head key. Let's see. And then in the book, you put the key in the back of your head and you turn it, and then your skull opens up, and then you could go in and take out your memories, or you could put stuff in. And in
Mm.
the Netflix show, they do that, and instead of your skull opening up like a symbol of what going into your brain would be like opens up as like a doorway,
Mm.
and then you
Okay.
go through the doorway, and then you enter the brain, and it's the same thing where you can take stuff out or put stuff in, and it ties in with the story, and it's really cool. So these are actual metal, and they're just really cool to have. And I don't think they look like the TV show ones at all. I think they're based off just the books. So these are just, I think they're really, really cool. And now this one here is the Anywhere key. Now this one, you could put it in a door, and anything you've ever seen, if you've seen the door, you put it in and you go through, and you're basically teleported to that place. So like in the book, they talk about going to France and going to like the Eiffel Tower, and if you've seen the door, you can go to it. So this one's the Anywhere key.
Oh, that's
like
neat.
it's gold plated. So I mean, these are nice. Like they're almost like jewels. Like how a jeweler makes like fine knickknacks and stuff. It's like the same kind of like finish, and it's like really thick, for what it is. It's not flimsy. And in the book, this one is a very thin key, because it was like part of a bracelet. It's able to bend. It's very thin, but that one. This one is the mending key. So there's a cabinet. So then it will fix anything that's broken, and it can't bring you back from the dead. But even if you are broken, it can fix you.
Oh, okay.
So like you can break your cup and put it in there, and it'll make a new cup. But in the book, it doesn't tell you in the show. In the show, they try to fix a dead person. It doesn't work out very well. But in the book, somebody gets hurt and they go in the mending cabinet and they're fixed. But this one's really cool, and it's got the caduceus. And then it's got the two-tone metal. So you got the gold, nice. And then you got the silver wings.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is really cool. And then that's the inside. So like everything, and each one is different. It's very unique, and it's based off the designs from the book. And the only one, then this one I absolutely love, but the only one that I think that the key from the show was better was the head key. So like this is cool, but the head key in the show, the ends were bulbous, so the whole thing actually looked more like a head.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really cool. And then this one, and there's a ton of these for they go in for the story, but this is the only ones I ended up picking up. And now this one is called the Ghost Key. Now this one is really cool. So it's right up my alley because there's a skull on it. Again, with your two-tone metal. And then that's the other side of it. So, and this one's got some weight to it. It's pretty heavy. But this one, you put the key in the door in the study, and then the door opens up and it just goes outside. There's nothing there. But if you put the key in, you die. Oof. And your ghost can then fly around everywhere they want to. And you can even get into other bodies. So like if there's like a dead bird on the ground, like you can fly into the bird, or there's another person, you can jump into their body. So that's kind of neat. But then if they shut the door, your ghost is separated from the body. So you can't just like go through, because as you're a ghost, you can go through the walls and stuff, but to be able to get back into your body, you got to go through the threshold. And then that ties into the story too. So this is just really cool. Yeah. I like the idea. I love the story. I definitely recommend it. But then because the tie-in merchandise, like this is cool for me.
Yeah, it is neat.
Yeah. No, and then the Gates of Hell key is like this big, and it's crazy looking. Yeah, I'll definitely have a picture for tonight, but I think I'm gonna have to cut it out, man. It's like 6 a.m. I didn't even think we've been talking forever.
Yeah,
but if I don't go to bed now, she's gonna wake up, and I'm never gonna be able to stream tonight.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. Mine too.
All right, man. I'll catch you later.
Catch you later, brother.
All right.